From Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And here it comes. Swinging a hard hit ball up the middle. Base knock for Trout. Peraza trots home. Trout with his third hit and second RBI of the night. He gives the Angels a 4-2 lead.
Good morning, Metroplex. We kick off the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ with that. This is DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Fan Cam, Twitch, YouTube, and the Odyssey app. Thank you for joining us to kick off your day as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Wyatt Langford, day off. Corey Seager, I thought, had it going. And that was the end of the Rangers offense as they did not score after the third inning en route to a 5-2 loss to the Angels in Anaheim. You are now a game and a half back while still hanging on to that third wild card spot.
It's for whatever reason, like this team is tough to watch most nights. Against the Angels this year, it's even worse. I think the Angels have a little bit to do with that. Why are you even bothering to pitch to Mike Trout? He's the only one that can hurt you. He's 4 for 10 in the series. He's got a home run. I don't know. I can't even sit here and say the name of another player who's had a bit. They had like a couple last night, but like that, I'm even remotely scared of. And yet they try to pitch to Mike Trout at times, and he bites them. This was another one that was bad. The fact that you had to take Evan Carter out of the lineup to pinch hit for him because you got the dreaded left-handed pitcher in, and you got to take him out and burn an off day for Wyatt Langford, who needs probably an off week, to get back to figure out how to hit a baseball. It's tough sledding.
During the trade deadline, I said, we sure it's just bullpen? We sure we want to get away from fixing and addressing this offense? And I feel like that is a loud, nasty reminder right now with this series and what is not happening with the bats.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really ugly right now. And it's
putrid.
It's just not fun to watch. It's one of those things where on any given night you feel like, it's not quite as helpless as last year was, where you felt like you needed a miracle to score 3 runs in a game. But it's one of those things where it's almost more maddeningly inconsistent, where you have no idea if they're going to go out there and they're going to produce at any level, or if they're just going to struggle. And it's not even consistent with who the matchup is. It's not like you're going out there and you're seeing some top tier pitcher and being like, man, right, Texas is not going to be able to hit the ball tonight. They go out there and they'll randomly do it against guys who have no reputation in Major League Baseball.
That kid's walk rate last night, they had to remind us on the TV broadcast, this is not a misprint, as it was on ESPN. They're like, no, that is indeed his walk rate. And I thought that the top was going to be blown off early in this game. Early mound visits, walks, hit by pitcher, bases loaded, and then he straight settled down against you. Excuse me, to go 6 innings, giving up 2 earned, and the crooked number here is 5 with the strikeouts, not the walks.
Which, the walk rate you bring up didn't really mesh with their approach at the plate. They were hacking early on in this game. Just let's go swing, babe. And I was like, hell yeah, because the game started about 20 minutes late to begin with, right? Because they were on a slide because they had the Mariners-Yankee game because it was an ESPN broadcast.
So are they going to delay the start of that because it was the ESPN doubleheader? They're not just going to go ahead and start?
I mean, it's because the Mariners-Yankee game ends. You see them flip over, no commercial, and the umpire standing out in front of home plate. It looks like he's looking at his watch and looking at the scoreboard.
And Jock is up as the first hitter.
Right. And Jock is up, waiting for the go-ahead. He's like, okay, let's go. And I look at the clock, and I'm like, all right, it's 9:18. This game was supposed to start 18 minutes ago. And no, it was just like the NBA and the NHL. They started to slide for these things.
You're also wasting your starts from guys like Bradford and Quantrill. Like Cal went 5 innings, 1 earned. You take that every single time. Then you got to wait for, DeGrom tonight. You no longer have Eovaldi. It's like having Rocker out there right now and not putting up 3 runs. So you're wasting those starts as well. Fortunately for them, there's a third wild card.
Yeah, I mean, that's like they're still in a fine place standings-wise. both in the wild card and really, I mean, the division still. Nobody's going to run away from anybody else. This isn't like the Rays seem to be running away in the AL East, and then the National League. They're still going to be in fine spot to try to make the playoffs on the wild card, but. Like with the way they've been playing in this series, like, do you expect them to do anything? No. I mean, you don't.
I had to look. I was curious because obviously we knew Klassen didn't walk anybody like the way that he had in terms of the first few starts of the year that he had. But I was curious about strikes to balls. He's basically in all his starts this year been 1-to-1 strike to ball ratio with his pitches. I mean, it's been that bad. There's been a few of these games like he had 34 strikes and 38 balls against the Reds. Last night he threw 27 balls on 87 pitches. He was over 2-to-1 strike to ball ratio after all year struggling to even break even.
I mean, just look at the first inning. Peterson swings at the second pitch. Nimmo swings at the second pitch. Seager swings at the first pitch.
Worked for him.
Yeah, it did. So you're 3 batters in. He's throwing 5 pitches. Like that's a good way to keep your pitch count down, and also a good way to get strike. He's thrown 4 strikes in those 5. It's like right off the bat. They had a plan. It's clear they had a plan at the plate.
And because Wyatt Langford is out, you can't get any extra needed umph in the lineup since the start of August. He is 3 for 32. He's currently in a 2 for 21 over his last 7 games. And Skip was on with a KNC Masterpiece, and they asked him, is this an issue or injury?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's going through something right now. As far as like your body, it's the middle of August, long season, that type of thing. I don't think anybody is 100%. But also, I think, when you're going in funks, I think sometimes players, they tend to try to swing their way out of it. And it's not always mechanical. It's just sometimes it's pitch selection or trying to be the guy too many times and, trying to do too much like we've, heard a million times. But that part is real, and that's why people say it all the time. So I think, Wyatt's still a young player. Obviously, I think the world of him, and I said it before, that I think he's a future MVP. But I think when you go through some valleys as a young player, you try to swing your way out of it a little bit too much instead of just taking, what's given to you. And, the other night he walked 3 times, and those were huge walks for us to end up winning the game. But I think sometimes in big spots, just lately, because he's been really good, not even that long ago, walking us off and getting some huge hits. Just lately, and when you go through funks, this happens. You just try to swing your way out of it, and that's how you get in these funks.
Rangers Nation put this out before yesterday's game. Evan and Wyatt, 10 games in August.
Oh, no, you don't see that.
Averages, Evan, .036, Wyatt, .094. Carter, 1 hit, Wyatt, 3 hits. 10 games in August for both. Ooh. Evan, 2 runs batted in, Wyatt, 1. The OPS for Wyatt, 528. The OPS for Carter, 165.
That's the way baseball goes.
Of 195 qualified hitters, Carter's average is last. Wyatt's is 192nd, and you did nothing to the offense.
No.
Evan Carter's batting average should not look like my breathalyzer test whenever we go out on the road trip, which is pretty close to what it is. Yeah, .036.
Oh, yeah.
You're not even getting arrested for drunk driving if you go out with that.
Yeah, at least get to Romo.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
People on the fan text, I don't even want these free tickets for next week anymore. Never pitched a Trout or Jordan. Let's see. Isn't this the Ranger team you want in the playoffs? Bad against bad teams, good against good teams. Look, there's got to be. I saw some people say, bring up Walcott just to see. I don't know. Do you really want to rush him?
Yeah, do you want to start the clock on him early?
Yeah.
This
Although I
is
think
why,
at this time of year you might be able to get away with a free year.
This is why you have to have a regular season payout for your fantasy football champion. RJ has always said, okay, you're making noise in the playoffs. Who was the best team throughout the regular season? Because what I do dread... Now, overall, you tell me the Rangers can make the playoffs in advance. I'm still taking that. It's better for the Metroplex and for the radio station and all that. But what I do dread is them sneaking in, hanging on to the third spot, winning a series, and then having to hear from all the homers coming out of the ground about, see, where y'all at right now? Because we know what it is. This is all setting up for making it, getting worked or swept in round one, and then we're sitting here saying, we told you so. This is what we felt throughout the entire year, but you just got that little crop of homers who are sitting back and just waiting for, a miracle type run.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say for the sake of argument, they were to get in. Okay?
I mean, they're in now.
Yeah, which is not impossible.
Not impossible at all. They would play Houston. All right. And I would have, if they beat Houston in a best of three, it's a best of three. All you got to do is win 2 games. Nobody would be surprised.
The problem, though, is you can no longer say this is a dangerous starting rotation, dangerous duo you don't want to face. That DeGrom Eovaldi fear factor, that's not there.
Nope, not
that's
there.
not the same. You could say that in years past. Like, they could give you a chance. Now, could they turn it on for a game or 2 or 3? Of course. DeGrom goes tonight right here on 105.3 The Fan, but you lost your superpower in those postseason chances.
Yeah, you don't have that same fear factor. You don't have that same dominance. Could they get it back for a game? Yeah, I mean, anybody can get back for a game.
Just feel like you're delaying the guillotine.
You feel like you're just putting off the inevitable, and what happens is, and whether it's
slow death. It really this season has been such just a slow death waiting.
And what happens is that and it's human nature. If they do win a series, and then go on a run and make like the ALCS, it justifies the moves.
What moves?
The non-moves.
Yeah.
Like, stay in the course. To them, in that office, to Chris Young, it justifies.
But I even take that away from them because we know they tried to sell.
Right.
So their plan was not, it was like, okay, now we're forced to settle.
Yeah.
They tried to sell. They didn't fully believe. They're like, let's go ahead and break this up to a degree.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any justification no matter what they do, because it's like, if they don't follow through,
them a little bit.
Well, if they don't follow through,
But empowers them for what? We know what you tried to do. We know your intent. You didn't say from the beginning, we're holding strong, we believe in the group. They tried to trade Jake to Atlanta.
Yeah, I think it empowers their beginning of the year, like going into the year philosophy that they were, just a pitching staff, we're a good team.
Yeah, see, that's the scariest thing here is them winning a series to me. Because it empowers, because you're right, they tried to sell. So it's not anything like that. But it's the concern of when you get into the offseason, does it make Ray Davis say, see, we can make this work? You know, it's the same concern we get with Jerry at the end of a bad year, where we're like, do not win a few games at the end and trick them into thinking you're good.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Like, you need this bad you need to sit in it and really feel it to know, all right, this has got to change.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco fan text. You are a game and a half back now after the Astros won. You'll finish this out tonight with Jacob deGrom on the mound. Are the Eagles trying to embarrass Jalen Hurts? Bobby with another bold proclamation on how bad the New York Giants are going to be, and Aaron Rodgers agreeing with Brian Schottenheimer inside the Star and around the NFL. 6 a.m. Club, glad you're waking up with us right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
or truck rate, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys off yesterday following the Rams scrimmage. They'll get back at it. We'll talk about it with Nick Eatman, 9:20 from Oxnard here on Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. We got a lot of preseason football action tonight. Are you going to get to see Fernando Mendoza with a lot of reps on the field? 6 o'clock tonight. Lions, Bengals, Packers, Steelers, the Mike McCarthy Bowl. 6:30, Indy, New England. 7 o'clock, Chargers, Armpit. Also at 7 o'clock, is there something called ESPN Unlimited?
Yeah.
What is that?
That is, it's basically, used to be like ESPN Plus.
Okay.
Right, but they just made the ESPN, so you pay a little bit extra and you get every sport event. MLB, like TV, all the MLB games are on that now.
It's Newspeak. They just give it a new name and then justify charging you $3 more a month for it.
It's like an apartment complex changing their name because they're getting sued.
Arizona
change their name, Bridges Brent.
And the Raiders at 7 o'clock. So a ton of games tonight for preseason football. Aaron Rodgers seeming... You guys got something else?
Yeah, real quick. How many of those teams you mentioned will have their actual starting quarterback play? Not like
do you know the answer?
I don't know I'm just throwing like
no telling.
Maybe Drake May for a little bit because of Vrabel's Belichick influence. I don't know what he did with Tannehill and his other QBs. I wouldn't expect Herbert. I don't know if you need to get CJ some action. Who cares about Jacoby Brissett? And hopefully it's Fernando's night. Yeah. It's not your night. It's not your night.
But he's not the starter. Kirk Cousins is, so he's you're still playing your backups.
Aaron Rodgers apparently agrees with Brian Schottenheimer, saying, I don't think there's any advantage to playing in the preseason. Quote, it's not real football. If I do play, great. If not, great. Teams don't run anything anymore. Even joint practices. This one hurt me to read. The first year we were doing them, it was fun because you got to play a team that wasn't going to play how they played in the preseason. They were going to show you a lot of different things they were working on. It was like a real day at camp. As that went on, it just stopped being like that, turned into fights. Nobody showed anything because someone's brother's on the staff. They might show him the film, Christian Parker. I think those are a waste of a day. Dang! It says Rams Cowboys, waste of a day with the scrimmage. I think preseason football is good to see guys with the pads on under the lights, how they react to the nerves, but obviously it's not regular season football. So that's Aaron Rodgers even saying that the scrimmages have gotten vanilla.
What's your position at this point on starters playing? Like, do you have a rule for different positions or veterans, or like, do you have a blanket idea of just nobody play?
I used to be nobody play. And now, you know, for Dak and Lamb and them, I'd be okay with 3 series, you know, get them out there, kind of get them going a little bit. But then if you do it Saturday and you don't do it for the rest of the games, is it too far out? Like maybe skip them against Seattle and then do it in the next preseason game so it's a little bit closer. But I used to be totally not worth it. But then I'm sitting there with money on the line against the New York Giants, and I'm like, damn, I wish y'all had more of a rhythm.
My only hard rule is if the offensive line isn't, it's all based on them. If they're not playing, then he's not playing.
What's yours, Bobby?
I think if you are, it's your first 2 years, I think you need to be out there for at least a little bit, especially if you're a rookie. Like, I don't like the idea of Downs not playing. No matter how advanced he is or anything else, I want Downs to see like live game action speed, because you cannot totally replicate that in practice. And then if you're somebody who missed any mini camp or the first part of training camp with an injury, because we've heard too much of this, like, well, he's still ramping up. He's okay. Well, then if he's not an injury risk when the preseason games roll around, let him get out there and get some, even if he's a veteran, let him get some sort of adjustment to the speed and try and knock some of that rust off. So we're not talking about it 4 weeks into the season.
What about Bland and Guyton?
Yeah, I think Guyton would be good to have out there. Bland, that one, It's tough because my first inclination is.
And what about Overshown?
Similar with Bland, my first inclination is probably put him on ice. But then I'm like, man, if I'm that worried about it, like, well, let's not increase their chances to get hurt at all. It's like, that doesn't sound like I want to invest in them, period, moving forward if I'm that concerned about them getting hurt. So I would say a series maybe for both of them in the final one.
All right, let's go inside the NFC East. The Philadelphia Eagles' social media account is getting talked about because of a Jalen Hurts throw.
Yeah, there's just a simple post that the Eagles made, and it just says right on cue. That is the letter Q. And it's just a Jalen Hurts. He's in the shotgun, drops back, looks kind of left over the middle, throws a ball in the vicinity of a wide receiver, and then the white shirt gets him. I guess it's the reverse of the Cowboys, right? The Cowboys offense wears white, and the defense wears blue. This is the reverse of the Eagles. The Eagles defense wears white.
Yeah, when I first saw this, I was like, wow, what a great anticipatory throw.
Right, yeah.
It was an in-breaking cut.
I burst out laughing watching this video because when I think the first person I saw was Spieth Island tagged us in it on Twitter, and I was watching, and I was like, wow, why do I want to watch Hurts making a strike of a throw? And then when you see they posted a slow motion look at Jalen Hurts' throw get jumped, I died laughing. They really hate him there. That organization really does hate him, I think we're learning.
It's got 14 million views because of the talking point.
A lot. And obviously the talking point is, like, first, obviously it's Jalen Hurts. And then why is the Eagles social media account posting a quarterback interception, to which I push back on. Like, are we not supposed to do that?
I agree with you.
It's like you have 52 other guys in this roster. You have other should you not ever show a defensive player making a play because your diva sensitive quarterback can't handle it?
You should know this as a Tennessee Volunteer. What are you supposed to do on social media?
Not show who the quarterback is.
Blur your
out.
quarterback, just like the Tennessee Volunteers did last year. You show the interception, great play, but you're going to have no idea who threw that ball.
Blurred them?
Yeah, last year they blurred the quarterback throwing an interception.
It was I think it was a wide receiver pass. So they blurred it.
But you don't know.
We didn't know. So they blurred who it was, so you wouldn't be able to tell it was a trick play or something. It's stupid.
No, I would want to see Caleb Downs picking Dak. That would get me excited.
Right.
Now, of course, you'd have your dumbasses sitting there and crying and getting mad that a rookie picked off your quarterback. I thought he was supposed to be a baller. I thought he was supposed to be a really good player.
Yeah, move on.
My follow-up is, if you're the Eagles and you have these Jalen Hurts sensitivities, should you stay away from this? Because I think you should highlight different players. We're seeing Downs.
Yeah.
You're exposing CeeDee Lamb for the plays in which Caleb Downs doesn't interfere with him and breaks up a pass. No one gets mad at that. But should the Eagles social media team have a different sensitivity because of him and the talking point that he is?
If they
We're cool, right? If Downs picks off Dak and Dallas Cowboys shows it.
Yeah.
All right.
Quarterbacks
100%.
throw interceptions. It happens.
Now
right?
is it? I don't know. It probably isn't.
Deshaun Watson apparently is throwing them every single day.
It probably isn't a big deal. But does it change at all if we've had off-season stories about Dak and like, oh, the Eagles or the Cowboys may move on from him? They're just, this is kind of make or break year for him. If that is the underlying tone, does that make it any different if we're posting that?
Because didn't Hurts throw like 170 passes last year without getting picked in practice?
Elliott Shore-Park said he did. I don't know if that's real, but that's what he said he did. It's funny. I was talking about this with John Machota while we were out in Oxnard. I was like, what?
Wow.
I was like, what bad play does the best numbers for you? Like, which one do Cowboys fans eat up? Because I was anticipating he was going to say it's a Dak interception, that they're just still a bunch of Dak haters. He said, no. He said, the most reliable thing that blows up now if I post it. And he's like, and I don't even try to, just when I post it. He said, a CeeDee Lamb drop. He goes, a Lamb drop in practice, people just start retweeting and quote tweet. They hate watch it a little bit.
All right. I loved the paragraph that Bobby Belt sent about the New York Football Giants. It made me feel warm and fuzzy, hoping that Bobby would be correct. Just another indicator that you believe that John Harbaugh's time there is going to be a failure.
John Harbaugh has been a problem this offseason, in my opinion. If I was a Giants fan, I would not be blindly thinking we're going to win the Super Bowl. I'd be like, oh, crap, did we get the wrong guy here? Did we get Pete Carroll? Did we get John Fox? in Chicago. Like, we're going to get Giants. A guy who's past it. He was talking yesterday. So the Giants had visited with Terrion Arnold, the Lions, the disgraced Lions first rounder who has been accused of being involved in this basically kidnapping plot.
And I told you I could not believe that he was visiting with teams and teams were talking to him, and you said this is just a favor being done. Well, now this feels like more than a favor.
I did not account for John Harbaugh being an idiot, and that's the problem. He goes, he was asked about this. He goes, we want to be aggressive in every way. Whatever we can do, finding anything we can about any situation or player that can help us be better. Okay, fine. You're saying you're just doing an investigative process. The margins are tight in the NFL. We're looking for players that can help us all the time. He's a player that can help us. I'm like, whoa, you never forget even a player who's in trouble. You never hear coaches publicly say, this player, it almost like reeks of desperation when coaches say it. That's why they try not to. Just say, this guy can help us. We really want him. Or generally say, we're trying to find out if he can help us. You're not going to put such a definitive underline on it. So this is another gaffe from old Harbs, because we had him basically backing up Cam Scattaboo saying, I'm going to rush for 2,000 yards. He's an elite level back. You guys know that. And then he gave us the Jonathan Gannon, who drove here on the bus moment of the offseason with his, the New York Giants, guys, the New York Giants. And so
There's a New York Giants sitting in this room.
This is a it's red flag after red flag. You're not getting Baltimore John Harbaugh. What you're going to find out is you are getting Pete Carroll with the Vegas Raiders.
Oh.
By the time he leaves the Giants, the NFL debate, discussion, like sphere that exists, they're going to have lost all respect for him.
Oh,
wow!
I think they're going to go, oh, you were protected by the Baltimore structure for all those years. I think that's going to be his reputation by the time he's done with New York.
I hope you're right. I hope you are right.
Just another one for Mike McCarthy to leapfrog over.
Well, you got to start. I got to start.
Be the first time he ever leapt in his life.
Adam Schefter says that suspensions are coming. So just because things are quiet right now, get ready for certain teams to be rocked because of off-season issues. And he brings up Puka Nacua for the alleged bite mark, public drunkenness, apparent anti-Semitic comments on a Twitch stream, Josh Jacobs with an ugly allegation and incident towards him. You had a Rams offensive tackle, Jackson, who was arrested on a domestic violence charge. So Adam Schefter is saying, don't be surprised here, even though things have gone quiet, if guys get hit before the start of the regular season.
Puka had a lot.
And none of that, by the way, includes Rashee Rice, it doesn't sound like, who actually went to jail and sat in a jail cell and is not going to get suspended.
Puka had a full offseason.
Man.
He had a full offseason. I assume they've done quite a bit of investigating on him. Was it the public drunkenness? That's the one that that stands out, because I don't remember whatever came of the bite mark.
Could stand out.
So. Yeah, what came of that? Like, do we know? Do we? I don't think we have.
I think it's in litigation.
Information of what came of that. Because it's a lot. It's a full offseason. You get a lot of things going on. A lot of little, not any necessarily 1 10 out of 10, but a lot of 3s and 4s. They add up.
How much ass would you shake for free gas?
Oh.
We have someone refusing to wear a seatbelt, one of Bobby's idols, and how the oysters could put you in a coma, maybe a seafood victory for Roberto. It's all in the payload with Peyton Phillip Russell on his game early today. Next on The Fan.
and upgrade your vehicle? Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday. It is 6:40. It's time for the payload every single Thursday at this very moment in time. And guys, I might have found the worst take winner for this week. This statement is quite odd to admit into a microphone, and it was done by one Bill Simmons, Bobby's best friend. On his own podcast, the Bill Simmons Pod, Bill somehow started talking about cars and driving, and while he admitted he violates the law while driving all the time.
Well, as you know from driving with me, I never buckle it, and I just wait the minute until it stops doing the noise.
Oh, you don't buckle your seatbelt ever?
Nah, not really.
That's a terrible.
I know. I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of it. I just don't like seatbelts. I know. Listen, I know I'll get skewered. I'm a bad example. Sometimes I'll put them on. If I'm going 95 on the highway, I might throw it on there. But
I mean, that's a whole nother podcast.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm not going to defend it.
I like how he just casually throws in if I'm going 95, I might throw it on. But the freaking beeping would drive me insane. There's no way that you could just...
Yeah, but he said his car stops after a minute. Mine doesn't.
I don't believe that.
Mine...
How old would your car have to be for it to stop after the minute?
So I think it's the Altima will stop beeping after... It's a long time. It's got to be 90 seconds. I never get to that point because it's irritating. The only time I'll ever drive with the seatbelt unbuckled is if I'm in a parking lot and I'm about to drive to the other side of the parking lot or whatever, and it's I'd already unbuttoned or unbuckled. I'm going to just drive over there. And that beeping drives me so nuts, I'll usually buckle it while I'm driving over. But I've had it, I think one time I was circling a parking lot long enough to realize, 90 seconds it stops.
Many vehicle chimes automatically stop or time out after roughly 60 to 90 seconds.
I've never made it that far. I've never made it that far.
You had to buckle it first.
Yeah.
We haven't even waited the 60 to 90 because we couldn't take it.
No, couldn't take it. Plus, it's I just buckle my seatbelt.
What an idiotic take from Simmons. What do you do with your kids driving and then they don't put on the seatbelt? So is he fine? I would want to know. Are you fine with your kids not putting on their seatbelt to drive?
Absolutely not.
No, with Simmons.
Oh, yeah. And I'm in the worst spot with this because my kids are old enough now. I don't tell them to put their seatbelt on. I just assume they do. And it's 80% of the time I turn around and Julian's in the back seat, no seatbelt.
Does it not beep for the rear ones in all your cars?
It won't beep. It'll light up. In the Explorer, it'll say, somebody's in here, if it's in the back. But I can't, even if I wanted to, even if I didn't like seatbelts or anything, I can't do it. Forget the beeping even. It feels weird to be driving or in a car and you're not restrained. It's just all right.
It feels like I can just move around at any moment.
Yeah, I've been effectively conditioned enough times by what it's supposed to feel like that the spectrum part of my brain goes, this feels weird, I can't do this.
Yeah, I mean, I have the problem, and I'll admit it, where I I'll get out of the driveway, maybe go, down the street a little bit. I'm still in the neighborhood, and then I'll buckle it up. It'll beep for a little bit, and then I'll do it. I grew up with people that, parents would buckle their seatbelt because they didn't want to wear one. They would buckle it beforehand, so it would already click and register that the seatbelt's buckled, and they would just sit on top of the seatbelt.
It's crazy, man.
Is it that bad?
Yeah. I don't even notice it. I don't even notice it being on.
I'm numb to it, yeah.
I'm so numb to it. And I got one of those knives that rip it off if it gets stuck.
Oh, yeah.
You get in an accident.
What did either of you have cars growing up that didn't have the seatbelts in them?
No.
Because that didn't become, when did that become standardized? I'm trying to think.
My grandpa, I think, had a 70-something Datsun that might have come. It came with just the belt over your stomach, not the one that went over your shoulder.
Yeah, in the back seat, my mom's Suburban, I think the middle seat never had one. But, all the other ones. But, I'm obviously younger than you guys, so I don't know about the golden age.
1968. If you had something older than 68, then there was a shot that it still didn't have seatbelts.
I still scare Ollie, and I'm like, you don't put that on, you're going to go right through that windshield.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm like, see this little gap here in the middle?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, but I'm behind Mom's seat. And I was like, no, you'll fly to the middle.
Fly through.
Yeah, you'll shift to the middle and fly right through the windshield. That's
the
the
magic
old
child theory, like in Kennedy.
scary tale.
And then you guys scare him about the overhead light, Sean. You know, you hit that overhead light while you're driving.
Yes,
Everyone
gosh.
go blind, will wreck.
Was that a sin?
Was that what you got? You got everybody go blind? We always got told my dad would say it's against the law.
Yeah.
And I was like, is it? And I grew up thinking it was until I was an adult, and I was like, oh, it's not
You
against the
feel
law.
like you got
I
like
made that up.
5 seconds to keep the light on. Otherwise, you're going to get pulled over or someone's going to get in an accident.
Yeah.
You got 5 seconds quickly, and then boom, off.
Or there's some urban legend where the gang initiation catches you with the dome light on. That's the car they have to target. It's like if you flash your lights at somebody because their lights are off. That's the old one. Never flash your lights at somebody. Let them know their lights are off because that's a gang initiation. The car that does that.
gas station, man.
The car that does that, they come get you.
Aiden Blood's over here nodding in agreement. Apparently, he knew that.
Well, guys, you need gas to drive, with or without a seatbelt. Hopefully, everyone does wear a seatbelt wherever they are or going. But, guys, how much ass are you shaking for some discounted gas? You
Sounds like
gas
total
bill
Eric
discounted.
is Eric texted first day of school. We shaking the ass for gas. I think he's got his little girl on the card. Not appropriate. Eric.
I think our Eric would also do that.
Yeah.
Oh, Chief, with the shades on, too.
Eric still has. I don't know that Eric has ever driven on a
not in front of
toll
men
road.
though.
No. I don't think Eric has ever driven on a toll road.
What?
Yeah, like he would. I know he doesn't as a rule, but I don't know if he's ever even gotten on one.
Accidentally?
Yeah, I don't think he has.
Sorry, Pepe.
Well,
go
gas
ahead.
prices are still a little on the high side. So what would you do to get some cheaper gas? There's a gas station in New York, and this is on the FanCam Twitch and YouTube thanks to Aiden Butler video of this. But this is a New York gas station, Sunoco Half Moon, I believe is how you pronounce it, who is doing a Dance for a Discount challenge where customers can do whatever dance moves they want on camera for their gas bill to be lowered. We have some of the dance moves on the fan cam. You see guys just, dancing, swinging the butt all around. It's 15 to 20 seconds, all you got to do. But this gas station social media manager, Paulina, who is just 23 years old, is the mastermind behind this idea. And these videos have totaled around 10 million views already on social media. You might be asking, well, how much are you actually saving here? Is it, just a few cents, a couple bucks? One customer saved around $15 on their total bill. Others are saving up to 20% off. And yeah, it's just 15, 20 seconds. That's all you got to do. Get some discounted gas. I think nowadays and they said in here the store manager and Paulina, Eva, the manager, Eva, said the rising cost in living nowadays is what they want to do. They want to help out customers with cheap gas, but you shake a little, dance a little. It doesn't have to be beautiful stuff, but you get a little discounted gas. I think it's great.
California, I'd strip.
Yeah, man. What was that? What'd you have? Did you have $7?
We were pretty close to it.
I all wanted that. What's the gas station getting out of this?
Yeah, I got a buddy.
Just like more business
viral
there?
content.
Yeah, because my buddy owns a couple of 7-Elevens. He goes, I don't pay.
What's his last name? Sharif
Hummel. He says he doesn't like. He makes like maybe a penny per gallon because 7-Eleven owns the gas. Like they control the gas, he controls inside.
It's like movie theaters, how they don't make any money off the tickets.
Right, yeah.
Those
So
go to
I
somebody
wonder
else.
what the gas station, maybe it's different for Sunoco. I don't know what the gas station's getting out of this.
I would do this, I was going to say no, but that's because it was shaking some ass for some gas. I thought you were going to tell me they were making you twerk for it or something. But the fact that it's show us your best dance move, all right, like do something stupid for 5 seconds and be like, all right, give me a discount off my
I'm
gas.
surprised someone hasn't gotten worked up and said this is demeaning. Like, here, beg, like a dog. Jump up for this treat.
Bark, speak.
Yeah, bark, kneel, dance.
It's fun. I think it's fun.
It's funny.
It's fun.
Yeah,
These are good videos.
It'd be something I do once, but then after a while, I'm like, all right, I'll just pay the full amount for the gas. But there's some people that, hey, $15 per gas per tank. I mean, that's a lot. It goes a long ways. But this gas station in New York doing a good thing out there for people in need. All right, guys, it is the payload every Thursday at this time. Last story here, Bobby. A small victory for you. Round of applause for you because apparently food just isn't safe anymore. We've had lettuce recalled. Yesterday, RJ had the story about meat being recalled, and now oysters have given a man permanent brain damage after he consumed one. A 44-year-old Marine vet was put in a months-long coma after eating contaminated oysters at a steakhouse in Illinois. This is Joe Belhio. He went into cardiac arrest after eating raw oysters that was contaminated with E. coli and Plasmonis shigelloids, I believe that's how you say it, which is a bacteria that is pretty dangerous. But yeah, we're eating raw oysters out there, and it's putting people into comas. Bobby, you win again.
Is this what you're allergic to, or is it clam? Which one do you have that you?
Me?
You have a bad reaction to
Oysters.
Oysters. So I don't eat seafood, obviously, so this would never happen to me. But I feel like if I did, my spectrum brain would still apply the same rules and say, I'm not ordering oysters at a place where seafood is not their specialty. And I wouldn't think a steakhouse counts as it.
I'll tell you, man, you get some of these fancy steakhouses, they got some good oysters.
They serve sushi now.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
I mean, yeah, ideally you would want to go to an oyster house.
But this looks like the seafood that would mess you up. I mean, an oyster is a disgusting looking thing. If I was allergic to shrimp or I developed it to lobster or crab, I'd be devastated. I don't lose any sleep or shed any tears that I can't eat oysters because it looks like a snot rocket.
Jim Gaffigan has a bit where he talks about, he's like, it looks like somebody blew their nose into a rock. He's like, it's disgusting. He's like, I don't know how anybody eats them.
Yeah.
He said, if you really think about what they are, he's like, they're gross without even tasting the flavor. They're disgusting.
I know people love them raw. When I see choppy, a little, Tabasco or whatever. Accoutrement,
whatever that horseradish is.
Horseradish. I'm like, oh, it's like a fine dining food.
Yeah.
It looks like a treat, but I'm like, nah, I'm okay with it. I ate them growing up. Man, this guy's messed up, man.
Yeah, he is.
Was that a clam you ate while we were in Oxnard?
It was either, I think it was a clam or it was either a clam or a
I had
mussel.
forgotten all about this photo. We never ended up.
Oh my god!
But yeah, that was I'd forgotten we had it where we were drinking, and I totally forgot.
Why did you eat it like that?
I was sitting next to Chiafal. I think he was seeing if I could get the whole thing in my mouth.
Oh, so Eric is down with that.
Just look at that.
There wasn't any. I don't think there was any.
Nothing in it.
I had already got it out.
You just wanted to.
Yeah.
Take the whole.
See if I could put the whole thing in my mouth.
Yeah, that looked like a clam who enjoyed their time.
Yeah. Out of context, it's that's an animal. That's a disgusting eater photo. But in context, I feel much better.
Are you an oyster guy?
Oh yeah, I eat them, but I can't just put it in my mouth and swallow it. I have to chew it.
Yay!
I know, I gotta chew it, but I love it. Now the price is getting a little outrageous, but I put a little cocktail sauce on it. I love them.
Put on a cracker. It's pretty good. I like them.
Cracker.
That's one of those things you got to dress it up with 5 different things.
Yeah,
how good is it?
Yeah, exactly. Like it's if you're putting all that stuff on it already, then you don't like what it is. That's the argument with the no barbecue sauce in Texas.
Yeah,
where people will be like, the meat should be doing the job. You should not need to put anything else on it.
What's it called? Where you is it Rockefeller?
Yeah,
where you cook them. Those are really good too.
It's the Payload every Thursday at this time with Peyton Phillip Russell here on Sean and RJ live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got Aiden running those things, and don't forget about the Odyssey app. What do we do with this guy's legacy? Russell Westbrook retires. Got to get your thoughts on that and the rest of the sports world as well as we continue. We're also going to have a Zach Bryan ticket giveaway for you when we go commercial free in the Expressway. Fill in the blank with Russell Westbrook was what after he retires after 18 seasons. We'll catch up with the rest of the sports world next.
HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Into Adams, back to Westbrook, long angle left, 28 for 3 at the buzzer, cha-ching! A Thunder money ball! OKC wins it 106-105 as the Force is able to come through with the biggest comeback you can imagine, baby. And he does it on the day when he knocked off Oscar Robertson as the greatest triple-double threat in NBA history.
All the teams, you had to pick that highlight. Thunder Radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby with you, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. We go commercial-free in the Expressway at 7:20 with a Zach Bryan ticket giveaway, and we get local with the Neighborhood Watch at 7:40. Then Choppy's Diamond Calves on your home of the Rangers at 8. A fascinating player, a fascinating discussion, in my opinion, for Russell Westbrook getting Michael B. Jordan to voice his retirement video yesterday after 18 seasons. Start us off, Choppy.
Man, this is kind of a tough one because I love Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, you compared him to Luka.
Correctly, I might add. I think that I really compared Luka to Russell. Not the other way around. But I think he is an athlete and a player that has no comp.
Okay.
Right? He can play 48 minutes at peak speed all game if he wanted to.
Yes.
He had a motor.
He was an athletic force and freak.
I don't know.
I think him and LeBron.
Yeah, LeBron
were the two biggest freaks of their generation.
Very few athletic equals. Very few. He could literally play 48 minutes peak speed if he wanted to. Maybe he didn't always want to. But he was also maddening.
He normally did.
What?
He normally did.
He normally did. He was also maddening. Like, he never won. And he didn't really come. But I also wouldn't call him a loser.
What I hate about the NBA and the Hall of Fame discussions is, and he is a Hall of Famer, because what bothers me about basketball is you can say he's a Hall of Famer, he's got Hall of Fame stats, but you weren't going to win a title with him. And that just doesn't mesh well with me.
Right.
I hate that. Carmelo Anthony, get buckets, all-time scorer, not going to win a championship with him. Maybe you could apply it to Iverson, though he didn't have, enough help in Philadelphia. And I would throw Russell Westbrook in that conversation. The stubbornness, he was never going to truly conform. He was going to do things his way, but I don't think you were going to win a championship with him, but he is still a Hall of Famer. And, Bobby, I basically agreed word for word with what you wrote.
Yeah, he's tough because he is as thin-skinned as any player we've seen in basketball during his time.
Westbrook.
He has some of the worst shot selection in the NBA during his career.
Was never a truly great jump shooter.
The Mavericks, when they were in that Western Conference Finals with the Thunder on the year they won the title, there was that game, which was the big comeback. Was that 3 or 4? I think it was 4. Game 4, they've got that big comeback where they're down 15 with 5 minutes left. They win that game because the Thunder were young and dumb, and a big part of it was Russell Westbrook bringing the ball down the court in the last 5 minutes and 4 seconds into the shot clock shooting a 3. Or coming down and shooting a 20-footer 6 seconds into the shot clock. It's like, what are you doing? Like, you can, and you thought, all right, he'll grow out of this a little bit. He didn't. It was reckless at times. But you also can't look at it and say, man, he was just this waste, or he was somehow just a ball hog that was allowed to run free. Because he had a triple-double He has more triple-double seasons than the rest of the league history combined. Jokic and Robertson have 3. He has 4 seasons of triple-doubles. He was 360 games over 5.5 years. A 360-game stretch where he averaged a triple-double.
Crazy.
But he's Carmelo. Carmelo, that's who he's probably closest to in terms of he was one of the league's best players, and he rose in prominence and popularity for a certain style that ultimately became a caricature and ultimately was what they hated him for.
He's one of the few guys that I could point to in basketball, like you said, who does not have a ring, and I'm like, all-time great. Don't ever,
which a lot of people push back on. They're a lot. It's a very popular thing in NBA circles to be like, what he did was not impressive. Like, people really try to downplay it now, and I think it's wrong.
I can't downplay it. I can't downplay. He made triple doubles boring.
Yes. The first thing I'll think about him is motor and triple double.
Yeah.
And then I'll think stubborn. He'll probably cuss you out if you try to tell him to do something as a coach. Sensitive, thin-skinned.
Right.
Do you put Harden in this conversation? Or do you put Harden above Westbrook and Melo?
Oh, man.
I guess. Ooh.
I'd
rather have Harden.
I think of Harden as a better player. I think of Harden as, which is funny because
it's fun to get Westbrook in 82-0.
Yeah, Westbrook is.
I'll search for him on the Wizards. I'll spin the era on the Wizards to try to get Russ.
That's the way to get 82-0 is when you get on a team and you do a little technicality, like, oh yeah, this person was there for in 162-0 when I can go to the Marlins in the 90s and go, yeah, Piazza, I'm going to apply all his stats from the 90s for a week that he spent with the Marlins. But Harden, it's funny because Harden, you could argue, should have the worst reputation of basically wasting his talent more so than Russ did. Because Harden would just at times go I'm checked out. I'm going to be overweight, and I'm going to get out of here. Russ was
playoff jokes.
Russ always wanted to compete. Russ always wanted to be the guy taking the big shot. And so, I don't know, I have more respect for Russ, I think. But I think Harden is who I would want.
And he was a hero compared to Durant when Kevin left OKC. It was like, oh my God, you're like Paul George in Indiana. Actually, even greater status of sticking in OKC by yourself. You're not going to be a bandwagoner. You're not going to be a team jumper. And he was a hero at that time.
And look, I mean, if they were able to keep that team together, I mean, they would have ran into a title eventually, I think.
I really thought after game 1 when they beat the Heat that year.
I did too.
I really thought the Heat, I was like, okay, this Heat team, they'll be like other super teams. They're never going to be able to win. And
Absolutely.
I was certain the Thunder were going to win that series.
And then game 2 happened.
And then 3, 4, and 5.
Right. But then again, at the same time, if they kept that team together, he's probably not a triple-double machine.
Yeah, he had to become... It went to extreme lengths at times, but he had to become the focus at all times. In terms of thinking of it, he's the most explosive, I think, springiest athlete in basketball I've seen. The only guy who's close is maybe pre-injury Derrick Rose.
Okay. Yeah, he was a freak. Are NFL coaches going to allow assistants to throw the challenges? Or are they passing along that responsibility?
So this is wild. I saw this. The NFL is allowing coaches to designate a staff member to initiate replay challenges. It's Rule 15, Section 1. The head coach or head coach's pregame challenge designee can initiate a challenge by throwing a red flag onto the field of play before the next snap or kick.
There's no way.
Previously, only the head coach could carry the challenge flag and throw it on the field to stop a play for a challenge. I'm like, man, I cannot imagine more than, I would set the over-under at 1.5 coaches that allow this, because these guys are control freaks.
Although, I feel like a lot of coaches might be uncomfortable with a challenge or like a rules interpretation. Do you have your scapegoat now?
Yeah.
To be like, hey, if you see, I agree with you, way too much. So the assistants are allowed?
They would be. You have to designate a pregame.
They would be the guy and not just an alternate who could also do it.
Correct. Yeah, there's still one flag.
If there's one team who might do this, it might be this one. It might be the Cowboys.
For which assistant?
They put so much game management stuff on Ryan Feeder. Like Shoddy mentions him in our interview, I feel like every other week, where he's like, I'm talking with Ryan Feeder. And
who is that?
Ryan Feeder is, I'm trying to think what his exact title is. He's basically in charge of like all their game management, and he does a lot of their research.
And is he on the field?
Yeah, he's in Shoddy's
conversion. He tells them when to go for
he's
two.
The 2 point. He's the fourth down guy.
Okay.
So I could see them saying, all right, Ryan Feeder's going to do that. His official title, he got here in 2020. His official title is game management coordinator.
Does he stand next to like a TV by the benches to look at the replay, or is he just getting everything in his ear from somebody else?
I'm trying to remember if
because I would have thought he was upstairs.
You would have thought so.
So I think he's alternated because I think he's been upstairs at some points and then he's been down. I would wonder if maybe they would have somebody designated from the analytics department and just, hey, you're going to be down on the field and we'll radio down to you if we see it and want you to throw the flag. But Shoddy puts a lot of faith in Ryan Feeder to lean on and execute a lot of their game management stuff.
It would have to be a coach that is so secure in there, like an Andy Reid. Andy Reid's they're probably not going to fire Andy. They'll let him, walk away with honor.
They're not gonna
Andy can't even let people call plays.
Like
though.
Sean Payton would never dream of this, although he was going to let Bill coach the team.
And he let someone else now take over play calling.
He gave up play calling.
Yeah. So, I'm a little thrown for a loop. Like, I can't think of many.
Micah Parsons says, I am the most intelligent. I am the smartest. Here he is with his boy Brian Baldinger on the NFL Network talking about pass rush IQ.
Yeah, and I don't even think it's just about pass rush. I think about is commanding the defensive front. Like the way I set it up, I can dictate the slides, know where the slide's going, understand protections. I think I'm above IQ than every rusher in the league. I don't I've learned from the best between Dan, Zim, Halfley. I really understand football at a way better level, so it allows me to, use those abilities that I haven't seen no one else do.
At least he's humble.
I'm above IQ'd.
Above IQ'd, yeah.
For every other pass rusher in the league. Yet another instance of Micah just having to tell you how great he is.
You ever seen Remember the Titans?
Remember the Titans?
It's funny. I was trying to. It's a 2-second clip. But last night I had something pop up from TikTok, and it was Von Miller and Max Crosby and Cam Jordan, and they were predicting how many
I thought you were going to
sacks.
say it was girls kissing.
No. There's not that. Man, what a great production that 2 minutes was that I sent you guys. It's Cam Jordan was the other one, and a couple weeks ago, Cam Jordan had a clip where he was like, you hear some people talk about the top pass rushers, and you're like, yeah, okay, but sacks are nice. Does he play the run? Cam Jordan in this clip, when they're predicting Micah Parsons sacks, which they all settled at I think 12.5. Cam Jordan in the clip goes and says something along the lines of,
for this year with the games missed?
Yeah. He goes, how he said something like, how Micah plays the run? He plays it looking back as it's going the other way.
Ooh.
And so Cam, I think that shot a couple weeks ago was at Micah, and that definitely was one. But he said he's super aggressive. He goes after the quarterback, and then ball gets handed off, and it's going past him.
You had a lot of
back can get better.
You had a lot of Tolos saying, glad he's gone, and then Micah's brother, of course, has to chirp back on social media saying, how I know you're a stupid football fan? You don't make the playoffs for 2 years without your all-pro pass rusher, and saying you're better off. So he goes, that's how I judge your football intelligence. So that was Micah's brother. The Bills seats, the actual texture and material of the seats are now getting called out for the new stadium?
This is a problem. So the Buffalo Bills games are now, because you remember they're the blue collar, Bills Mafia crazy. This is now the most expensive ticket in the NFL. Research is showing that this will be the most expensive place. So you might be pricing out your Bills Mafia, but there were season ticket holders now who are saying,
how many rich people are in Buffalo
that
take over those seats?
That's true. A bunch of just wing giants out there. But they talked about
blue cheese manufacturer.
They said that a bunch of season ticket holders went in there were like, one of the advantages we get, and one of the ways we make a lot of noise is in Buffalo, when everybody's standing up during the games, you smack the chair in front of you, and it creates just this loud atmosphere. And season ticket holders went in there, and they're like, we don't know what material they used on these seats, but you hit the seats, and they don't make a noise. And so, they're smacking these chairs.
70,000 of things not making noise will make a noise, though.
No. I mean, it sounds like in the example, it sounds like hitting the back of one of these chairs.
Yeah.
Like that. And so they're like, this isn't going to work. We're going to, lose part of the edge we have here.
Denver. Remember the old Mile High? They would pound their feet, and it would it was basically like a bleacher, right? And it would make that noise, and now It doesn't do that at the new whatever the hell they call
Look,
it.
this is the risk. AT&T Stadium became this.
Yeah.
Like when they opened AT&T Stadium, it became such a pricey ticket and became so difficult for the everyman to get in there. It took until, I wouldn't say Dallas started picking up an edge in terms of being able to make that place loud until probably about 5 years ago.
I was still waiting.
Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, it's gotten like if you compare each year, about 2019, it started getting really loud.
If you want to lose your home field advantage, just build a new stadium. It'll happen. Just ask the Yankees. I'm sure the Browns have a much quieter crowd because they suck. But I mean, all these places that are new, brand new, just not as good.
The Vikings acted too early. Tua is the next Sam Darnold. This rookie's going to win the job, and by the end of this year, Jalen Hurts will no longer be the second-best quarterback in the NFC East. It is around the NFL, overreactions or not, as we go commercial-free in the Expressway with a Zach Bryan ticket giveaway for you. Turning it on, leaving it on, next. Well, I feel pretty good about saying this. The NFC East, and it's not because of our guy, the NFC East by far has to have the least likable quarterbacks in the division. Good morning, Metroplex. We are commercial free in the Expressway here on DFW Sports Station and your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Like, who else could even come close? You got Caleb. Goff is not hateable. Jordan Love's not really hateable. Kyler Murray, I guess you could make fun of. You got Bryce Young, who I love the most in the entire league. You got Baker, which could irritate a little bit. Really no hate towards Tua or Penix. You got Bo Nix, Mahomes, Fernando, no. Cousins, you can't hate him. Herbert, a little bit.
Stafford, Purdy, Darnold seem okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the strongest.
Carson Beck drags it down.
Yeah. It's not close, though.
Ugh.
It's the NFC East.
The North with Aaron Rodgers, and then there's so many already like other reasons that people hate Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
But it's got Burrow and Lamar, and nobody really hates them.
In the NFC East, you got the frat boy Jackson Dart. You have Jalen Hurts, whose own social media team is trying to embarrass him.
Jalen Hurts.
Dak Prescott's polarizing, America's team's quarterback. And then freaking Jaden Daniels is rocketing up this list. Because of this latest story, Kevin Walker, Khaki Kev, and others sent this. This is a worst take nominee for tomorrow. Jaden Daniels has had an attorney reach out to LSU, where he played, to tell them, you can no longer use my name, image, and likeness. And at the center of the dispute is the Tigers allowing their sophomore cornerback, DJ Pickett, to wear his number 5 jersey that he wore when he won the Heisman. The jersey has not been retired. It's the first time a player has worn number 5 since he left the program. This is an actual official statement. I thought this was fake at first. The Daniels family is deeply disappointed and feels profoundly disrespected by LSU's decision to give Jaden's number to another player. Jaden and his family had every reason to believe that his number would remain a meaningful part of his LSU legacy and would be honored and protected in recognition of his extraordinary contributions to the university. This kid, Pickett, wore number 3 in his first season. He was named he's not a bum. He was named a freshman All-American. Mm-hmm. He had 3 picks for LSU. Then he switched on over to number 5. And Jaden Daniels and his team and family are disgusted by it. This kid, along with all these damn mom videos, which half of them I don't even believe, but then I do believe them because they're just that weird, whether it's piggyback rides or her there signing autographs. I may dislike Jaden Daniels. It's hard for me to put the three in order for the rest of the East in terms of who I can't stand. Jaden Daniels, he's supposed to be likable. He's supposed to be the new face. And here he is doing all this dumb stuff. This is worst take.
It is worst take.
And follow up. Can you now do this with NIL? Tell the schools you can't use my image and likeness?
I don't know how. Like
I wouldn't think so.
Like once you play for them, you can. I assume you should be able to use if you're.
They can never run your highlights,
right? Jeremy Shockey tried this with a radio station. He tried to say I'm only on this station, so the other one can't say my name. They have to call me Tight End 80 in New York. He tried that. I don't think it stuck. I went. Does anybody wear Joe Burrow's number 9? No, they don't wear 9 at all. Billy Cannon, is he the only one that's retired at LSU?
You can't. The problem is you cannot put Burrow and Daniels in the same conversation.
That's what I'm saying. If people have worn 9 since,
didn't Darius Geis wear 5? Darius Geis he didn't win a Heisman, but Darius Geis had a pretty big career at LSU, and he didn't pitch a fit when they gave it to a transfer from Arizona State. So I'm pretty sure he wore 5. Yeah, he did. He was number 5 there, and I'm sure there have been others who have worn it who were significant at LSU. It's not.
I booed Jaden Daniels if I was a Tiger fan.
Like USC, right? They retired.
You're crapping on this poor kid too,
right? Remember, was it Leinart said no one's wearing 11. I'm not going to let somebody wear a number 11 who's going to transfer in a year. He won a Heisman, or he won a national title.
I mean, yeah, Daniels won a Heisman, so
but he won a national title. It's like USC has a thing. They retire certain numbers. Like if you win, the Heisman Trophy there, or you win a national championship there as the quarterback, you get your number retired, and they never wear it. And you got to get permission. And if LSU doesn't have that same...
They got 4 players retired at LSU. We're going to have Broadus hit up the hotline.
Billy Cannon.
Billy Cannon is one of them.
Bino Cook's probably favorite player.
You're not going to name anyone else. Tommy Casanova, a defensive back. Halfback Jerry Stovall and Charles Alexander. They plan to retire Burt Jones, number 7.
Oh, Big Burt.
The history of LSU has no more retired jerseys than this?
Let me tell you something about LSU football. LSU football, sorry I brought us, until Nick Saban got there, was trash.
Okay.
We laughed at LSU. We would only help. We would only hope they could beat Florida every now and then. When they did, Kevin Falk.
What are you damn talking about?
Paved the Gators back in 1998.
So, yeah, well, that was a long time ago. Obviously, they've lapped you guys multiple times.
So it's similar to
but the basketball jerseys are Bob Pettit, Pistol Pete, and Shaq.
Yeah, they're a basketball school.
Man, you're
you know what they're not?
You're punching up.
You know what they're not?
What?
They're not an academic school. I'll tell you that right now. Whoo, man! I think community college with better ratings.
So they are. I guess they're handling Burrow's number the way Dallas has handled Bob Lilly or Roger Staubach or somebody like that, where it's just they don't give it out. They don't retire it, but they haven't given it out to anybody. Daniels, great. You won the Heisman. You had the best year that year when you were out there. That year they didn't have a single week outside of preseason that they were in the top 10 in the country in polls. I'm not refusing to give somebody a number for a guy who transferred there and didn't stay inside the top 10. Burrow went 15-0. It's one of the it's arguably the best college football team of all time.
Yeah,
and
he
put up the most ridiculous season of all time. You cannot even compare these. And if Jaden Daniels thinks he can, then he's delusional.
By the way, you mentioned all those names. They still hand out those guys' numbers. Jerry Stovall wore number 21. There are 2 players of this team wearing number 21.
Yeah, they retire. So I guess LSU retires we memorialize your jersey. We don't just get rid of the number, though.
Right, except for Billy Cannon. Nobody will wear 20.
Go 1, 2, 3 with the rest of the dislike on the fan text in the NFC East at 877-881-1053. Is Daniels still 3rd for y'all?
Oh, behind Dart and Hurts? Yeah.
Hurts is 1. Dart, I don't know what to think about Dart because Dart's kind of a tool, but I also just think of Dart as being
he's a douche.
Yeah, he's an airhead to me. He's just kind of like a
He's a frat boy.
Yeah, it's like he doesn't even understand what's going on half the time. And so I'm just kind of like, I think of him as just kind of being a mimbo. So I don't know if I hate him for that as much as I'm just like, God, you're dumb.
Okay. So Hurts, Dart, Jaden.
Probably.
Choppy?
Yeah. But Dart and Jaden are close after this.
They are close. I would say, yeah, Hurts is easily number one.
And how is there a worse mom right now in sports than Jaden's? Is there a more annoying mother? I know.
Good question.
Bobby might say Cooper Flags, but
y'all stop booing them. Man, yeah. It used to be Annie Apple. She was the one seed for a while. Eli Apple's mom was the worst. But yeah, I can't think of right now a mom that's has a more prominent, irritating position. A lot of people were put off by Lamar Jackson's mom during negotiations with the Ravens.
Yeah, but we didn't really know that publicly. You kind of knew behind the scenes.
Yeah, and so she's not to Annie Apple level to me, but she's up there now. She's the one seed for now.
Pay, what was that Cooper Flag clip I sent a couple weeks ago? The Cooper Flag mom family feud?
Yeah, it was a question from Steve Harvey, like, what can you do in about 5 minutes, I believe it's so. But yeah, it was on Family Feud, and it was Cooper Flag's mom that gave quite the answer there when they were playing.
Name something you can only do for about 5 minutes before you get tired of it. Yeah, I know.
Have sex. Not my answer, but I was just thinking what other people might say.
But Ralph said, wow.
Boinking. This is the Flags against Barstool Family Feud.
And that was, who was the host, Peyton?
Steve Harvey.
Okay. I thought you put a B in there.
He did say Harvey when he introduced. I thought he didn't know his name.
I didn't hear it. You're on your drop game. Disregard them. You're in the zone right now. All right. We have a Zach Bryan ticket giveaway coming up for you. Neighborhood Watch as well. RJ Choppy with some other NFL overreactions or not.
Let's go right to it. The Vikings were too quick to name Kyler Murray the starting quarterback.
Overreaction. You do have some people saying, draw it out. Like, it may have been you.
Yeah. How many clicks are you getting off of naming the starting quarterback now? Draw it out, baby.
How many clicks are you getting in Minnesota?
You've been around Jerry too long.
I know I have. I really have.
If the team knows, then you have to do it. Like, if it's obvious and clear that Kyler's outperforming him or JJ's just not ready. I think JJ told reporters yesterday he still wants to remain a Viking. If it's obvious and clear, I think you have to do it. Not an overreaction. I think we all expected this to happen.
Yeah, not an overreaction because, I mean, we were in OTAs.
Wait, you're saying, how did you phrase it?
They were too early to name him the starting quarterback.
Overreaction.
Yeah, I don't think that's an overreaction. Again, like Sean said, if it's obvious to people out there, you risk basically having people go, why are we going through the motions like protecting somebody?
I get it.
And he, again, when they had played those OTA clips, and Kyler's like, man, he's so great, asks so many great questions, and then they ask JJ, and he's like, I don't know. We don't really talk. And it's like, okay, this is, you can't have this.
Yeah, I was initially miffed because I was like, as a degenerate, I was gonna dip my toe in some preseason NFL betting, and one of the things you want to do is you want to bet on teams that have quarterback competitions. So this is one extra team that I don't have.
So the Vikings would have been a play?
Oh, big time, because they would have. You're trying your hardest.
Yeah,
you're going to play good quality quarterbacks.
So by that thinking, the Raiders should be a play tonight.
They should be.
And what do you think the spread is? You don't think Vegas bakes that in?
They probably do. Who they playing?
I don't know.
Because if they're playing a team with a quarterback competition, that could play into it. Now maybe you just take the over.
Okay.
In that situation.
Tonight at 7 o'clock, it is the Raiders against, I don't know why this isn't coming up on my computer. Bobby, come on.
The Cardinals.
Cardinals.
Oh, I don't know. That's over. Carson Beck?
Yeah.
Let's go, baby. Speaking of, overreaction or not, Carson Beck will win the job for the Cardinals.
By the way, it's Vegas minus 2.5. The over-under is 42.5.
Oh, baby. I might take the over on that one.
You ain't going to bet nothing. I think you've gone soft with your betting. You haven't made a bet. You haven't made a place to bet in probably 3 months, 2 months.
Since the tournament.
Overreaction.
Even longer.
Carson Beck is awful. And him doing what he did in the Hall of Fame game does nothing to move me. I've seen him when it matters. And no, that's still, as long as, I guess they're all happy and happy-go-lucky with the contract situation, it's Jacoby Brissett. But
Carson Beck is not going to win the job to start the season, especially after the hilarious contract drama with Jacoby. But if I'm a Cardinals fan, I want him to win the job, and I want him to play the majority of the games without hesitation.
Agree.
And I don't believe in Carson Beck, but I know Jacoby Brissett is a dud.
Their latest depth chart that the Cardinals put out, which obviously it's a preseason depth chart, but they still had Beck third.
Who's second?
Gardner Minshew.
Oh.
Ooh, man. Yeah, it's an overreaction. I want him to win the job. He won't. I think he'll get the. I think he'll be, assuming there's no injury to Kirk. I think Carson will be the rookie that starts first.
Probably, I would guess. Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends on if Aaron gets hurt, because if Aaron gets hurt, they very well could throw Drew Aller out there in Pittsburgh.
Absolutely. Overreaction or not, reports out of Atlanta that Tua is coming on strong. All right? Overreaction or not, he is the next bust that figures it out.
Overreaction. I just don't think he'll have the arm strength.
Yeah, when you said coming on strong, I knew you weren't talking about his arm.
Although that is the division for a weak-armed quarterback, right?
It's the offense for a weak-armed quarterback.
Got 2 domes and 2 southern stadiums.
Okay.
Like the AFC, you got no Jets, you got no Buffalo, you got no New England where it's windy and cold. I mean, this is the division, right?
No, it's an overreaction because I think Tua's window has passed. I don't see him salvaging his career. But I didn't see Ryan Tannehill doing it either. So,
what's your answer to it? You've always liked
him
more.
I like him. I mean, I worry about his ability to stay healthy more so than I worry about. Like I don't love his arm, but I'm more brain. I'm more worried about I like the quarterback's brain than arm first.
Well, I would worry about his,
but that's part of the problem. So I would say it's an overreaction. Overreaction or not, by the end of the year, Jalen Hurts will no longer be the second best quarterback in the NFC East. You can take that however you want.
Overreaction. Interesting question. I think he'll still be the second best quarterback behind Dak because of Jaden's availability and Jackson Dart's head smashing and ramming into things, probably Cam Scadaboo's helmet.
Yeah, if you're telling me everybody's healthy, I'm going to take Daniels over Hurts at this point. Mm-hmm. But that's such a dice roll. I'm going to say it's not an overreaction. It's possible, because I guess it's possible Jaden Daniels could be healthy, but he seems very preoccupied with other things right now instead of his health.
The thing that does worry me a little bit about Hurts is the offensive coordinator there, I think, is trying to make him run again. Now, Jalen says he hasn't changed anything in the offseason about his training regimen, but the quote from Jalen Carter, I don't know what it is, but when I'm watching and running after him, it's like a movie. It feels like I'm going slow. He be moving, man. He's been working hard, and he's the one for sure. And this is Jalen Carter, who went into training camp about 10 pounds lighter, apparently saying it's like a blur chasing him around, even though Jalen is saying, no, I haven't really done anything different. I don't want Jalen Hurts to start running. Again, because last year it felt like, no, I'm going to prove I'm a pocket passer. I'm going to beat you with my vision and my reads. I don't want his legs to get you again like it did in the Cowboys opener. That was death by knife stabs.
It really was.
I was popped in on G-Bag, I think 2 days ago, and they were talking that they all three sounded like they want Dak to start running more again.
I saw that topic. What whoever came up with that, and I've been giving you all props lately. What a dumb topic. What a dumb opinion. Who said they want him to run?
I had turned it on. They were in the middle of discussing, but they all three sounded like they would be interested in him doing it a little more.
I do in the red zone.
It's lumbering, man. It's forget even like him getting hurt, which is still a high probability. Yeah. It doesn't look effective to me.
A QB draw from the 4 doesn't count.
Yeah,
I'm talking about running around and scrambling. That's a worst take nominee opinion. Not really. But it's outside the top 5 for tomorrow at 9. No, you don't want him to sit there and run around.
Red zone, fine.
And he can't run.
Yeah, other than that.
Lumbering, probably the perfect word.
Absolutely.
It's like watching Bochy walk to the mound. It's like, gosh, that looks like it hurts.
That looks painful. Final one, overreaction or not. The Kyle Shanahan car accident cover-up is a bigger problem than Vrabel Rossini.
A bigger problem than Vrabel Rossini. I'll say overreaction.
Yeah, it's unless are you saying that there's potentially more to still uncover, or what didn't get out about it until?
And let's also define what the problems are with each. What would you say they are with each?
Well, I mean, the problem with the Shanahan one is pretty obvious. Like
local media on the take
and national.
Yeah.
Right? Like, how did this thing get buried for 10 days?
Yeah.
That's a problem. Like, what are they?
Adam Schefter with a buying stake in Underdog.
Yeah.
He just cashed out. It's like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Did you give any information? Did you lead to a rumor? Did you, conflict of interest?
Yeah, and the Rossini Vrabel thing, I mean, that's not a media cover-up or anything. Like that's just the...
Well, it's like, what information
did she get from him?
Did she get?
Yeah.
How does she influence MVP voting? People
Trades,
are wondering.
All that stuff,
Trades. So I think that one's bigger.
She's the bigger ethical violation of the three. Like, if you want to talk about for her job, what the requirement is.
Is it not an ethical violation to sit on a story, though?
No.
To have multiple outlets doing it?
No. There's a lot of people who would argue, why is it even news? Like, I would think it is, but I'm saying there are a lot of people who would say that's not even news.
That was my initial reaction.
Yeah.
What about the oral... of the moral obligation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, now.
Let's hook you up.
Won't you tell me that you need me? 'Cause lately I've been needing.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Zach Bryan at AT&T Stadium in Arlington on Saturday, August 22nd. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Diamond Calves on your home of the Rangers after a disappointing one last night. Choppy all over it at 8 o'clock and a 311 ticket giveaway in the 8 o'clock hour as well. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
How would you feel about your child's school asking your daughter to jump up and down for them to see just how much parts of her might be moving?
Was she getting free gas out of it?
No, she's not. Let's talk about it here in Neighborhood Watch, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. This was an issue that's already cropped up. We're early in the school week. You guys went back, Tuesday?
Yesterday.
Okay, we went back yesterday. I think Richardson started up Tuesday, but this week everybody's starting to go back to school. Already getting the complaints in the morning about mom's not letting me wear this, I can't do this, and that I'm having to hash out during breaks and different things like that. But McKinney High School has already had to clarify their undergarment dress code for band after the jump test portion was leaked out to the social media outlets and different things like that. So this is over at WFA. They say the director of bands at McKinney High School sent a letter to parents on Tuesday, August 11th, clarifying undergarment requirements for the 2026-2027 school year's competition uniform. A portion of the presentation was shared online that purportedly outlined female undergarment requirements with bullet points that included sections on sports bras and shapewear. The sports bra portion of the presentation included a requirement to perform a jump test, described that, quote, performers must do a jump test when testing sports bras. If you jump multiple times in a row and there is no noticeable movement, size down or find a new sports bra style/fit.
What?
Any style works as long as it holds firmly.
What?
The slide does not include where or who is required to judge the jump test. The slide also included a section that shapewear is, quote, mandatory for all female performers under their uniform. And the school said, well, we basically copied and pasted these requirements from another band thing, and I guess we did not vet fully the entire code of conduct here. This should not have been in there. We apologize, but
my gosh,
there were essentially rules there that said some unknown person is going to judge your daughter's jumping up and down in their sports bras.
Why are you jumping for band anyway?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why you would jump.
Why are you jumping in band? What a creeper policy. This is disgusting. And this is already happening in the first week?
Yeah, this is the first week already. Director of Bands Brandon Fisher stated that, quote, the garments referenced in the presentation are recommended and are not required for all participants, male or female. He said there was no intention students would perform a jump test to any staff member or in any public setting.
Imagine you're going into work and your wife is like, or you got home from work and you say, hey, how was your day? What'd you do today? And they're like, well, I got a long day of watching sophomore band girls jump up and down to test their underwear.
Yep.
Just say that out loud, McKinney. Does that sound like a bright, smart thing to do? What's on the agenda today? What's on the school calendar? We got pizza, we got ice cream, and we have band undergarment day.
Yep.
Who's on that committee? How hard do you have to fight to get away from that table to sit there? And when you walk them into a room, you circling the fat next?
I mean,
you do it like with the like when they go to get liposuction, just draw on them.
No, or sorority houses, or the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, where they're like, okay, clarinets, get up here. I'm gonna sit there and draw your thigh and your underarm right there.
It'd be the majorettes. Come on now, want me the clarinet? The clarinet, they let them. The majorettes, they want to bring them in there. That's
RJ Choppy.
Fisher said in the letter to the parents, while there are important reasons for recommending specific garments underneath their competition uniform, some of the language used to explain those recommendations potentially led to a misunderstanding or confusion and could have been communicated with greater clarity. The letter states that, quote, specific recommendations were taken from another organization that is also a member of Drum Corps International and was not fully vetted for specific application to our student setting.
Aren't band uniforms thick?
Right.
Like colonial American Revolution, we're invading a battlefield.
Yeah.
Who's
trying
jiggling through that?
Right, and you're trying to blame it on someone else. Like, no, they were perverts first.
But even still, he says, like, well, yeah, there's, and I understand for their uniforms and everything else, there are probably certain things you can't wear. They're just not like functional in the outfits that they have, I'm sure. And so I understand recommendations that say, hey, just so you know, these sort of things are not going to be great to wear with the uniforms that we have on, so you're going to be in an uncomfortable position.
RJ's right. Like, look at your typical band.
Right. He was thinking about to invade Yorktown.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Yeah. You ain't getting through
not going to see anything.
So, but then to the whole point, they even say still, he's like, that jump test was not meant to be judged by anybody, more something that you're supposed to do privately. So they're still recommending a jump test that you judge for yourself privately, but man, it just seems weird to just say, hey, guys, high schoolers, we need you to jump in your sports bras. All right. Neighborhood Watch here on 105.3 The Fan. Frisco, Texas.
You good-looking girl?
The amount of Jason Whitlock and that drops I thought Peyton was going to play during that.
No, not for high school.
Court hearings. This is from Fox 4. Court hearings related to Carmelo Anthony's possible new trial and the judge's removal will be open to observers, but not live cameras. Those hearings are set for next Wednesday and Thursday. Court documents revealed the upcoming hearings at the Collin County Courthouse will be open to observers. There will also be an overflow room available if seating inside the courtroom is full. Those watching from inside the overflow room will have access to real-time audio and video. However, that does not mean the hearing will be live streamed. The presiding judge has not agreed to allow media cameras in the courtroom or overflow room.
Christian Parker's the new judge.
I'm trying to think.
People involved, but no camera.
Yeah, you can have the just regular people like come sit down and watch it, and they even have overflow seating for you,
but no cameras.
But no cameras, which I assume it's because the whole reason why they're trying to get a new trial is they say that it was just too. Essentially, it's too publicized. People knew too many of the details. People had made up their minds. And so I could understand them saying, all right, well, then we have to limit as much media coverage as possible to say, as we consider this, you got the fair shot that you wanted.
That's what celebrities run into this. Like, you're supposed to, have no prior intel on the person on trial. But if you're a celebrity, who doesn't know? Seriously, who didn't know O.J. Simpson? Right. And then forget about the first time, and then the second time, who didn't know OJ? Like, everybody at that point knew him.
Yeah, there's obvious limitations to what can reasonably be done. I would think there's a case to be made. Like, I think you could make a probably compelling case to say we maybe need to move it out of this immediate area because everybody knows it and everybody saw details and made up their minds. There's probably a reasonable case to be made for that. But they also want Judge John Roach to be removed from the post-trial hearings because of his alleged bias. Carmelo Anthony's lawyers do. In court filings, Anthony's lawyers said the judge made comments to news reporters following the trial and, quote, expressed personal opinions about the proprietary and correctness of the jury's verdict, the fairness of the trial, and the correctness of the judge's own rulings during the trial. When a reporter asked Roach if the jury got it right, he responded, yeah, they did. Yeah, and I could understand them being like, all right, he's already kind of shown what he thinks on this. We need a reset here. So I wouldn't think that that's too far off base. All right, Neighborhood Watch here on 105 through the Fan. AI is getting you in trouble now. This is from PBS Dallas. An SMU student has lost a book deal worth over $2 million after they've been accused of using AI to write portions of it. And this is going to be something you're going to see more and more of.
There you go, Bobby. There's your music.
You're going to see more and more of it, where you'll see this isn't even like they want a writing credit or something else. Like, because you've suggested before, Chop, you think eventually, like, how do we know Google won't want a writing credit on songs or whatever?
Yeah.
And I'm convinced, I don't know who it is. I wouldn't begin to speculate. But I'm convinced there's something on the top 40 right now that's not human. There's got to be. There's got to be something that a record label tried to, you know what, they're not here for vocals. Let's just, let's AI this. Or let's have an AI write these lyrics or whatever else.
And people, like music lovers, have gotten very upset over that possibility, right? I don't care.
There's no, to me, if it's done AI, like an AI song, it doesn't have any soul to it.
I disagree. Bobby can play 5 songs on here. You wouldn't be able to tell.
No, be able to tell the difference. No,
when I listen to the song, that's what gives me the soul of the song. If I'm feeling the music, you're talking about having to know that it was an actual soul doing it.
Like it was somebody. Like I don't really. I don't want to say respect, but like if you didn't write your own music, I'm not really interested.
What if it's written by a human and then they have AI vocals record it? I'm not saying that that's good either. I'm just asking, does that have less of a hang up for you because the content was written by a human?
No, because I think part of listening to the music is the expertise of being able to perform the song.
Yeah.
Play the instrument, hit the note. Like that's part of.
Do you have an issue? I'm just genuinely curious. Do you have an issue with like electronic drums, or do you have an issue with auto-tune?
I don't like auto-tune.
I know you don't like it, but do you have a moral objection to it?
No, I don't have a moral, but I think less of the artist.
Because obviously, like AI is a quick swipe over. It's not an apples to apples comparison, but it is like clearly there's production work that goes into every song to clean up vocals and to clean up artists to make them sound in ways they don't sound normally.
And that's why like the best bands like really perform well live. Like you go hear a band live that like, oh man, they cleaned this up, and you could tell.
Well, a PhD student at SMU lost a publishing deal. It was reportedly worth more than $2 million. This happened last month after allegations he used AI to write parts of the book. The author, Jerry Fallade, denied the claims in a social media post. I'll talk when the time is right. Definitely innocent. The book's publishing rights, according to KERA, were purchased by Minotaur Books in a competitive auction with 13 other publishers, according to The Bookseller, a book publishing trade magazine. The book agent, Mark Gerald, told the magazine that the man gave conflicting answers about his use of AI after concerns were raised by another editor halfway through the book submission process. The book is called, where's it at? The book it's a murder book. It's called Call Me, I'll Hide the Body. It's the latest book backed by a large publisher to face accusations of AI use. So if you end up using it, you're going to be, what's the limitation of that for writing for you? Like, do you think AI can do editing but not writing, for instance?
What if you found out a movie was like half written, the script by AI? Would it make you feel detached and different about the movie?
I've resigned myself to the fact that I'm sure that there are even lyrics that people use AI to find a word, to find a lyric.
I think you can tell a lot of times. Like lyrically, I think you can tell if an AI writes like an entire song, I think you can hear it a lot of times of like, okay, it's trying to just basically spit out something else. But this is what that writer's strike in Hollywood like 4 years was about. It was about this, where people were like, hey, how do we know you're not going to just try to replace us with AI bots, and how are you going to copyright that? That was their big fight they were trying to have 4 years ago or whatever it was.
I just need like a machine where you can stick the entire book into it where it comes back at me. Like, what do you have to do? Go page by page, take a picture of it, and put it into the AI? Like, how are you catching it, or how are teachers doing it?
So there's a lot of...
You have to copy and paste all the text?
So there's a lot of like AI detecting software. If they're submitting stuff as like a Word document or whatever, you can do that. This instance, it sounds like just a publisher was getting through the book, reading it, and noticed this doesn't look right. This doesn't look human. I think you can tell a lot of times. I caught some company the other day when I was trying to use it said I was talking to a human. I was not talking to a human. And I could tell like the script was way too AI chatbot like.
Also, I think... I don't know. Do they even hand in papers anymore? Like my kids do everything on the computer. They don't even have a piece of paper.
You hand in papers, Sebastian? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Thumbs up. He trying to go right to the microphone. One Pat Doney Cam. He ready to jump on air. Neighborhood Watch, where we get local every single Thursday at this time, commercial free in the Expressway. We got 311 tickets to hook you up with in the 8 o'clock hour. Another dreadful Ranger game. And did the Pope beat Nolan Ryan? Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in
station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 3-2, and that's hit high and deep out into left center field, and it finds some space. A one-hopper off the wall. Grissom hits the bag at third. He's being waved home. Seager's relay throw not in time. Grissom slides across the plate with a tying run. It's an RBI double for Siri, and we're knotted up at 2 apiece.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about not wanting to be romantic anymore?
7. Had to think about it for a
That's
second.
just a mail-in, man. I'm like the Rangers offense
I kinda like
right
it.
now. I am losing. I'm losing it. I really am. Like this series.
That's why you got to use it.
Have you stayed up for the end? You're an idiot.
I talked to Sandler yesterday. He goes, "Have you been watching the last 2 games?" And I said, "I watched every single pitch except for the bottom of the 10th, the first night, because I was like 4-1 is enough for me."
When did he text you that? Out of curiosity.
Yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I need a time.
I need a time.
There's no way that he got 3 of us on the same thing.
11:53
p.m.
a.m.
Did you get the same thing?
I don't know. What I got yesterday was, let me find it right here. So Jared I'd missed like the last couple texts from him. He sent me a text at 11:55, said, "What is your schedule today?" 3:12, he sent just following up.
Because you didn't answer.
No, I did not. I had missed it. And then, so I tried calling him. He didn't answer. So I said, whenever.
Called him. Wow.
Yeah, I said, whenever. And he said, okay, I'll give you a quick call when I get to the ballpark later. And then he never called.
I got 11:50 a.m.
5 minutes before. What time did you get the text?
11:53.
I got a text, too, from Jared. 4:34. Who is Cody Cole? That was in reference to the fantasy league.
Yeah, wait. You letting in sales guys over on air people?
Cody's the strongest or Sandler's the strongest argument for Cody being in, because Sandler's not even like he's technically TV now. He's not even here anymore.
Oh, he's on the radio every day.
He's here, but he's not here.
I went and looked. I was like, the last time. I was like, I want to see the last time Sandler texted me out of the blue that I didn't respond. I didn't text first. That wasn't about his children's charity. And he was asking me if I ever hooked up with somebody from the Cowboys back in November.
Is that who I think it is?
No. I was like, that's out of nowhere.
What Jared does is he schedules his 5 or 10 minute blocks. I got to check in with this person for this. Then 10 minutes here. Then 10. It's all scheduled out.
He said, "What's your schedule today?" Is that the text you got? Was it that?
No, he wanted my feedback, and I guarantee RJ's feedback on how he's doing on the calls with Bassick.
Yeah.
And my guess is, since I said RJ said you've been more entertaining in the games, then he decided to
that's fair.
grace you with his interactions.
And that's
after I said you gave him the compliment.
I'll text him right now and ask him what his schedule is today.
Promo Larry
him right now.
Larry Promo is he's dying laughing out loud. Did Cody take Larry's spot? Is that who you
Yeah, that or Carter or Rima. He took one of them.
You took Carter's spot.
No, Payne was
now.
Yeah, but he was in the league.
Yep.
Anyway, just interesting.
Yeah, I said I like that. Yeah, I've liked it. It's fun. You guys are reading the room that it's late and the Angels are tough to watch.
Send him a text. Let's all carpet bomb. Yeah, you don't want to get dragged into a call.
I'm not ruining the rest of my day.
No, Quantrill was not a problem. He was fine last night.
Neither was Cody Bradford.
Right? Absolutely. The Rangers offense has been putrid.
Wow, who could have thought? We somehow shifted all the blame. Someone did a masterful PR job of shifting all the blame to the bullpen. And reliever was the number one thing by far that they needed to address. You go get Silseth, and everyone forgot about the offense. Look at you now.
We are 3 games into this series. There's been a combined 17 runs, between the teams. I mean,
they didn't score after the 3rd. What was it the other day? Was it after the 6th? There wasn't a hit?
Yeah, it was after the 6th. It wasn't a hit.
Wasn't an extra base hit after the 1st, right?
Yeah, they had it was like 25 innings. They had 2 extra base hits or something.
So it was 2-zip. And then, then they get, the Angels get a run, and then, Trout drives in a couple. I don't know why. Well, Mike Trout's the one guy I would not pitch to. No, and he's not even great anymore. He doesn't really strike the same fear into you. But the rest of this lineup is so bad. Like, why would you even bother pitching to Trout? And, the pitch I want to say it was Peoples that threw that pitch. It was just that Trout hit. Actually, no, it was Alstrom. I mean, he missed the spot by half a foot. He's not trying to go low. You're trying to get Mike Trout up high. I don't know why you would go low. You wouldn't try to on him, but the Angels get the 5-2 win. Corey Seager does go yard. He did get 3 hits.
Yeah.
And he had the one the other night where he got robbed.
Yeah.
And then he had the one where he went right to the wall again. So
he hit a double.
Yeah, and it does seem like he's starting to maybe figure something out and barrel things up a little bit.
Yeah, he's at least, the exit velocity and getting good swings on pitches, that's been good the last few days.
So Duran had a bobble at third. So there was a ground ball down the third baseline. It was a double play ball. It hits off the heel of his glove. It goes right into his hand, so it kind of bobbled a little bit. They did not get the double play. And at the very, basically the next hitter, they wind up scoring. And that winds up being some added runs. There was a ball that hit off the first base bag. That was in the seventh, and I'm like, all right, that's enough for me. We got balls bouncing off bags to score runs.
And tonight you're going to bump it back just a little bit more. The torture, just twist it a little bit more with a 9:07 first pitch, even though that may beat last night's as we were waiting for the first ESPN game to finish.
Right, they had Carl Ravitch was on there. They dusted him off and brought him back.
They're like, yeah, you can come back for some Little League games, and then we're gonna wrap it up as we also get rid of Damian Woody yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
15 years, Damian Woody out at ESPN.
Which I'm glad that Ravitch at least gets to probably say goodbye. He'd been there for so long. I'm sure they know he's not going to ruffle feathers. He doesn't seem to have that kind of personality. He's in his 60s.
Wouldn't think so. This point last year, how many more runs have the Rangers scored through 121 games than they did last year, and how many more runs have they allowed than through 121 games last year?
They've allowed 41 more runs.
99.
Yikes.
They have allowed 99 more runs through this point than last year, and they've only scored 6 more runs than they scored through this point last year.
Here's your idiot Homer Ranger fan of the day, John Yarbrough. We'll talk S. I don't know, he wrote this to all of us. Y'all will talk S about the Rangers a half game back, but hype up the Cowboys every year at 5 games back. John, shut the hell up, you idiot. You're a moron. Bobby's predicting 8 or 9 wins for the Cowboys. And you're the only one. You'll be the one if the Rangers get the 3rd wild card spot to go, see a playoff team. You'll be quiet the rest of the way, and then if they manage to pull out a first-round series win, you'll try to act like you knew that they were very good. So you're either delusional or dumb, so shut up.
Grace will win.
One thing for tonight, so the Rangers are minus 162 on the money line, so a good favorite. But ESPN's analytics has them at a 46% chance to win, 54% for the Angels. It's DeGrom and a guy named Walbert Urena. I never would have guessed that Jake DeGrom would be an underdog against somebody named Walbert Urena. But here we are.
The ESPN preview for the remainder of the season, who wins the AL worst? That's what they're renaming it. No team has ever won a division title with a losing record. It almost happened in the strike-shortened year of 1994 when the Rangers were leading the AL West at 52-62 when the strike hit in early August. It might happen this year with Seattle falling off a cliff as well. They lost that first game to the Yankees. It probably won't happen. The Astros are already done playing the Rangers, but have 7 games against the A's, 5 against Seattle, 3 against the Angels, and the Royals. Do well in those games. The Astros should finish over 500. They also hold the tiebreaker against the Rangers, winning the season series 9-4. Rangers, as of this morning, a game and a half back.
All right, continuing here on Diamond Cavs on Sean and RJ 105 through the fifth. Boy, they are circling around Paul Skeens. Got some body shaming going on now.
Oh, Skeens.
Body shaming.
Look at this photo of Paul at the beach. And they're like, this is not the body of a pro athlete.
Damn, he's white.
He is white.
Sounds about white.
Holy cow, he is white. I'm like, man, like Sabathia, Bartolo,
David Wells.
You know, I don't know. Like, you know, I would need to see a picture of Paul Skeens 2 years ago and what he looked like. You know, was he the same body type then? Or other pictures.
I mean, is that causing his arm to fall off?
I don't know that it would, because Paul Skeens continues to get lit up. He threw just 65 pitches in his last start. More velocity drops. In his last 9 starts, he's got an ERA of 5.79 in his last 9 starts. Insanely bad for a guy of that talent level. He's not able to blow guys away anymore. His off-speed pitches are not working. His fastball velocity has gone from 98.8 miles an hour to 96.9 miles an hour. This game, it was below 96 was his average. So he's not getting swing and misses. 12% of his pitches result in swing and miss. The Pirates bought the deadline. They bought relief. They bought a lot of relief pitchers. Like, they were like, all right, we're going to give our fans a chance here. And Paul Skeens has been average at best.
Well, my mind, I'm not trying to get graphic, kids, if you're still in the car. Bassick has got it in my head and the rest of you that you're eventually going to blow out your arm. It's not a matter of, like Mizorowski. You already got me thinking, all right, Mizorowski's arm is going to disintegrate and then he's going to have to recover. I feel like you should it's like a chicken wing. Like, go to Paul Skeens, and it seems like he just needs to snap whatever's remaining in his arm, get the surgery, and respond, because this doesn't make any sense. It sounds like something's wrong. He's 24 freaking years old, and it's running out of gas.
Yeah, and he is.
They're not commenting on it a lot.
Right.
Something sounds like his arm just needs to blow up.
We talk about pitchers these days like some parents talk about their kids in chicken pox. Like, they just need to get it now.
Yes.
Go ahead and get it, and then we can get it out of the way. And to be fair, he's not been. Last month was awful. His ERA for the month of July was 6.25. He was terrible. But other than that, it's also like the high standards that we said. These are his ERAs by month so far this year. 2.91 in April, 2.87 in May, 3.58 in June, 3.60 in August. So it's up. It's not great, but it's also like he had such a high standard that it's just.
But the four-seamer in 2024 was 98.8.
Yeah, the velocity is a huge concern.
Last year it's 98.2, and this year it's 96.9. Like, something has to be wrong with his body.
There's you don't want him to be Matt Harvey.
And not the pudge.
Whoever.
Not the pudge.
Not the pudge.
One more thing here on Diamond Cavs, Chicago White Sox. This and the Nolan Ryan jersey the Rangers gave out this year, the two greatest giveaways in the sport. They gave out those Pope hats. They're called a miter hat, the one the Pope wears, with the White Sox logo on them. It was a black hat with some gold. They did a Peace Be With You.
He's a Sox fan.
Yeah, he is a White Sox fan. So they gave out more than 40,000. A lot of times you go to these giveaways, it's like first 10,000 fans who enter, or they'll say you got to buy a special ticket to get the giveaway. But the Rangers did this. They gave it away to everybody on Nolan Ryan night until like the final little bit. And then this one, the White Sox made 40,000 of these things. That the attendance was 38,000 plus. So they had some left over. Awesome giveaway. Let's go.
And they got the Pope hat.
The Pope hat. The miter hat.
And that beat the Nolan one, in your opinion?
It's less wearable, I'll tell you that. Okay. I can wear the Nolan one,
especially around the White House.
Yeah.
President Trump approve of these?
Yeah, Nolan Ryan.
All right, Diamond Cavs on your home for Rangers baseball. They do it again tonight with DeGrom out on the mound. Our lottery dreams are shattered yet again. Is this fast food place ripping you off? And would your marriage be better off? Still together, but just living separate. We have it for you next on Sean and RJ.
After we...
or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Illinois wins the $1 billion Powerball Mega, whatever the heck the lottery was. They single ticket winner. That $2. And my mom always says, you're wasting your money. Well, you gotta pay to play. And someone with however much they cost, I don't know what you bought and brought in on behalf of all of us today.
$80 worth.
$80. And what was that thing? That looked like a scratch off.
Oh, that. So remember, we had won $4. So I just said, all right, I had already given them the money. And I was like, oh, crap, I got this one. So let me just get a scratch off. And I'll bring it in and we'll do it in here, and if we win, we just, whatever. We split it up, but did not win. It was the Yellowstone. It was the Yellowstone one.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I was like, ooh, that's going to win. That's going to be good.
Pei, you...
This was in Quincy, Illinois, by the way, which that's Southern. That's Southern Illinois.
Yeah, why is that?
There's a college there, Quincy College.
I feel like we talked about Quincy, Illinois for some reason recently.
Only thing I know is Rockford, where I spent probably the worst year of my life.
You know how many times I've looked for video or audio of you in Rockford, like really done a deep dive and just never found it.
Worst moment of my career, getting put in that mascot outfit.
I did find a video of the mascot, but it was like the wrong year. It was like the year before, and I was like, damn it. It's giving me just this slight hope that makes me think maybe there's a video out there, though.
Interestingly enough, Quincy, Illinois, I did know this. This is where I'm a real nerd. It's a section of Illinois that the highways bypassed. They call it they tried to make it their own state. The state was going to be called Forgotonia, like forgotten, because no railroads, no highways. It's all a History Channel, boys and girls.
8th largest Powerball grand prize ever, the 15th $1 billion pot in U.S. lottery history, and it goes to Illinois. So that stinks.
Pope doesn't approve of gambling, I don't think. So, they may have to return it.
Yeah, and people are saying the Illinois is going to take, so you have to pay state and federal in Illinois. Wait, you get taxed like crazy.
Oh, God.
I know.
Well, it's not even worth winning it then.
I know, absolutely not.
Man, why even bother? We getting ripped off at a fast food place?
Yeah, we are. Apparently, this is a San Antonio TV station, or radio station, excuse me, posted this to their social media, and it's Shake Shack. And if you go there, if you order off the kiosk, it gives you an option to tip or no tip. Mm-hmm. And it shows in the video how, they're buying some shakes, and the shakes are, they're what, $5.59 each, right? But if you go, or $5.99 each, and then if you go and you select the no tip, those shakes go from $5.99 each all the way up to $6.49 each.
No.
So they a 50-cent upcharge for the no tip option.
They've shown the video of, like, you see when you go no tip, like you watch it instantly in real time change. And then, like, I think a pop-up shows up and says, because you're not tipping, the prices have changed.
Wow.
Which isn't tipping at that point. That feels like gratuity. Yeah, it's like a built-in gratuity.
This is, now, if they're taking that money and maybe giving it directly to the employees, I could maybe deal with it, but still, I doubt they are.
You think it's just going in the tip jar and then they divvy it up? Theoretically.
If they did that, if they just put it in the tip jar, the 50 cents, and divvied it up, I mean, fine, whatever. But I would doubt it. They're probably just pocketing the money.
Yeah, and I'm just not doing it regardless. I don't care if they tell me it is going to all the employees. Like, don't punish me for not tipping off the kiosk.
Especially if you're asking me to scroll on that keyboard of fecal matter.
Y'all hated that thing when we were at Habit.
Oh, that almost broke me. That almost broke me going to the Habit. It's a fast food.
I should get a discount for that. If I'm using the kiosk, I should pay less for the meal.
They got to pay for the kiosk.
Yeah, probably do.
So they're going to roll that charge to you.
It's a really good, they should open up a chain here, really. But it's a really good, have you ever been to one? Have you ever seen it, Peyton? Have you seen this? Have you heard about it?
Yeah, Shake Shack, they have one in Rockwell now.
No, Habit.
Habit. I think it was Shake Shack.
No, I have not.
It's like a California fast food. Ooh. I think it's fantastic. Awesome fries, chicken sandwiches, burgers, char grill.
Yep.
But we went in this year, and I got hit with this kiosk. I was starting to feel I was starting to get anxiety.
Yeah.
Bobby had finished his order quickly. You know, they want to set the tone to where you don't go to the counter.
I went to the counter and they just kept ignoring me. They kept walking back and forth.
Yeah, it's like going to an airport counter.
Yeah.
Where they
nothing to do with
they
you.
become masters of, like, you're not there. Like, I'm not acknowledging you. I'm not looking at you whatsoever, and I struggle with this thing.
But once you pick it up, it is faster.
No, it's really not faster.
But it
can't be faster than going up to the person and saying, I want the chicken sandwich meal with a Diet Coke.
It's faster if there's 3 people in line and there's 3 kiosks.
Yeah, that's it. People still want to wait in line usually. Most people don't want to do the kiosk, I feel like. So, like, when we walked in that day, I think there's already somebody, the first day we went in, there was somebody standing at the counter, and then you are still going by the person going, okay, where is it? And do you want medium or large fries? Whereas I know what I want. I just go boom, 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 boom. So, like, if you know what you want and you've used it before, you can get done with your order in 20 seconds.
People are saying just custom tip 1 penny.
That's what people are asking.
Send
what
me a
happens
custom tip.
That's right.
How about this? Like, and even though I like their food, I'm not going to go there because of this. Yeah. This would tick me off for a good while.
It feels like principle. Like, just like, okay, you're compelling me to spend
At
more.
least put it on there. But give me a disclaimer at the very beginning. Don't get caught jacking it up on the next screen.
You know who doesn't do this? Whataburger. They don't do this.
Are they still spending?
I'm sure they will.
All right, it's Sean and RJ below the belt on the home of the Cowboys coming up at 8:40. We have a way for you to preserve or even save your marriage.
Is she a genius? Is she a cheater? Would you get killed if you suggested this yourself? Could you see this working? Over at the New York Post, they wrote this article, and it's called, I live in a home just 1 mile from my husband, and our marriage is now better than ever. This woman is separated, but fully committed to her marriage. Absence may really make the heart grow fonder, writes the New York Post. They say home is where the heart is, but for some couples, it's actually where their spouse isn't. And that's the truth for Marcella Hill. She has started this unconventional setup, this unconventional decision. She now lives in an apartment less than a mile from where her husband lives in the house. And she had talked about this, written about it, and she's gone viral for saying, this has worked for us. The setup is known as LAT, living apart together. It's quietly become more common over the past 2 decades. According to 2021 census data, about 3.89 million married Americans live apart from their spouses, while relationship experts say some couples are intentionally choosing separate homes to preserve independence, reduce everyday friction, not because their relationships are on the rocks. Hill said years of trying to make cohabitation work left the couple bogged down by petty household disagreements. After moving into separate apartments less than a mile apart, she said they still see each other regularly, go on dates, and often spend the night together, but each still has a place to retreat when needed. She says, quote, our marriage has never been better. Says it feels like they're dating all over again. Would this arrangement ever work in your house?
Not for me. No. I try to make Amanda, I'm trying to make her go to Tarleton. I'm trying to make her go sit at the DMV.
Kristen wants to go to Tarleton.
I don't want to sit here at this place by myself. And she's like, oh, you're always trying to get me to go. I said, yeah. And the day I don't, you should be worried. You should take it as a compliment. She goes, yeah, but you're trying to make me go to the DMV with you. And I'm like, yeah, but you have to go to the DMV too. So let's have a lunch day of it. Let's have a date day for it.
I can irritate Amanda sometimes, but there are really so many ways that, like, she and I see things the same way, and then you and Kristen see things the same way. Kristen has literally said to me before about, like, when she gets worked up about stuff, she's like, you need to be worried the day I don't get mad. She goes, the day I don't get mad about this, that's the day I've said, this is not, like, I'm not recovering this. I don't want to do this.
Yeah,
not mad at everything, but just, like, the day that, like, whatever disagreement, she's like, the day that doesn't bother me, that's a problem. Because that means I've thought this isn't even worth addressing with you anymore.
But I always have to turn over and give the kiss goodnight. And she's like, well, like, you should give me grief about it. I was like, she's like, why are you keeping score about it? I was like, because, if you don't do it, then I need to move a mile down the road and go separate somewhere else.
This is the Jay Moore setup.
With Jeannie Buss?
With Jeannie Buss. They live in the same apartment complex, like 4 floors away.
Yeah. I cannot remember if I actually sent this last night, but I saw it and I thought of you because I thought this is something Sean would do. This guy had a video on TikTok where he keeps a spreadsheet where when people wish him happy birthday, he marks them down.
Yeah.
He goes, I will wish you happy birthday when it's your birthday. He goes, I'm only pouring into people who pour into me. If they care enough to say happy birthday to me, I'm going to make a mark.
Yep.
And I will say it to them, but I'm not saying it to anybody else. If you're not going to tell me to have one, I'm not going to wish you one.
I have gone into my texts for when I see someone's birthday, and I'll say, did they text me in November of last year? And if they didn't, then I don't. If they did, then I do. Yep. I scoreboard. I'll scoreboard watch everything. Yep.
I'm offended by this story.
If this was suggested,
financially,
if this was suggested by Kristen, I would think she's got something else going on.
She's cheating.
Yeah.
This is an absurd financial decision. Like, you're paying double everything. Double rent, double utilities, double Wi-Fi, double everything.
They have their own jobs and they're separated, though.
Oftentimes I wonder, though, like, will my marriage be better off? Like, I probably spend the most time with my significant other during the course of the week. It's not even close. Mackenzie gets home at what time? Like, let's just say we all get home at 11. What time does Mackenzie get home?
4:30.
Sarah?
4:35.
I know she's not going to be home today when I get home. She's going to be gone until 4.
So I'm probably with Amanda from, the most consistently from 11 to 10 every day, pretty much. So I should go out and run errands, drop the kids and all. But I often say to myself, all right, if she got home at 5 and we had, I don't know, an hour-long window to communicate and get caught up on the day, like now we have all the time in the world. Now that can come with its downsides if you're around each other too much and you don't have any isolation time, but I need to have a full-blown conversation with her about each other's day and catch up on the gossip, what's your perspective on this, and I'm like, I think it would be worse for our relationship if you got home at 5 or 5:30 and then we have an hour to catch up, do all the kid crap, put them to sleep, and that's all we communicate and talk for during the week.
And then she goes home to her other house.
Just stays in the house. Oh, it ain't gonna be no other house.
No, I mean
there can be another house, but there'll be an attorney involved.
The attorney involved with a 19-page document that follows. Yeah, this is. I don't even like Sarah sleeping in another room. I need to reach over in the middle of the night and squeeze a cheek.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's where I got to be.
What do you think is the main reason for people doing this?
Somebody on the side.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't buy her excuse. Her excuse was she said living together it was too much saturation. They were around each other too much. It presented too many disagreements about life, and
then you probably shouldn't be married to them.
That's exactly it.
Right.
It means you picked wrong.
And if you like, a lot of people will sleep in separate bedrooms after a while.
Yeah.
You get a snorer. You get somebody who whatever.
I'm floored by the number of people who have the snoring separates them from the like. Yeah. I've come to realize that.
Divorce.
I've come to realize that over the last decade, so many people I know, it's like, yeah, we don't sleep in the same bed because he snores too much.
Yeah, I can see it because we're usually the guilty ones.
Laura filmed me snoring the other day because I said I didn't think I did. She came up, she filmed me, and she's on the video going, see, I told you, you liar.
It was terrifying, I bet.
Yeah, it was bad.
The amount of time, when Sarah filmed me, the amount of seconds between breaths, she's like, you're going to die.
Makes you happy to wake up alive.
No, right?
All right, it's Sean and RJ here on a Thursday, trying to get you through your weekend as quickly as possible. Nick Eatman from Oxnard at 9:20. Who wants to hear Bobby talk freaky next? And B-Lo, right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to talk freaky here with my Wild Fork order that I'm getting today with the
the market. Upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Shotty and Bobby just talking ball.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Let's get real freaky here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. Before we get into that, though, one Dak Prescott, Rain Dakota Prescott is talking. And you know, whenever Dak talks, Sean's ears perk up. He wants to listen and just take in all. He is really probably the most boring quote, intentionally a lot of times, the most boring prominent quote that exists in Dallas.
Well, Seager, when he talks, Luka was awful, terrible. I think Dak's gotten like a little bit better. I think he's gotten a little bit better with putting a little meat on the bone.
Pick spots where he's just going to go like, okay, like maybe I'll
send a message.
He's much more aware than I think people. Like I think a lot of people just believe he's completely unplugged from media and social media, and he has no awareness. It's like, no, he has an awareness of what's being said and what's going on out there. Well, it's not really a secret. I think we've talked about it before.
Who got silenced more, though? His brother or Jackson Mahomes, like Tad? Well, Tad was like Micah's brother all over social media. We haven't talked about a Tad tweet in a while.
I feel Jackson Mahomes.
Yeah, Tad still talks. I guess it's been different. I mean, Dak was out for a long time, so maybe he was just quiet whenever Dak was out. But
Jackson Mahomes,
I want
and his pops.
We got to put out.
His pops might be in jail.
We need to put out an APB on old Jackson Mahomes. I want. Is he? We do a wellness check. Where is he?
He's at that gas station trying to get discounted gas.
Where is he? He is like hiding in a room somewhere.
So Dak Prescott, Jory Epstein, we talked about her article the other day about, how the Cowboys want to structure and pay everything out, and some of CD's comments. Well, she got a chance while she was out there in California over the weekend to talk to Dak Prescott. And for those that don't know, I think you can always tell these sort of things. That was all when she was on the beat here in Dallas regularly, whether it be with Dallas Morning News or Yahoo or whatever else. That was Dak's favorite reporter. Like he had a lot of respect for her. They had a good relationship and still do. So whenever she pops in nationally to do anything, it usually means there's going to be a Dak sit down and there's going to be some stuff that you're not going to see anywhere else. Even if it's just small, there's always something else there. So she was writing about just in general the vibe around the team that Dak and Quinnen Williams and others have been embracing. And Sean, you had mentioned while we were out there, it feels different. Like the vibe around the team. It may not add up to anything.
Yeah.
But at least it seems like the Joneses have more of a genuine excitement than just a company line that they're pushing, and guys seem genuinely bought in.
Yeah, but they did trick me about the trade. Like I feel like I got taken there. I thought they legit had something on a burner. Now they're gonna blame Jane. And they're gonna say, no, the reporter asked us about Crosby. But I don't buy that. I don't take that as enough justification, because Jerry afterwards in the walk-off and Steven just the other day, they kept talking like something was happening.
Yeah.
And I fell for it.
Yeah, and then look, maybe they add a generally just kind of anonymous veteran or something. Like they could definitely, but
he made it sound like a whale.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like they talked about it in a certain way that definitely blew up the expectation a little bit.
Selectively aggressive.
But this is what Dak said to Jory. This is as urgent as I've ever felt Jerry. Sure, there's times he said it, and then we've looked up and he hasn't done much in free agency or this and that. But starting from free agency, they started doing things they had not done. And it's kudos to Schottenheimer and Will McClay and the whole team. But it's also Jerry making that decision of being aggressive and trying to go out and get what he wants. It definitely feels different. You feel like he's more guns blazing than I've ever seen in my 10 years, but even a little bit before that, being a Cowboys fan. He's urgent. It can be age, it can be whatever it is, or it can be, I've got these parts on my team already, let me add these other core parts, and it could be having the offense we had last year and the defense being that way, that Jones is like, F that, I'm not doing it again. I just feel like the urgency and the goal and the message is felt throughout.
And this was not just praise for Jerry Jones. There was some Mike McCarthy wisdom in this piece. He said, Jory writes, citing a philosophy that was a favorite of former head coach Mike McCarthy, Prescott said he's not worried about the Cowboys handling adversity. He believes handling success is a taller task, and talking about what that success might look like helps manufacture that need to handle it early. Quote, it's like put the biggest distractions on us now, or the things that are going to distract us, and allow us, if we're that type of team, if we're that type of brotherhood, allow us to mesh with that already here. Let's use that as part of why we're going to be so tight at handling success and adversity together. Maybe that's why the Joneses were so much like, it's been plenty of drama around here, guys, and we're putting all of it on us right now. One more interesting quote here from Dak talking about Quinnen Williams and the fact that he's a big part of what they're wanting to do. He said, I don't think Q's broken down the team before because he's begun wrapping up practices the way Dak always does with the huddles. That used to be a big DeMarcus Lawrence thing. But he said, I don't think Q's broken down the team or spoke to the team without saying words of that, whether it be Super Bowl or whether it be championship. He said the other day, if you're not about that, get the F out of the huddle. And so that's where Quinnen Williams is at right now. And that's probably where you're seeing a lot of the stuff that Shoddy loves and is getting a lot of praise.
And in that, I imagine that was in Oxnard where they signed the contract and the whole Jones family was with Quinnen's family. Jerry's at the table saying, like, I'm paraphrasing, we have not had this type of character and leadership at this position that I can remember in a long time. So, again, they're talking about the dude. They're talking about the leader.
Yeah, and that's the thing that they are so clearly big on, and we talked about this 2 days ago, whatever it was. They're so clearly big on culture as a focus, like Shoddy is right now, that he wants that being like out front of what they're doing, and it may not add up to anything. I was talking to somebody yesterday who had said it's not as important as they like to talk about it, like the culture thing. But it helps. It's a little bit like we do the show here, right? And
some of us,
if we're like upset at each other over something, or there's like a tension, or whatever, we can still go out there and like have a good show or a good segment or whatever else. But if we're all clicking and feeling good and different things like that, then the show's probably going to be better.
Yes.
It doesn't like magically create us being able to do segments that we wouldn't have the capacity to, but it'll make all of them better.
Yeah.
And so similarly, it's going to just make guys better and play better.
That running thing the other day, aside from the four nimwits who already think they're going undefeated, that to me, I fall for that type of stuff. I love that type of stuff. For Schottenheimer not to have to tell them, get on the line, we're running, and for them to say we're doing it, I put a lot of significance in that. And the Rams laughing at them like, we ain't doing that extra work. You had your own guys after the practice say, all right, come on, let's go. Let's line up, let's run. I love that type of stuff. I think it's meaningful.
Did it stand out to you at all?
How many of those would it take? Just the one time?
I thought you were going to say how many guys needed to say it. Because to me, if Dak was like, let's run, it's not as meaningful. If Quinnen and Overshone and give me one other guy maybe on the offensive side came up with the idea.
Right. Yeah, something like that.
Then that's more meaningful to me than just hearing Dak say it.
I was just thinking like if they do it one time, it's performative, right? If it's one time in practice with the Rams.
Well, there's not a lot of opportunity to do it either. So, like, they're always going to do it. They're going to do the conditioning run at their own practice.
Right.
That one was a little more up to y'all because it was like, well, this is their field. We're going to, like, leave town. Like, are we going to go get on the bus or we're going to go, like, do this? So, yeah, it may be an instance, too, where we may not get another example very easily of.
I mean, it shows the initiative. Like, this studio is terribly decorated.
Mm-hmm.
Aiden wants to fix the studio. We got to figure out now who's going to pay for Aiden's ideas to fix it. Aiden could just sit in here and run the YouTube, as all three people are staring at me through the glass right now. Fortunately, none of the bosses. That shows initiative on his part. Now we got to help him figure out who is going to slide the credit card for his ideas. That's initiative. He could just sit here and read all the chat comments, FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube, rather than want to fix this ridiculously looking broom closet.
Now shout out to the listeners though who like what decoration there is in here is stuff just listeners have sent us.
Yeah,
and so
we're just men who don't know how to present it.
Right, and we would need to vet what Aiden's going to do Because he is like a 22-year-old, and I don't want the 22-year-olds decorating.
The hell are you talking about? You love 22-year-olds. I would think you'd be all over. Like he's going to be 24. He'd be putting all the different things up here of like slang terms you love.
I love that. Yeah.
It's your favorite generation, man.
I do. Gen Z, man. They are my favorite.
That's what they're all about.
People.
Did it, before you quickly touch on some of the Freaks List stuff, did you, obviously Dak is the leader of the defense. Did you take anything from hearing that story that did it come off to you that like, okay, that sounds like then that Overshown is the guy running the defense. Like that's the guy.
I think it's going to be him.
Is that him?
Why are they really? Are they really still trying to figure it out? Or are they trying to keep it some type of state secret? Why would it matter if we know who has the green dot?
I don't.
Especially with Overshown, he's not on the field enough to like say, here are the calls he likes to make. Why? They have to still be trying to figure it. It'd be like Christian Parker. The only thing G-Bag didn't ask was, are you going to call from the booth or down the field? And I imagine they would probably try to cover that up. What's it matter? What's it matter if you tell us?
Yeah, they
have to know by now who the dot is, right?
Yeah, the only thing I can think is that it's maybe they don't want to discourage somebody who they're trying to get something out of them throughout they don't want to like rule it out and say you're not getting that. Like they want to see them and push them and stress them in other ways. I did have it pointed out to me. Somebody did think it was odd. They named their 11-man leadership council right before we got to training camp. Overshown wasn't on it, which was a little odd.
Wow.
It was Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, Jalen Thompson, Rashawn Gary, Tyler Booker, Jake Ferguson, Tyler Smith, Javonte Williams, CD, Dak, and Brian Anger.
And he invited his boss to the wedding.
I could also see...
Got nothing out of it.
Similarly, I could also see Overshown not needing that. It's like, I don't need it. Somebody else may need that. All right, Bruce Feldman over at The Athletic.
He
really
should still
quickly.
be in it if he's one of the guys.
100%. Over at The Athletic, Bruce Feldman has his freaks list out, the biggest freaks in college football. It's always a really good list, and interesting stuff comes off there. Nick Harbor from South Carolina is now the 3-time number 1 ranked freak athlete out of his 4 years. He was number 2 last year, but he's basically DK Metcalf. Just like a total freak athlete. It hasn't translated yet into being a big-time performer at South Carolina.
Dude, they've got so much talent that's just unrealized there.
They've got number 6 on this list of the biggest freaks, a Tennessee Volunteer. Any guess who that is?
Would be Arian Carter.
It is Arian Carter. He's number 6. You have Colin.
Is he still suspended by the NCAA?
Not to insult your list, but if a guy is not a great player and he's a 3-time top seed, why does this list matter?
So it's because in general, this freaks list will be all people who end up in the NFL, regardless of their output. It's the guys who are the number 1 player on the freaks list one year was Mozzie Smith. He was the biggest freak that was out there.
Does this list matter?
Exactly. Well, because a lot of them, Rashawn Gary was the number 1 player one time. So there are a lot of difference. Colin Simmons from Duncanville and Texas, he's number 10. But there's only 1 player from each of the Texas schools on this list. Meanwhile, like Ohio State has like 5, South Carolina has 5, Tennessee has 2, but Texas has 1, A&M, Tech, they all only have 1 player.
Wow.
Who should throw out the Rangers' first pitch from this radio station? Final hour, fist pump time, Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Did we do the ticket giveaway yet, Pepe?
No, we have not.
You know what? Let's do that right now, sir.
Sunset in July. Rockers by my side.
10-877-881-1053 a pair of tickets. See 311 at Toyota Music Factory on Tuesday, August 25th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Who gets the first pitch from the station in Arlington? Who should it be? Insults are welcome. Next. Looking for wealth management?
Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And here it comes. Swinging a hard hit ball up the middle. Base knock for Trout. Peraza trots home. Trout with his third hit and second RBI of the night. He gives the Angels a 4-2 lead.
Final hour fist pump time on the YouTube, Fan Cam, and Twitch. Alec Medford getting in the hallway. Aiden Butler, Pepe. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Bell, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Mike Trout did the damage last night. The Rangers offense disappeared after the third inning and another brutal loss to the Angels. That's arguably the worst team in baseball. Astros win. You are a game and a half back with Wyatt Langford taking the day off. And as Bobby has been saying pretty much throughout the year, it just always feels like something. You get someone returning, you get someone out. You get someone playing well, you get this negative factor. And KNC asked Skip yesterday during the weekly visit if that's the way it's felt to him.
Yeah, for sure. Last night, I think, is a perfect example of that. Incredibly frustrating. Anytime you get the leadoff hitter on 4 times and score 2 runs, and he scores himself one of those is tough. Our starting pitcher goes 7 innings, 75 pitches after, Tommy John surgery and, 600 days plus of not, being on a major league mound, and gives us that effort. You expect to win. And we had our chances, and runners in scoring position with different guys up. Lots of traffic last night, and could really capitalize in winning that game for multiple reasons, and didn't win it obviously, and so really, really frustrating night.
So last night, that was the night before. Yesterday, Corey Seager does his thing, and nobody else. You lose 5-2. Jacob deGrom on the mound tonight. 8:30 pregame, first pitch 9:07 as they try to get out of this thing with a split.
Yeah, it's just been. They have had issues all year with the Angels now. I think they're 3-5 against them now. It's the only team in baseball that the Angels have a winning record against this year is Texas.
People are trying to spin this and say, well, you've been better against over 500 teams, and that's who you get in the postseason.
You are not good against the teams in the postseason right now. In the American League, the teams in the postseason along with you are the New York Yankees, the Boston Red Sox, the Tampa Bay Rays, the Chicago White Sox, and the Houston Astros. You have a losing record against each one of them this season. Combined, you are 9-19 against them, and your run differential is -38. So that's the entire, basically, negative run differential that the Rangers have for this year has come against all of the playoff teams.
Ugh.
Not good.
That is not good. I thought it was better than that because we've talked about all year how it's been better than that.
Earlier in the year, they were playing better against so at different points, teams above 500 included like Arizona. They played well against the Cubs earlier. Cleveland was up there and they'd played better against them. So there were a couple of different instances where they had been better against some of the above 500 teams, but the teams right at the top in the AL, they have not done well against.
I must have missed this station email.
I didn't get this one.
Well, maybe Gavin Dawson is the only one to get it. Because they're special on G-Bag. Because Tuesday at 2:20, apparently there's a drawing that's going to take place throughout the building for the chance to throw out the first pitch at the Globe. And Gavin Dawson apparently talking about that mystery email and the info the other day on G-Bag.
How about this, boys? A fan host, you know where I'm going yet? Is going to throw out the first pitch of the Rangers game, August 31st.
Okay.
Yes. We're going to have a drawing to see who does it.
Oh.
I have set an alarm for every night at the house, 8:30 before bedtime. Get out there and throw heat in the backyard.
Who gives us the best chance?
Choppy.
Got to be, right?
Yeah, I think he was like a men's league pitcher.
Okay.
Yeah. But, that's the best chance for a good strike.
Yeah.
Who is our best chance to go viral? I think is a better question.
Well, me with crawfish shoulder would be outstanding.
Crawfish shoulder?
Ooh. Yeah.
Now, if you win the drawing, at least from the preliminary reports from Spittle.
Can we give it up? I don't want to throw.
You could, use that win to either do it yourself or have somebody else do it. But how could you turn down the opportunity to throw out the first pitch at a Ranger game?
Yeah, because my shoulder, I can't even lift my arm above my head.
Chicken wing it.
Submarine?
Submarine?
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, my money's on Lucius.
Lucius I'd pick Lucius. I'd pick Lucius because baseball family.
Okay, I mean, all of that is great and everything, but I want to see Sean Sharif throw it with his little ass hands.
Oh man, come on. For viral?
Yeah.
Can't throw that ball will come flying out of there.
That's a good idea. I mean, Eric could throw out his back.
Like he got hit in the back and the ball
it's going to go crazy. It's going to hit the ground way before. It's going to bounce when it hits the ground.
So they actually want us to throw out a first pitch.
It's going to look like he threw it straight into the ground. In fact, I visualize it already.
That's a spike.
No, I was unaware.
Does Sean even stand on the hill? Does he stand out in front of the
I don't even know if I was supposed to announce it right here, but Spittle told me about 20 minutes ago. I was pretty excited.
No, that's pretty sexy.
What a play by me.
Wow. Okay. Woo.
A whole lot. There's a lot in there.
There's a lot in there.
There's a lot in there.
At whatever next public fan event we have, Lucius can step up. Broadus can limp up. I don't care who it is. We can have an accuracy contest, and I'll put myself up against anyone. Now, my hands do hold me back sometimes from throwing a full regulation football, but I still won every accuracy contest in Oxnard when we did them back with Roy there. I won the horse contests in basketball. I'll win the accuracy contest in football, and I got no fear of throwing a baseball for accuracy. Arm strength-wise, yeah, my grip can get me sometimes. And I can't remember where and what Lucius did during our fan softball game, which was
failed. It was a success, but it failed to do a second one. We missed.
One of the dumbest decisions in station history of not continuing that.
There was
that
like 10,000 people there. It was year one.
It was amazing. What park were we at?
Field of Dreams, which I think is now... It's called Station something 63,
so
maybe.
I'm trying to think of my Lucius insult comeback, but I can't remember what he actually did in the game. And of course,
he wasn't relevant then.
Yeah, he didn't. They didn't have to rely on him to do the entire expressway.
Now he's a big-time superstar
for their numbers. But he would. It'd be funny to watch Lucius go out there and wipe down every single remnant on the mound. Like he would probably, disinfect it, wipe the mound, and then wipe down the ball, and then wipe down his hand.
Is he a germaphobe like that?
Oh, watch the beginning of G-Bag. Lucius ain't even on the mic for the first 8 minutes because he's doing his Jesse Holly. You done a show with Jesse?
Yes, I have.
And the first 5 minutes are going to go with the spray down, the wipe down.
Yeah,
so it'd be funny to watch Lucius do that. But yeah, everyone who wants to run their mouth, you want to do an accuracy throwing contest, I'm here for it. Tuesday at 2:20, though, apparently, glad we were told. Yeah. I just get emails about redoing promos that apparently I don't know how to do after 15 years. But apparently they got the info, and they get it on their show, and we find out about it.
Sounds like, I don't know. That sounds like a cooked drawing to me. They heard about it. They're going to announce it. That sounds like it's setting up perfect for, look, it's going to be Dawson or something like that.
Yeah.
That's what that sounds like to me.
Thoughts? You were nominated by G-Bag.
I was. And the fan text, too.
But didn't you throw out an embarrassing first pitch as something else?
I've thrown out a lot of first pitches, Sean. I can't keep up with all the times that I've... Yeah, I did throw one. I tried. I got a little I was wearing flip-flops. I got ahead of my skis
here. You wore
here.
Flip-flops for a first pitch?
Well, I wore flip-flops at the game.
Knowing you were throwing out the first pitch.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. And, I have the ball. It's got scuff marks on it from when it hit... the fence behind it. It airmailed everything. It was great.
Yeah.
Then I threw a cutter at the Fort Worth Cats game. That was a strike. But yeah, people say, because I have mentioned, I've been wanting to throw out the first pitch for years and years and years.
Would you buy it off one of us if we won it?
I probably would try to, yeah.
What would you pay, you think?
A few $100.
Damn, sold.
Yeah, I would.
Sold if I get it.
I'm also most likely... I will do the submarine if you want me to. I'll go out there submarine, Bob Tewksbury style.
Well, we already saw Wyatt's throw in left field the other day. I've seen a submarine out there. Pepe, this would seem like a dream come true for you as well.
I've always wanted to do this, but I heard fan host. I didn't hear fan producers or anything.
You know what? because your drop game. Ooh, I don't know. I've been torn between the two. RJ didn't let me do Dan Patrick, so I am bitter about
exactly
that.
what I was just thinking when you're talking about how much you'd sell it for. I was like, how much would you have bought the Dan Patrick interview?
Your drop game has been so good lately. I'd probably lean, if I win it, like 60-40 towards you, but Chop would be right there thinking about it.
To the question, who's going to do it best versus who's going to do it in a way that goes viral?
Yeah, well, you're the viral guy.
No, I'm not. I would not be the viral answer. The viral answer would be Broadus one. He's older. He's hurting all the time.
And what's a crawfish shoulder? He act like he's out there on the water.
Raise his arms.
He act like he's out there on the water catching them.
Yeah.
Versus turning on a burner and throwing in some seasoned salt.
I'm being honest, the way he described it.
All about the tuna.
I'm not comparing how it happened, but I'm just saying the way he describes it, like his ability to raise his arm, he sounds like he's saying he's like John McCain or something, like unable to lift it past there, which would then he'd have to be submarine.
I am worried about me ripping one because when I sit there and throw it, I'm like, oh, do I need shoulder surgery?
Yeah.
I would worry about that embarrassment.
Oh, dude.
When we did that long distance with the football, like I felt it after like the third or fourth, like this sharp pain.
I will say, whoever does it, advice, ask to throw underneath a little bit.
Well, no, I kind of want to just save my one good throw versus going out with pain.
Because that first throw, you have no idea where it's going. You get the arm pop, the elbow pops. You want to throw just do like 5 or 10 underneath the stadium.
Oh, in the parking lot, that's where I'm going first.
No, go under. They have the batting cage.
Will
right
they
there.
let you in that though?
Yeah, of course they.
And I'll go full
pitch.
uniform if I'm the first pitch.
Doing it well.
I'll go pants and everything.
Do you have a Rangers uniform?
I do. I got a Pudge one.
You do?
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
That would be awesome.
Doing it well, I wrote down Corey, Choppy, and Peyton.
See, I get disrespected again.
That's not doing it like it's just those are the ones that I would trust mostly. Would like they all three played baseball.
Corey.
I mean,
and then in high school,
the most viral is Broadus, and then if we are including board ops, it's Trevor Beck because I think Trevor Beck would go out there trying to be
Trevor Bauer,
trying to be weird. Like I think he'd go. He's got the like Raleigh fingers mustache already, and I think he'd go out there and like he might twerk on the mound and then pitch it.
What about Fad?
Blake would be funny.
Blake. You think is Blake athletic whatsoever?
I think basketball, but I don't know baseball wise.
Why do you think
Why
basketball?
do you think basketball?
I thought
not
he played
baseball?
basketball.
Why did you think that?
Yeah, just that was the first one you went to.
You know who would be obsessed with this? You know who would be obsessed with this if he was still here is Reetma.
Oh,
Rima would be, please, God, I need this. Let me
He'd do
it.
calisthenics. He'd do anything you told him that he had to do at warm-ups out on the mound. All right, so Tuesday, 2:20.
That's what it is. I'll be on the golf course. I'm going to have to tune in.
Yeah, right.
We have to enter for this, or they're just drawing based on, like...
No, you shouldn't have to enter.
You should be entered already.
Yeah.
You should be entered.
Right.
Yeah.
I would not throw it out. I would give it to somebody.
I'd buy it.
It's just too, like, there's no reward. There's the risk versus reward is not there.
It's not a risk if you're an athlete.
Man, I want to see you do it now because I am 100% sure that with the game you're talking about, you would skip it. You would get
for
in your
whoever
head.
doesn't. If none of us get it, we'll film and have Aiden be the catcher. And we'll do it in the parking lot, and I'll show you all how accurate I am.
I would give it to Aiden and tell him he has to do it with his glasses off, those Coke bottle lenses, and then he has to try and find home plate.
Look how he stares over here with them things.
I'll go full Mike Mussina with the drop down.
That's the other thing.
Do the Hideo Nomo.
It's so hard to come up with anything original, too.
Yeah.
You know?
It's
so
submarine.
difficult.
It's.
You should have to throw it left-handed because there's nothing more emasculating than that.
That is emasculating.
Right? Don't you think?
The guys who could do both.
You think Medford could get it there?
I mean, yeah, he would have to, but he is on the other side of the mound. He wouldn't be able to throw it over top the mound.
It's not your night.
Eddie Goodell of pitchers.
Him and Sailor do a relay to home plate.
Those two.
All right, there it is on your home for Rangers baseball. DeGrom on the mound tonight with a 9:07 first pitch. Let's head on back out to Oxnard as the Cowboys recover from the Rams scrimmage. We talk about America's team with Nick Eatman after this. And this is her...
Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
This is the Red Zone, brought to you by Just Love Coffee, here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, and insider Bobby Belt, joined by Nick Eatman from Oxnard, California, here on DFW Sports Station. Nick, you work closely with DallasCowboys.com, social media teams. Did you see what the Eagles did with Jalen Hurts yesterday?
Right on cue. Is that what it was?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Jalen Hurts throws a pick. It's got 14 million views because people are calling out the Eagles organization social media team for showing him throwing an interception. What's your take on that?
Well, I looked at that a little bit last night. Who had the interception?
I presume someone named Q.
Quinyon Mitchell.
Quinyon Mitchell. That's what I thought. That's what I thought that they were saying with him doing that. So unfortunate. I've been there, been on the other side of that.
But why is it a problem?
We'll say it again.
Why is it a problem?
It seems like it would seem like they're suggesting that here he is throwing another interception when they're really highlighting, the defensive player for making a play, just like we would probably do that if Quinnen Williams got a sack. I could imagine us doing something like that, but no, I don't think it's a problem.
Because I would want to see Caleb Downs picking Dak and feel good about Caleb Downs.
Right. It's not a problem, but Jalen Hurts is on a different level when it comes to hatred. I guess right now I've never seen a guy that's won a Super Bowl that seems to be criticized as much as him, but. So I don't know. I can't speak for that, but I do know as somebody that's done these type of things for a long time, and then you have an issue like that, especially against your quarterback, it certainly doesn't look good.
What was your mess up?
We had an incident after the 49ers game where there was an article that was written in a description about Dak's interceptions against the 49ers in the playoffs, and the wording of it was not as it was a poor choice of words for us, and that it led to. I actually flew to the Super Bowl the next couple weeks later and went and shook his hand, and he was doing something down there like a commercial or something. How those guys do, and basically just had to go down there and just face to face and say, hey, that's not us, and he was totally cool about it. So, but yeah, it's not fun when you do that to the.
Nick Eatman,
with the star quarterback.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
Well, when you say us, do you mean you?
No.
Okay.
But I'm the director of that department, so yeah, it is us.
Well, all right.
A nameplate.
One more on what the Eagles did. Let's imagine last year Micah was practicing while he was going through all of his stuff. Would you guys have opted against, with all the tension, similar to what Jalen's going through, would you guys opted against a clip of like Micah getting pancaked? Would you have been like, he might take this a little personally right now?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that one was that's tougher too, because to me, and I'm out of this thing, I really don't know what's going on there. I don't think he instigates it as much. Maybe he does. I just don't know. I just think it's his lack of enthusiasm or whatever, the body language that just seems to kind of get him, sideways with critics or whatever. Micah was more the instigator, anyway. I'll say this: when he was released, I think the photo not released, traded. When he was traded, the photo we used was him laying on the table. So and it happens.
That's fair. Nick, all right, we got an actual preseason game coming up on Saturday night with Seattle. Brian Schottenheimer had already said, most of the starters are not going to play this preseason. I know he had said initially he was still a little undecided on Caleb Downs. What level of participation do you think we're getting Saturday? What of substance do you think we're going to actually get a look at when we're seeing Seahawks Cowboys this weekend?
Yeah, I think, because Shotty did mention that Caleb and some of those rookies were in that category of guys that, probably do need to play. So I would think 1 to 2 series at best for Downs and some of the other rookies and maybe some starters that need a little bit more playing time. I mean, I could, I'm trying to think like you want to say like an Ezeraku or somebody would be out there, but then what you don't know is the smallest little thing that's keeping them out of maybe a practice here or obviously the game. It could be one thing he's probably fighting through, but it's not worth it for the game. So I would think guys like that would go out and play as long as there's nothing that's kind of holding them back.
Nick, is there somebody down roster that you're most intrigued to see?
Well, I mean, the obvious one was the the MVP of the scrimmage practice. Justin Barron. I mean, everybody wants to see what a guy like that's going to do. I've been saying these safeties. If you're talking down the roster a little bit, I'm very curious to how the safety position is going to shake out. Julius Wood, Elijah Clark, Marquise Bell. They're all kind of fighting for those backup spots there, and that's going to be very interesting. So that's one thing I loved about this. We have like 5 opportunities, 2 scrimmages in 3 games, and we watch these practices and we think this guy's good. This is the depth chart, and then all it takes is one game or one scrimmage or one 3 picks by Justin Barron, and now you're like, okay, well he's in the mix, and so it's just kind of fun. That's why we like watching these type of things because they hold so much more weight.
You were loving Julius Wood one day out there in Oxnard, right?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely like he just brings so much energy. He's ready. He's ready to hit. And Elijah Clark's kind of the same way. He might have surpassed that for me. I mean, when he went down, it looked like he was not gonna. He looked like he was gonna have a very significant injury, but he got up and got back in the mix, and he's kind of borderline on getting punched by an offensive player. He just kind of like he's always right there. He's kind of pushing the envelope a little bit.
Nick, how would you expect the QB snap percentage to shake out?
Wow, I feel like Sam. You said QB, right? Quarterback.
Yeah.
The mowers are rocking here in the 10. By y'all's tent, but I would still think Milton is the leader in the clubhouse there. I mean, that seems like that would be a 50-50 split there, like first half, second half. I haven't heard that specifically, but Sam Howell is starting to get a decent amount of reps here in practice to the point where it's not now. They had a depth chart, and Joe Milton's still 2, and Sam Howell 3. But I could see this being like we've seen in the past with Milton and Greer. I could see it being maybe Milton and then Howell in like first half, second half.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Nick, so a couple years ago, Neville Gallimore was out there in the first preseason game, and I think he was out there a little bit later into the game. And I remember I texted somebody, I said, why is Neville Gallimore out there? And they replied back, they said, because he's in trouble. Who's the guy that in this game coming up that you're like, if he's in there, he might be in trouble?
Like a James Houston type situation or
yeah.
Somebody like that, or Jaden Blue. I mean,
Jaden Blue.
Well, the running back. I mean, like he needs to play. He needs to play and get carries and hand the ball back to the ref. And I mean, like there's things that he needs to do. That running back situation is very, very. That's as wide open as it can get.
Has Jaden Blue though Has he just had like a couple of really big splash plays? And would you say that qualifies as having, the second best running back camp out there? If you even have Javonte ahead of him, like all the big 40, 50-yard splash plays seem to have come from Jaden.
Yeah, no, he's made some plays, but then again, Will Parcells, you say it all the time, no running back's worth fumbles. Not any running back is worth a fumble. And so, if he's going to lay it on the ground, that was an issue he had in college. I know it happened in his practices with the Rams a couple of times. So he's got to hang on to the ball. He's got to do all the little things. And I just think it's close between some of the other guys. I mean, Abataconda to me is as complete of a running back as they have, and I'm not sure that the number 2 running back is even on the roster at this point. So a lot of a lot of things. But like I said a few minutes ago, you get out there, the lights come on in Seattle. All it takes is a 47-yard run by Phil Maffa, who's acting like Marshawn Lynch are running around, and then all of a sudden we're going to be like, well, Maffa should start. You know what I mean? So we'll find out a lot. When I talk to you guys Monday or Tuesday, I'm not sure how the rotation works, but when I talk to you guys after the Seattle game, I guarantee there's going to be 5 names on there that we weren't really mentioning that now need to be in the mix.
Nick, on the receiver battle, I think a lot of people were thinking, all right, this is, in the mix for Anthony Smith at the back end, Jonathan Mingo, guys like that. The guy that we've heard some chatter about recently that Sean had asked Tommy about was Camden Brown. Is he somebody who's like a legitimate player pushing for a spot here, or is this another Trayshawn Holden situation?
Yeah, I think he's making too many plays to not be, considered in the mix as for the roster. Not just for the practice squad. I think for the roster. Now, when it comes to that, though, like we see the guy make catches. We see the catches in the end zone. We see the routes, all that kind of stuff. If he's going to make the team, can he tackle? Can he play special teams? Can he do those things? And that's what's going to separate those back-end wide receivers. But, when I think of Valdez-Scantling and even Mingo and the reps that they get, I look at it and go, I think Camden Brown needs these reps, or Anthony Smith, or Jordan Hudson. I mean, these young guys to me are the ones that really need the reps. So I'm kind of surprised that they have 2 veteran receivers, Mingo and Valdez-Scantling, that are kind of taking reps away from these young guys, because I don't know if they're making the team. They don't play special teams, those other 2 veterans. So I'm not really sure what their role is. But, yeah, Camden Brown just makes a play, it seems like, every practice.
What's the schedule for today and tomorrow?
Looks like we got, one more practice here today, and then tomorrow taking the planes to Seattle. So that's a Friday afternoon departure here from Oxnard, flying out to Seattle. Saturday night game in Seattle. Should be a lot of fun if it's not raining.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
All right, see you guys.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. How do we judge Russell Westbrook's career that just came to a close? Let's talk about it with the KNC Masterpiece next.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/the
and upgrade your vehicle? Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. No, I wasn't looking at you for being late. I was seeing if you had something to start off the segment with. But I'll give a shout out to young Sebastian who rolled up here, future sportscaster with his pops, trying to get in as many experiences and reps as possible. So shout out to those guys making it in here for a couple hours.
Might as well come see the #1 morning show, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. Well, Chicoline's down the hall.
He ain't the #1.
The #1 morning show. What kind of advice do you think Peyton was giving?
When he goes in the bathroom, he ain't doing #1 either. Holy cow.
Are you identifying him?
Huh?
Are you identifying him?
I know the one time I've seen someone come crawl out of that stall. Very sad existence.
Look, if he was in there, you would have heard him because he probably is conducting his 17th phone call of the morning.
Even while taping his other segments.
Remember the old building?
Oh, my gosh.
Dang!
In the old building, we had the radio. You could change it in there.
Oh, yeah.
And so I would always go in there and
turn it on, leave it
turn on to you guys. And then he'd come in and switch it over, and I'm just like, I'm trying to listen to information right now and get ready for my show.
So we can get the same drop for the 50th time of dun, dun, dun.
Oh, I love that drop.
Dun, I got to talk to him. Like, can you freshen it up a little bit? I know it's hard while on vacation in Aruba every other month, but dun, dun, dun.
We hear it every morning in our show prep area, and we always
look at
laugh.
Corey and go,
why don't you
something shocking is just
You should incorporate it then.
That's a good idea.
You don't love it that much.
Yeah, we
I'm
should
going to incorporate some stuff from Bobby probably this week, too.
I dare you to.
My 2-minute video.
I dare you.
It was a good video. I liked it.
Corey, what's coming up?
We discuss how much we hate West Coast start times and how they're just
you
much
hate
as
it.
us. They're pushing this one even further back tonight, so it's ridiculous. Right out of the gate.
I bet it starts at the exact same time. Just that's when the Rangers' offense may or may
And then
not show.
College Quarterback Confidential. What opposing coaches and coordinators are saying about the best signal callers in college football?
You said that word twice in an interesting way.
Coordinators.
Coordinator.
I'll be honest, man.
Coordinator.
5 syllables.
I'm struggling right now.
Why?
I'm waking up before you guys.
I would doubt that.
I'm waking
What time
up
do you get up?
About 4:30.
Waking up when you wake up right now.
Why?
My son has to be at baseball practice or football practice at like 5 o'clock in the morning.
What grade is he in?
He's in 9th grade.
I heard he's on the A team.
On the A team.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, no, I'm proud of him for that. And I thought what I would do is what I did last year at this time. That's get up, but I think we were getting him at 6 at that time.
Yeah.
Get up, go drop him off, go to the gym, get my workout done, be done with having to go to the gym so I don't have to do it after work. It has not been easy.
It's sounding like the regret you're having as we're all celebrating kids back in school, and now you're regretting it.
I'm regretting it big time because my 8th grader came home yesterday. Miserable. Because they've been changing schedules on these poor kids left and right.
Why?
I don't know, like second period, third period, second period, third period. Well, he comes back and he's like, he has no friends. His friend group is like...
He's a choppy.
His friend group is so tight-knit. There's like a dozen of them. And all they do, like there's so much FOMO with this group. If one of them is not there, they throw a hissy fit.
And that was 100% on purpose from the school.
And yes.
Probably, yeah.
So they try to break up kids that they think are too cliquey.
Really?
Yeah, they'll split you out of classes.
Are you telling me they have a draft for classes that's not randomized?
The football coach apparently helped schedule. So he was like, I don't want these kids necessarily with these.
They don't think they focus.
Messing up team unity.
Yeah, so
not running laps on their own like the Cowboys.
He is super, super sad.
So what, for all his peers? I mean, each class is different kids in it.
Each class is different kids, but he's like, I don't really have any friends. He has like one friend
in any of the classes.
Any of them. He's miserable. So he sent
a talking class anyway.
Yeah, he's supposed to focus and listen.
He sent.
Not social.
I'm actually kind of proud of him. Oh no. He sent an email to the counselor he must have AI'd this because he read this to me. Dear Mrs. Blah, 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 I would like to meet with you over some concerns I have due to my scheduling. It was a very professional email.
Oh.
And I was like, whoa. And he goes, please let me know he goes, these are my options of times. Please let me know a few times that you have where I can make it fit within my schedule where we can meet.
What's his argument? What's his argument going to be?
His argument.
What's his selling point?
Boy, I'll tell you, he's got my brain. He said, I don't want to have this class for this class because I need this class to warm my brain up for this one. And he also said he doesn't want biology and math at the end of the day because he feels he's more worn out. He would like to have it in the morning.
Well, what if everybody claims that?
They didn't think
Did they send that email, though?
Yeah.
Well, now Choppy's like giving out the secret sauce.
So he's telling the counselor, like, this class, the first one isn't really legit. So, I mean, that's my warm-up.
But at the end of the day.
He said he wants to have full brain capacity for those two classes, and he needs like a good warm-up class. So he wants to have whatever at the first period, and then he wants biology before math because biology will warm his brain up for math.
Oh, you think it'll work?
I doubt it. I'm sure that he's not.
Tell me, you can't talk in class anyway.
Yeah, I said, you make some more friends.
Have your friends make a calendar.
Yeah,
you can just scroll through it at the table.
I was like, this is how they make new friends. He goes, well, they're not athletes, and I was like, all right, okay.
God,
you can be even more popular by making friends with kids that you don't know yet.
I went to a really small school, so you had to be friends with everybody.
So did Bobby.
So if you're friends with the
My school made them
athletes,
bigger.
and then the preps, and then the goths.
Yeah,
I didn't really get along with the goths. They were a little bit weird.
Goths? You never dated a goth or emo?
I did not date a goth.
Mormon.
I did not. I dated a Mormon. Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Do you have a shaker?
Not while you had.
I did not have a shaker.
not while you had the Coca-Cola deal, though, right?
No, definitely not with the. That was after. Coca-Cola deal was after.
Yeah.
But I've never seen somebody down Sprite like that Mormon girl did.
Now they're not supposed to drink what?
You mean like
caffeine?
Right.
Oh, so she broke the rules.
No, I think Sprite's caffeine.
No caffeine.
Yeah, caffeine
Sprite's
free.
no caffeine.
Boom! It says
Big day for the Mormons.
Crisp and clean with no caffeine.
I don't know. I think all the
7-Up same.
Yeah, I think all the clear sodas are caffeine free.
Make 7-Up yours.
A Crystal Pepsi.
Her dad. We were laying on the
Doesn't
couch.
exist.
We were laying on the couch one time. Her dad comes downstairs into the basement, and he looks right at me, and was like, "That is some kind of a
Mr. Pibb.
Some kind of a position we should not have been laying in."
Oh,
and he was like, "Get up now! Get out of the house!"
Oh,
He threw you out of the house.
Yeah, get out. There was no.
Were you guilty?
We were just laying on the couch. I was laying on the couch, and he was like, "That's some kind of a I can't remember the word he used. Sexually something position.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Suggestive.
Oh.
Suggestive." And I was like, "Yeah, you
Mormons
bet
are
it
big
was."
missionaries.
I walked in the other day, and Carter and his girlfriend are laying on the couch in a way that I didn't think was appropriate. And I was like, hey, get up.
Yeah.
You move over there, y'all opposite sides of the couch. And the moms were in the living room just chatting away. And I was like, they were like, what's going on? And I was like, they're just sitting in a way that I don't think they should be sitting
Good
right
for
now.
you.
Yeah.
Now, will you let them go in his room, door closed?
They don't go in his room. They stay in the in the parlor, is what we call it. It sounds fancier than it is. We do have a lot of tables.
His last house had a chalkboard wall. This house has a parlor.
Well, the chalkboard wall was in the parlor. Well, that was our old parlor too. Yeah.
How do you spy on your son? Dating wise,
Noah?
I don't, because he's brought his last 2 fake girlfriends over.
Oh my God! Hold on. I'm sorry, I did not tease this.
Those beards.
Anti-Noah.
At 1:20 today.
Someone laughed at that.
The moral. I'm sorry, Sean.
You're gonna like this.
I've been privy to this story for about a week now. The moral compass. Whose panties are these?
Dang.
And would your wife believe you? Bobby, you've been in this situation before.
Probably end up being her nieces.
We are going to be in a situation.
Oh my God! I hope not.
That's what the first 2 things were.
Where evidently
To catch a broadcaster.
in Kevin's
You
home,
have a seat over here.
a pair of female underwear was found. And has caused some conflict. Do we have a solution yet?
We do
All right.
have
Resolution?
a resolution that has been reached.
Where was it found? In the laundry?
She found it.
Your wife?
Yeah, and put it up on the dresser, and everything unfolded from there.
Literally.
Laundry unfolding.
Yeah. She didn't think it was funny when I was like, we need to get to the bottom of this.
So this was a real set of
no!
underwears.
In the last week,
Underwears.
this has absolutely happened in my
Can I ask you something?
This
Tell
is
me.
amazing.
All right, I'm not going to.
No, I don't think I'm getting a divorce.
No.
Okay.
These were in the house.
Correct.
Did you live in this house before you met her?
No.
Damn.
Can we do 20 questions on this?
Because if Sarah found a pair of underwear in my house, there's a chance that they were just there before I knew her.
How would she feel about that?
I think she would. She's
a woman.
She trusts me.
As long as they were grayish bluish underwear, she'd be okay.
That's
with
right.
it.
Yeah, if they were the right color, she'd be all right.
Is that the color?
I don't know what that means.
It's a car joke.
Oh, okay.
Were they provocative? Because you're only out on this as like granny panties.
Yeah, they were not those.
They were not granny?
Correct.
Ooh.
Well,
this is his son's messing around.
Okay.
He was one of the 4 primary suspects. We added a 5th.
Okay.
You have a babysitter?
She was one of the primary suspects.
The babysitter's just taking her panties off.
I've seen that movie. So if you, if you couldn't have come up,
This segment's canceled.
if you couldn't have come up with an explanation for it,
Yeah.
right? Like there was just nothing you could do, and it's like, all right, this is just going to fall on. I have no explanation for it. Would you just say my only option left is to tell her like I have a weird like fetish for these? I wear them sometimes.
Oh my!
But then you have to own up to that to just be able to get
the next time you have relations, you have to have them on.
Yeah. Would you do that to be able to get that? You'd rather be thought of as the cheater?
No. I will seek out another possible explanation.
It's not a bad idea.
I mean, like your face is like, which one do you want to be known
It's
as?
better than being a cheater.
Yeah.
That is true.
Being a little freaky with it.
I don't love either option, but we have reached a resolution.
What time is this segment?
1:20 today.
All right, my final question about it is how many phone calls did you make to get to the bottom of it, or text messages? Like, was it over 20? You spent a ton of time on this? And
Yes.
did you have to, like, make the calls in front of Jess to prove? I'm getting to the bottom of it right now.
Were they clean?
I talked to, yes. I talked to one person in person and then texted at least 3 other people.
It'd be awesome to just walk them into the room and, like, as the evidence, like, sit down, and there's the underwear, like, hanging right there in front of the jury.
So they were clean. Did you buy a used dryer?
What do you think he smell? How do you know if he...
What? They were.
He was asking if they were clean.
Okay.
I'm like, what do you think he smelled them?
Did you buy a used dryer by chance? They could have been just in the dryer.
Man, Choppy's
No,
mine.
but I like your investigative mind.
Dude.
But they were laid out.
And your wife trusts you.
She should. I would never do that.
They were laid out on the
none of
dresser to forward this confrontation.
Would you guys?
So it wasn't like she dropped them in front of you. It was like, I'm leaving them here for him to find.
Correct. When she went off for the day to a school retreat.
Would you guys be comfortable accusing or bringing this up with the babysitter?
I think you have to.
I did not participate in that.
The number one
thing-
babysitter. Your number one job,
Mr. Hager.
That's why I did not participate in that part of the investigation. She is.
She would have to bring it up with the babysitter, I think, not you. That's
Yes,
creepy
correct.
if you did.
I've seen that movie too.
Part of that.
Yeah, it's like, jump up and down now with your flute.
Oh my God! No.
Did you hear that story?
No.
It was a
Did you hear
callback.
it?
No, it's a callback.
Yeah, McKinney High School. They got in trouble, man. Their
Yeah.
band was making girls do jump tests to test their sports bras.
Yep. There you go. See, oh man, this is must listen radio. 120 today.
You missed the meat of the bone, Sebastian. Wow. This is where you were going to learn it.
Plenty of meat.
The KNC Masterpiece is next. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning right here on The Fan.
We've taken away the excuses. Where you go, we go. Listen to Sean and RJ and The Fan anytime on the...
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where if it's too loud, you're too old. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. How the heck are you guys doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in radio land? Switching it up today, because you got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. Oh, man. And, of course, the famous minion-free Alec Medford. Gentlemen, hello.
Dude, what if Joshua actually talked like a minion? Would you? How much cooler would that have been?
I would have put him on air every single segment.
Yeah, I never know what they're saying.
Right.
I do believe they
Except
speak
for banana?
97 different languages, and they just mix it all together.
Okay.
Because sometimes I'm like, that's Spanish. I know that one.
Okay.
But other times I'm like, it's not. But I would think if we
hold on, was your just quick takeaway was that's Spanish, but then sometimes it's not.
Yeah, and I can't quite decipher what it is because I don't know all the languages.
Okay.
Kevin, do you know all the languages?
Definitely not.
So we've been trying.
I arguably barely know one language.
I barely know Spanish. I mostly know English.
Okay.
All right, I got a question.
Uh-huh.
Lucy might be on the news on Friday, by the way.
Oh, well,
for a
with
good
Huey
reason.
Lewis?
They have a brand new school. Stop it.
Brand new drugs.
Adrian used to say in the Sunday news, and it infuriated me so much. But they have a new school, brand new school that they built in Plano. They're tearing down the old middle school. It was part of a bond that the city had put together, so that was part of it. The sign over it says, "Welcome to the Eagle Nest."
Okay.
Is that correct?
Shouldn't it be the Eagle's Nest?
Should it be?
I think so. Because it is a possessive.
Is it?
I think it is.
Or is it just a nest for eagle? I don't... 877-881-1053. If you are... So it says, "Welcome to the Eagle Nest." And I'm like, no, does it need an apostrophe?
Does that concern you that it's a school?
It's a school, and the sign could be incorrect.
Perhaps the educators did not put it up there.
Maybe so.
I don't know.
There had to have been a fight. There had to have been a discussion between the English teachers and the math teachers and the gym coach who was like,
math teachers?
The gym coach is like, I have to go back to the gym and clean the floors. I don't know. Do whatever the gym coach is doing there.
Okay.
Watch film, I presume.
Does this further your love of the Eagles?
Kevin. Coming up today in the C Block. We will discuss how Jalen Hurts might be the biggest needle mover in all sports.
Oh, my goodness. What is happening, Alec?
I didn't send... Dude, all three of my kids have naturally progressed through this middle school. From the 817...
You made sure to send your favorite one to the Eagles.
All of them have been the Eagles the entire time.
Mark that as well.
Avery's going to UNT. Guess what?
Oh, my... Nobody calls them the Eagles.
Not anymore. It used to be they're the mean green now.
I know, but you're right. But
I went there.
If somebody said, "Yeah, I'm going to see the North Texas Eagles," I'd be like, "What? Like sightseeing?" Or I would not get that reference.
From the 817, Eagle Nest is grammatically incorrect. From the 858, perhaps there's an eagle that has made the school its home. Thus, the Eagle Nest.
Okay.
It's an eagle nest, not an eagle's nest. It doesn't belong to one eagle.
Really? They got multiple eagles?
The whole school is eagles.
Okay.
Like every one of the kids is an eagle, I guess, is what they're. So it's I don't know, dude. I'm so confused by this now. And I was going to talk about trash cans. That's tomorrow now. So
okay,
we'll talk about the trash cans tomorrow. How many trash cans do you have in your home? We'll do that tomorrow to start Friday's show.
I forgot to count.
Alec, I need you to count your trash cans tomorrow.
He's not going to be here tomorrow.
And text us.
Okay.
Count them tonight and text us tomorrow. And then Jacob, do I need to text Jacob?
Yes.
Kevin,
Yeah,
the answer is
Jacob
yes.
lies.
Oh, yeah.
He does that a lot.
So, yeah, dude. Now
I swear he said Grown Ups was his favorite movie.
now we're sitting here trying to figure out, are all schools incorrectly labeled?
Man.
And do I need to go? Who do I talk to at the school? Who made the decision to put that up on the wall? Was it the district? The city? The principal? A parent? I don't know.
Oh, man. Now people are saying an eagle's high nest is actually called an eyrie.
Nobody was going to put that up. Welcome to the eyrie. Nobody was going to do that.
Sounds like an apartment complex.
Are you a fun swinging single? Come on down to the eyrie.
They have a cool waterfall feature up front. Yeah, no, I see that place.
It's a fancy apartment complex.
Zero edge pool.
Then they might really think they're like, did they misspell area? And they're like, oof, we're not going to this
682. If you're
school.
talking about trash cans tomorrow, you'll still be talking about the Eagles. Damn right. Not this middle school team, but definitely the Philadelphia Eagles.
And from the 858, what's wrong with Grown Ups, Kevin? It's a great movie. It is not. But also, I just want people.
Wonderful.
It's not.
It's not my favorite movie of all time.
Yeah, I just want
I'll watch it
Jacob
twice.
or Kevin Walker to be honest, because I've gone down the line. Somebody.
Or Dylan Moore.
And I checked with Dylan. He said he's never even seen it. Somebody sitting where Alec was, and I believe it was Jacob Ray, said that was like his favorite movie, Grown Ups and Grown Ups 2. So I eventually watched Grown Ups. I thought it was awful. And probably because I watched it at this age. And I sent him an inflammatory text to which he said The Dark Knight is his favorite movie. And I was like, man, those are really different movies.
What if he watched a different version of Grown Ups that you don't know about, and you watched the wrong version?
Buzzer?
Yeah.
I'll stick with the one I watched.
Like, what if you...
No, it's not on Buzzer. At least somebody's getting some action there then, because it sure as hell ain't the
I was
Rangers.
so mad last night. Here's why.
Sports.
Adult son now comes home.
You shut your mouth, Alec.
He's been away for 4 days. He decides, I'm going back home.
That's nice.
I guess. And there's a reason.
Oh, I thought you said it was just because school hadn't started and he missed y'all.
Yeah, that's fine. But he's going to stay all weekend, and I was going to have a free Friday from nobody. I was even thinking about lodging the dog, so I didn't have any responsibility Friday night. Now I have a son.
Could you tell him
So anyway,
that you got plans?
no, because I might not see him again, you know?
Okay.
So he almost got bit by a snake the other day
That is
without
true.
me.
Would
So-
you pay for him to get a hotel room to leave you alone?
No.
Okay.
There's
I just want to see
no
how
telling
bad
what
you
he'd
wanted
do in that
this.
hotel room.
Oh,
He's 18.
yeah.
So he comes home and immediately sits down on the couch and grabs the remote last night. And Adrian, so happy to have him around. You know, she's my baby boy, the first one to make me a mom. She's so happy to be sitting in the living room
Yeah.
with her. Guess what? Carter's in the living room right now. Lucy's in the living room. They're all hanging out in the living room. And so I don't have access to the TV because he has now changed it to like Rick and Morty or something.
Oh, good show.
Well, the Rangers game's about to start.
Oh, I bet Rick and Morty was more entertaining.
So I go to my laptop and I pull up the Buzzer app. The game's on ESPN. I can't even watch the damn game on the Buzzer app because the game's on ESPN. So I had to kick everybody out of the living room, tell them they had to break up that little shindig they were having. And the Rangers lost because they're a bunch of bums.
Did that make you feel any better that you couldn't watch the game, that the Rangers didn't really show up offensively either way?
Corey Seager showed up finally.
That's fair. I guess that is something.
Kevin, this team is ridiculous. And it's infuriating.
That is a very fair way to put it.
I don't know if I've ever been more mad and depressed about a baseball team in my life.
Why?
You know what?
know they're not good.
I'm about to dip into the Mike Bassick school of reaction.
Okay.
This might be the worst Rangers baseball team in the history of baseball.
It is definitely not.
Did it feel like that though?
Yeah, it feels like the most it feels even more mediocre than last year's team.
And don't act like you've never heard Mike say that. He said it the year they won the World Series. The year they won the World Series, they went on that stretch where they were just bad. And he goes, this might be the worst Rangers baseball team we've ever seen. And then a week later, he's like, this is the best Rangers baseball team we've ever seen.
That is true. Sometimes you get some interesting back and forth from Mike. I will certainly.
And that's how I feel about this team right now, Kevin, is like, it's the Angels. They just fired the best pitching coach in the world. And they're like, hey, we're better at pitching now, guys. How did this happen?
Yeah. Oh, man. From the 4-6-9, grown-ups is mid. If you didn't like the first one, the second one will have you want to do bad things to yourself. And so I definitely will not watch that. But let's talk some more about play me one of those awesome Rangers offensive
You don't
highlights.
have a single Rangers highlight,
sure?
Kevin.
Surely one of those is it. No?
No.
Oh, well, play one of the Angels highlights then.
The 3-2, and that's hit high and deep out into left center field, and it finds some space. A one-hopper off the wall. Grissom hits the bag at third. He's being waved home. Seager's relay throw not in time. Grissom slides across the plate with the tying run. It's an RBI double for Siri, and we're knotted up at 2 apiece.
So the Rangers lose 5-2. So many agitating things coming out of this series, and it's not even done yet. They'll wrap it up today, which you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan, is at best you're going to draw a series against one of the worst teams in baseball. And if you think they're the worst team in baseball, I would certainly listen to that. I believe they're tied for the worst record. So that is really depressing right off the bat. Secondly, in 27 innings against the Angels this series, you have scored 5 runs. Right now, this offense is absolutely pathetic. And then one of the bright spots for the bullpen, Robbie Alstrom, gets touched up yesterday, and then the game gets out of hand because, quite frankly, if you're losing by 2 or more runs, once again, it feels like this offense is not going to be able to make it up. All that being said, you are still a playoff team at this point, which boggles the mind. You have a losing record. You have a minus 34 run differential. And if the season ended today, the Rangers would be in the playoffs.
That's not even the worst run differential in this division, but it's the 3rd worst.
And this division is terrible.
Astros are minus 27.
And they're in first place. There is nobody with a positive run differential?
The Mariners are minus 27. The Angels are minus 90. The A's are minus 180, and they're better than they're tied with the Angels.
So my quick math has told me that this division is minus 358 runs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we're not winning it.
And again, this does kind of go back to the idea that what did you need at the trade deadline? A bat?
Yeah.
And you got Logan O'Hoppe just ripping things up in Round Rock right now, and you're like, it's all right, man. We'll put Clinic out
because
there.
The worst team in baseball didn't think he was good enough anymore.
They were like, nah, not this guy. I don't know. But then again, they've been beating you, so maybe you should just figure something out. I don't know, dude. I don't have a clue. And maybe that you know how much I love the idea of sandbagging. Like, I love the idea that a coach knows his team so well and the players know themselves so well that they can turn it on at some point. And why? Look, everybody else is out there playing as hard as they have to, or as hard as they can. We're playing as hard as we have to. We're right here in the playoff hunt. Something can happen in September. Skip sounded a little more urgent yesterday than September's a long way away still.
He was like, you're close enough.
Yeah, it's time. I got to start seeing something out of you guys. And he didn't say that specifically, but you could kind of tell in his voice when I asked that question of like, we're here right now. And so that's why I wouldn't have a clue what to know about this team. And I don't think any other fan does, and I think that's one of the reasons the fans are so frustrated by this season. You can't feel like you're ever pulling for something that's about to launch into a stratosphere of awesomeness. It's just like, it's that push and pull, that start and stop, just like it's been with the injuries all season.
This is not going to fix anything offensively, but Jack Leiter is scheduled to make a rehab start tonight with the Round Rock Express. Looks like he'll get about 40, 45 pitches. So this could pivot one of two ways. I wonder if they would give him another rehab start or two, or if I wonder if they would be like, looks good, head to the bullpen now. Depending on how this goes. I'm honestly not sure which direction that's going to go, but Jack Leiter, Round Rock Express this evening. And then I'm going to try to tell you just one thing to cheer you up. It might not work. Next weekend, specifically Friday and Saturday, the 21st and the 22nd, the Rangers are going to celebrate the 30th anniversary of that 96 team, which was the first Rangers team to make it to the playoffs in club history. And Juan Gonzalez, I'm pretty sure, was the MVP that year.
He's going to be there?
Johnny Oates was the manager of the year.
Johnny Oates.
Let's see. 30 players, coaches, and executives are expected to participate in some or all of the events, including Johnny Oates' wife, or the late Johnny Oates' wife.
That is awesome.
But I don't think they gave specifics on the rest of it. You know, Pudge will be there and stuff. So that's the best attempt I have at a positive for you right now.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll do some Dallas Cowboys news and questions of the day right here on The Fan.
You know, there are no...
Space is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
4th down and goal to the 7. Grunkemeyer in the end zone. And it's intercepted. Caleb Downs.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for Dallas Cowboys news and questions of the day. Let me start with this question for you.
Okay.
What do y'all think is more likely? Dak Prescott sets a career high in passing yards. His current high is 4,902. Or Caleb Downs wins Defensive Rookie of the Year? Because it feels like hopes are high for both.
I think Dak's going to set a career high in passing yards this year.
Is he going to hit 5?
I think I predicted 5.
Okay.
And Downs to be Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year would be awesome because I think most every person at this station that watched him was on board, right? I don't think there was anybody that wasn't. Sean asked for some more convincing in the passing game based on some of the video. He was like, I've seen a lot of run stuffing.
Right.
But I need a little more. Can somebody help me? Other than that, I think everybody went, I watched what I watched, and he's going to be a great NFL player.
Right.
But I feel like what's going to happen this year with Dak is he is going to be called upon by the receivers to help him out. George Pickens probably.
Sure.
I don't think there's too much pressure because I think both of the receivers are very capable. And I think that CeeDee Lamb, a couple of more catches last year, Dak breaks that number. I think he can do it too. So yeah, I think that's going to be the thing that happens this year is that I think Dak gets over that hump. But again, nobody will care if they don't do one thing.
Yeah.
Kevin, I'm almost to the point too. I don't think there's going to be a lot of fans that care if they even get to the NFC Championship game.
Really? Oh man.
I think they're going to say,
disagree
"See,
with that."
I think that's fine. You can disagree because I know you disagree.
Yes.
But I think there are going to be a lot of fans out there that are still can't win the big one.
Man.
And they'll give us it was a down year for so-and-so. And you'll be like, come on, guys.
I can see that.
It was the AL West.
I could see even if they win the Super Bowl, they're like, no, because of Dak. And I'm
yeah,
like,
for sure.
Why? Because of the defense that was the worst ever last year?
Yeah.
All right, Alec, do you think it's more likely that Dak sets a career high in passing yards or Caleb Downs wins Rookie of the Year?
I'm going to lean Dak for a couple of reasons. I'm kind of with Corey where I think the wide receivers are going to do a lot for him. And that's not to discredit him. I just think there is going to be a lot of catch and run from these two outside receivers specifically. And then it's going to help with Jake Ferguson in the end zone. He might have 600 catches for 300 yards this year, but they're all going to be when they matter, and he's going to catch most things that are thrown his way. And then for Caleb Downs, I think he's just up against the odds because he's not an edge rusher.
All right, so since Alec brought up the tight ends and Jake Ferguson, Corey, I go to you. How do you feel about this tight end room, whether Michael Trigg makes it or not? Obviously, him and Brevin Spanford, a lot of people talking about him. But your primary is going to be Jake Ferguson. Last year, 7.3 yards per reception and 3 fumbles. How do you feel? You know what? Forget the tight end room. How do you feel about Jake Ferguson going into this season?
I think that I don't know how to feel about him. Because
I think that's a fair response.
You have such an eclectic arsenal, and he might be in charge of helping Terrence Steele or Tyler Guyton this year so much.
Yes.
He might be less of an impact on that and still a good red zone target. That's what I'd love to see him be, Kevin. I'd love 12 touchdowns and 700 yards. And you're like, huh? And he's like, it didn't matter.
When
we got in the red zone, it was all about Ferguson and Javonte Williams. Like, hey, CD, as he was just pointing out, CD and Pickens. I love listening to Pickens talk the other day about the chess match. I think it was with G-Bag. And he was like, I love the chess match because at any point, if you get it correct, it's a touchdown. Like if we figure out what they're doing wrong, that's going to be a touchdown with these two guys.
Right.
So those guys, let them tear the field up. But whenever it gets to the red zone, I'd love to see Jake Ferguson just be an unstoppable weapon down there. And so but I do feel like most of the game, he's going to be helping out if these tackles aren't doing great in pass protection.
All right. Now, just a bit of news for you. Training camp in Oxnard will wrap up a week from tomorrow, and then the team will go to Arizona for that next preseason game before coming back to Texas, and they'll have practices at the Ford Center on August 25th and August 26th. Those are going to be open to the public. Now, this weekend, the Dallas Cowboys have a preseason game. This is the 300th preseason game in Dallas Cowboys history. How many of those 300 do you think they have won?
All 300 of them, probably.
They've only played 299, so it can't be 300.
Oh, okay.
This is 300.
Just go ahead and mark it then.
And that's not true.
This will be the 300th preseason game.
300th preseason game. If it helps you out, I had no idea what this answer would be.
43.
Oh my gosh. Alec?
143.
Oh, Alec, what do you think about how many preseason games the Cowboys have won, as this is their number 300?
I honestly have no clue. I'm going to one-up Corey by a little bit and get... I'll go 153.
Oh, 153. Man, good number. Good answer.
The correct answer is 140.
Oh, dang, I was close.
So that's why I was sad about your first answer. So they're 140.
I was going on a scale of 100 at the time. I forgot it was 300. So
140.
299
wins, 157 losses, and 2 ties. How many years do you think it's been since the Cowboys won their first preseason game of a season? And I know it doesn't really matter.
The first?
Yeah, the first preseason game of the preseason.
And they never have.
What about that season they went 1-15? Didn't they win all their preseason games?
Oh, really?
I think so.
Okay.
Or they did really well in the preseason.
So how many times or...
No, when's the last time?
That one season they went 1-15.
Okay. Alec, do you believe 1989 was the last and perhaps only time the Dallas Cowboys won their first preseason game?
I'll say something a little more contemporary. Give me like 2019.
Now, I hate that this is the answer, but look, the facts are the facts. It's been 9 years. 2017. When? They defeated Arizona in the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, they did. They took that one seriously.
Most important preseason game.
So that's the only time they've won the first game of the preseason, huh?
That is the last time.
All right.
They won the first game of the preseason.
So you're telling me?
No, you do not say must-win game.
One of the last times we've even beaten Arizona.
That was a great season.
Was a must-win game against the Arizona Cardinals in the preseason at the Hall of Fame game.
Yes.
With non-concrete paid end zones.
Correct.
I feel like we need to play in the Hall of Fame game again, Kevin.
All right. Well, you'll have to wait till next year. It already happened. I don't know if you guys heard about that. They got a disproportionate amount of coverage on this show.
Dude, it got better ratings than most everything.
That's true. It got better ratings than every MLB game, most every NBA game you'll see in the regular season.
What about the WNBA?
It got better ratings than every WNBA game in history. I am not here to tell you that football...
What about a Jacksonville Jaguars regular season game?
I do not know their ratings, but I could see it challenging. Okay. I'm not here to tell you...
Do you think Saturday night's game will get better ratings than the Hall of Fame game?
No.
I think Joshua wants to make a bet on that.
Maybe I should make a friendly wager with him on that. All right. Do you believe, because we talked about this a lot with Broadus yesterday. Do you believe that this offensive line, in whatever structure it looks like, is going to be ready when the regular season starts?
Can you do me a favor and help me define ready?
Yeah.
Because
you look at them as at least a slightly above average unit.
Yes.
Because it feels like your left guard is far above average. Your right guard is on track to at least be above average, if not far above average. And your center is, I think, better than average.
Okay.
So I say ready means when the regular season starts, combined, they're at least a little bit better than average.
Yes.
Okay.
And because the three in the middle.
Is it just Guyton Steele on the outside for you?
You have question marks for sure. And, man, I don't know if it's just shoddy being shoddy or how real it is. But hearing him the other day talk about Guyton, and he threw the line out of he's one of the most talented offensive tackles I've ever seen. He just needs to bring it all together, pull it all together.
Right.
And that's a real weird way of, compliment, but also being like, you're just not there, though. The potential is there, is what he's saying, but there are a lot of things that haven't worked in his favor. Maybe he is that talented. Maybe he is good, and time on task is the only thing that he needs. But, yeah, the three in the middle make me think it's above average. I think you can play a lot of games with the three dudes in the middle, with and I say games, I mean, there are a lot of plays that can be called that can be defined by those three dudes.
Do you define specifically just with Guyton talented as the same as or different than he has a prototypical physical size and speed?
No.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's how Shoddy defined it whenever he was saying that. Like, this dude has all the qualities physically that we need. And then, but does he have the footwork? The footwork, hand placement, all those things, and knowledge of what he's supposed to be doing, and how to beat the guy in front of him, and how study on what those guys are. Because Kevin, quite honestly, if you're rehabbing most of the season,
right,
you're not studying the opponent. You're not studying Max Crosby for the whole week.
Hence the concern about the elbow.
Yeah. So they're yes, those guys. I don't think though there's any plan, and I know Broadus brought it up and. He's very plugged in. I just don't think that they have a real plan of kicking Tyler Smith out and moving Bass in right now, because they want what they have to work so bad. Okay. And they believe that Guyton getting more reps and all these things will help him. So I don't think that that's a realistic thing to happen before the season. So yes, I think because of the three you have in the middle, and the hope is, I don't know what the hope is for Steele, but the hope is for Guyton that he'll be up to speed by season start against the Giants.
Okay. Do you care at all if they win?
Against the Giants? Yes, Kevin.
No, against the Seahawks.
I like to win.
Okay.
If you're going to go out there and call your plays and hope that your guys I know you're not calling anything super special. It's fun to win. It's fun to score touchdowns.
All right. It's 4th and goal. There's 1 second left.
You want to live like Haynes King or not?
Okay, well, let's use that example. It's 4th and goal.
Who's got the ball?
The Cowboys.
Who's the quarterback?
Well, hold on. I'll set that up for you.
Okay.
It's 4th and goal.
Who's the receiver?
Shut up!
All right.
Until the question is finished. They're at the 5-yard line. There's 1 second left. Seattle leads 25-20. Joe Milton has been playing most of the second half.
Mm-hmm.
Would you put Dak in there for that one play to throw a touchdown?
Hell no.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
Dak's not even dressed, dude. He's wearing a jersey without pads the whole game. And I'm going to send him out there without pads on, Kevin.
I just wanted to check.
I will tell you this, though. I don't want to see Joe Milton run a football in.
Okay.
I want to see him throw the pass. I want to see him throw the pass that wins that game. Like, that's the kind of thing that do something that I don't think you can do.
Right.
I think you can run that ball in. Now show me that you've been practicing the shots that you can't hit.
Right.
The Tiger Woods thing of like, these are my worst things. Show me that you can make that pass. Show me that you can do that. That's going to win me over there.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some baseball nuggets. MLB work stoppage prop bets are here, and who's ready for Broadway? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Back.
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
And here it comes. Swinging a hard hit ball up the middle. Base knock for Trout. Peraza trots home. Trout with his third hit and second RBI of the night. He gives the Angels a 4-2 lead.
And they would extend that out to 5-2 in a just soul-crushing defeat of the Texas Rangers.
You can't lose again, Kevin, for my prediction to be correct. That was the last loss.
How sad is that? We're still really early in that run.
Yeah, they have to win like 8 straight now. Or something.
Okay.
Hold on. That's not even right. I think 11 straight.
Oh, my goodness.
It could happen, dude. Like that kid
it
said,
could
Angels
happen.
in the outfield.
Sure. Yeah. Christopher Lloyd. All right. Let's fire up some baseball nuggets.
You okay?
Yeah, that was the work of Mike Vasek right there. Now, it probably won't surprise you to hear this.
It doesn't.
ESPN did an in-season update ranking the top 50 players in baseball. Who do you think is the top player in baseball right now?
Right now?
Right now.
Pete Crow Armstrong.
That's either him or Yordan Alvarez is what I think.
Okay.
They said Shohei is number 1 because this list is lazy. Pete Crow Armstrong is 2. Yordan Alvarez, who is on pace for 46 home runs, 116 RBIs, potentially winning the MLB Triple Crown, and a 1.057 OPS, is number 3 on the list. The rest of the top 5, Jacob Mizorowski and Bobby Witt Jr., who has an 803 OPS.
Dude,
now,
can I ask you a question
Sure.
real quick? Where are the Royals in the standings?
they are bad.
They're 49 and 73. They're in the last place in their division, and Bobby Witt Jr. is going to spend his entire career Mike Trouted.
Do you think he's got a Mike Trout gene of that's fine? Or do you think, I mean, I know people will argue Mike Trout's gene is not just to give up, but that he's like, I want to win here. But eventually you see the writing on the wall and you're like, but you can't. And he's like, I'm still going to stay here.
I don't know that Kansas City is as cool as L.A.
Sure.
So maybe that's the difference there.
Or Anaheim. That is fair. Rest of the top 10. Christopher Sanchez, Junior Caminero, James Wood, Cam Schlittler, and Chris Sale. Who do you think is the highest rated Rangers player on this list?
I mean, Nicky Lopez comes to mind.
Nicky Lopez, by the way, is fallen off.
Okay.
It feels like he's donezo.
Wow. What a hater.
I don't think it's being a hater if the numbers back it up.
But he's like, what was we expecting out of him?
I know.
He overperformed.
He did for a while. You're absolutely right. He overperformed. His OPS this month is 401, and he's hitting 148.
DeGrom.
Alec, do you want to take a guess? Who's the highest rated Rangers player on this list?
Oh, Jock Peterson.
Wrong. The answer, of course, is nobody. The Texas Rangers have nobody on the ESPN Top 50.
That's not cool, guys.
Sorry, Jared. That's fair.
Dude, you know what I think is amazing? Is that Jared hangs out on the phone during Baseball Nuggets just to say stuff like that. That's really cool of him.
Yeah.
You know, he's a busy guy, has a lot going on.
He is.
But he loves the show so much.
He does.
That he just he calls in, doesn't try to take over the segment, and just wants to drop something like that on us every once.
Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
Oh, wow. No!
And what's crazy is we have
Dawson's ready to
Dawson's
reply.
on the phone also.
He didn't even think Sandy Koufax was that great.
And that's how he lets Jared go every time that he's like at the end of the segment, usually that's what he does.
Do you want to talk cornfields, work stoppages, or Broadway?
Oh my gosh, Broadway.
Let's talk.
It's weird. I never want to talk Broadway.
About MLB All-Star Jose Iglesias. He is slated to become the first Latino MLB player to take to the Broadway stage. He will be in the Buena Vista Social Club as the narrator on August 27th.
That's a big role.
And he is known to be quite the singer. He sang songs for the Mets and all kinds of stuff, but he is going to be the narrator on Broadway for the Buena Vista Social Club. I just think that is really neat.
I think that's awesome too, dude.
Tonight, if you want to talk cornfields, it's time for the Field of Dreams game.
I want to talk cornfields. That's cool.
Okay, good. Kevin Costner will be there. It's the Phillies versus the Twins. Now, they do take a little bit of the magic away from it because it's not the Field of Dreams game. It's the MLB at Field of Dreams presented by John Deere. So you make sure you get the corporate sponsorship in there to really crush the life out of this.
We could still call it whatever we want.
That's true. It'll be on Netflix, by the way.
Just like you called it AT&T Stadium, you're like, I don't have to call it that.
Exactly.
John Deere is the perfect sponsor, though.
I will admit, if you did need a sponsor,
this is good synergy.
And like a corn seed store wasn't available, then John Deere makes a whole lot of sense.
Did you say corn seed store?
That's right.
First off.
I panicked because I was going to say corn feed.
It is corn feed.
And I was like, but I'm not feeding the corn plants this, and it's not about the animals. So I panicked.
It's a feed.
I was Josh
corn
Green
seed
up
store.
in the air, and I didn't think through what the rest of my pass was going to be until I was in the air, and I was like, let's go with corn feed.
Secondly, have you ever planted corn?
No.
Huh. Alec, you lived in Mansfield.
That's right.
I don't know.
Known city of corn.
They call it Maysfield.
No, they don't. You ever planted corn, Alec?
Not to my knowledge.
And he used to work in the 4-H club.
Oh,
how he knows so much about milk.
I never worked in that.
That's what I believe. So, that's my truth.
Oh man.
Oh, did your own research on me.
So yeah, man, I'm looking forward to the game anyway.
Okay.
I do wonder, when Kevin Costner originally did that, it was beautiful. Like, it really was cool.
He came out of the cornfields. That was nice.
He walked out and he looked like he'd never seen that field before. And you're like, dude, you had to have spent 2 years on that field doing that movie.
Didn't Mike say he cried at that?
I cried. Hold on. Mike cried or Kevin Costner cried?
I think Mike said
We all cried, Kevin. If you didn't, you're a soulless person.
Yeah, that feels fair.
But I wonder if they will do something different this time.
Yeah.
Like, you got to take another scene from that movie and see if you can tweak it just a little bit. Like, maybe with the kid that's choking on the hot dog, he has to save some kid's life.
Right.
I don't know.
Okay.
I thought she was really going to die.
Oh, no. All right. Let's talk about the work stoppage, potential work stoppage. Will MLBPA enter a labor stoppage before or during the 2027 season? Yes is a minus 1,000.
It's not good, is it?
It is not good.
They can work it out.
That's true. Will the MLB All-Star Game be canceled or postponed? Yes is a minus 200.
Okay.
Over under number of games played per team. How many games do you think will be played by the Rangers next year?
0.
Oh, no. The over-under, then, this is good for you. The over-under is 99.5, and it says, will the World Series be played? Yes is a minus 2,000. So the overwhelming thought is, obviously, there's going to be a stoppage, and they think you're going to lose a lot of games, maybe even the All-Star game, but we will get the season in, and we will get the World Series.
972, I have planted corn in Carrollton. It did not do too well.
Oh!
I don't know if that was the climate or they forgot to water it. Like, once you plant it, you have to water it.
Do you think that Alec never planted corn because he was too busy watching pornography?
You're so stupid, dude.
Also,
how are we number one?
That is a great question.
The show is not for me.
Agreed. By the way, remember when we talked again and again about how badass the Red Sox were? They've lost 5 games in a row.
Oh, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, College Quarterback Confidential. What opposing coaches and coordinators are saying about the best signal callers in college football. Next on The Fan.
Cholo means KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. If you want to get involved in the conversation on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube, it is time for some College Quarterback Confidential. I thought this was a really interesting article put out by ESPN with a ton of information from opposing coaches and coordinators about some of the best, or maybe not so great, college football quarterbacks as we gear up for the 2026 season. Now, if you can go ahead and give me cut number 4, I'm not saying he's the best. In fact, I do not think he's the best. However, this is unquestionably the biggest name going into the season.
Manning off the left hash of the UTEP 4-yard line on 1st and goal, pulls it back, fires it to the right. It is caught. Touchdown, Ryan Wingo. His first touchdown catch of the season. And Arch Manning put it where only Wingo was going to be able to pull it in right by the pylon.
Now, one SEC coordinator said Arch Manning is a real one, and so is Cam Coleman and Ryan Wingo. So it's like you can't double both of them. Predict success for Arch Manning. Another SEC head coach said he's handled this situation better than anybody could possibly do. The expectations aren't fair, so personally, I hope he has a great year. Hopefully he has an off game against us.
What a compliment from an opposing coach.
Absolutely.
Because I was going to ask that question. Have the expectations been fair just because of his name? Because I don't know that the talent was really there, but the name was.
And so I think that's the issue when, I don't know if it was 27 Sports or who put it out, but when they gave him the perfect rating for a prospect, like those kind of things only upped the ante. And maybe they did it because he's a Manning. Maybe they did it because they knew he was going to get attention, or maybe they did it because they just thought he was that damn good. And if that case, then that's not just a last name expectation being put on.
I don't. And again,
he was underwhelmed thus far.
I didn't watch him in high school, and when I saw whenever his first few games at UT, I was like, well, he can run around. I didn't expect that out of a Manning. And then, they're like, oh, he got it from mom. And I was like, okay, that's cool. And then I watched him in that Ohio State game last year, and I was very underwhelmed by the whole team, honestly. I expected a lot more out of UT to start that season, and it looked inept as an offense. He did grow last year, though.
I agree.
And he's been very good against bad teams. Now, can he deliver in these big games? I think that's another reason, Kevin, for him to stay around, was to prove that he can do that, not only to everybody else that's going to pay him later down the road, but to prove it to himself. And I honestly think that's probably some great advice he got from the people in his family.
Agreed.
Was this will be a great opportunity for you to learn and get better before you go to the NFL.
And to your point, I definitely think you saw signs of improvement. When I say underwhelming, just because he was talked about like he was going to come in and instantly rocket them to the top, and that has not been the case. He's been good, but not absolutely the best. We will see if he reaches that this year. All right. And we could stop down on any quarterback if y'all want to bring it up. I'll do my best to give you insight there. Trinidad Chambliss from Ole Miss. So one SEC coordinator said you could see his ability, his arm strength and arm talent coming out of Ferris State. And then watching the whole season, his ability to make plays with his feet when things break down was exceptional. One other SEC coach said he's a dude. Lane probably gets too much credit for Trinidad.
Oh, really? Those playoff games were without Lane, right?
Yep.
So that kind of tells me what I need to know there. Now, I know some of that offense was Lane's that was built in and everything.
Sure.
But we watched the dude deliver in the biggest moments.
And his QBR last year was 5th. compared to Arch, who was 17th, which obviously is still solid to be sure. All right, let's move to Texas A&M and Marcel Reed. One SEC coordinator said the people that have been able to stop the run and play zone defense, he's had a hard time against. And you're going to see kind of a similar thing when you move to another SEC defensive coordinator. He still thinks he's a true quarterback, and we want him to keep thinking that way. He doesn't really want to run, but when he does run, that's the scariest part. And so it's an interesting knock against Marcel Reed. When they say true quarterback, I don't love that particular description, but I get what they're saying is he doesn't want to be known as a running quarterback. But what they're saying is when he does run, that's what makes him scary. And I think that has been the thought about Marcel Reed. If he's just going to stay in the pocket against you all day long, you'll take that. And you might well think you're going to win that game.
Yeah, you got a good point there.
And if it's in November or December against A&M, you probably will win that game.
Dude, listen, man. I want to give you some thought on this.
Okay. Thought me.
That was a windy game. Nobody was prepared for that. All right?
Yeah.
Nobody was prepared for that.
I get you.
I stand by that.
I do. All right, go ahead and give me cut number 5, because I know the person you might be waiting for used to be at North Texas. Not anymore. Give me Drew Bestamaker.
Bestamaker going quick. Pressure in his face. What an arm! The cannon connecting! Try Williams!
Drew Bestamaker. All right, do you find yourself still kind of following him, Corey, or now that he is not at North Texas, are you yeah, that's fine?
Well, he went to Oklahoma State.
So you're
with my coach.
Going to follow him and be against him now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, what an amazing season the kid had. That was an absolute blast to watch. A lot of fun. That offense was a lot of fun. By the time, here's what I hate though, and I hate it for OU too. I hate it for by the time, not actually OU, people are paying attention, but by the time people started paying attention was whenever things started going kind of bad for them, and for UNT, and you're like, oh no, they've performed poorly in these big moments where everybody's now watching. So I did hate that for him, but yeah, dude, he was an absolute blast. Can he do it again? And with the same coach, same offense. They're going to do it with some different players. I think it's going to be kind of a thing of beauty, man.
One Big 12 head coach said, the best quarterback in this league is at Oklahoma State. Accurate, sneaky, athletic, can make all the throws. He's an NFL quarterback when you watch his tape. And then you don't think he's athletic, but he's way more athletic than people give him credit for. All right, glowingly positive review for Bestamaker. Let's go to another head coach. He's able to have a really good feel for zones and fitting the ball in spaces and can lead guys. The timing, anticipatory, all of that is impressive. I just think the level of defense he's going to see is going to be increased. When I watched them play, they were better than most everybody they played at North Texas.
Yeah.
So a lot of positives, but then questions about how he will do against clearly increased competition.
Yeah, and I mean, I do wonder this. Not for him, because I think he's going to be able to see it and read it and do those things, because it is that offense that he understands. How many times, though, Kevin, have we seen the system quarterbacks, the guys that do well in a system, and then they go on to something else and they're not that same quarterback because it's not the same kinds of concepts? And that's all I have for a wonder of him. I think the competition, he's going to be just fine.
Okay.
I think competition-wise, they're going to figure out ways to get receivers open, and he can read and manage that too, with a little bit of an extra bump in the competition that's around him as a teammate as well.
Yeah. All right. Now let's go with the quarterback that I think is the best quarterback in college football heading into the season. Go ahead.
I just want to do something real quick, Kevin. I have looked. I do not see anywhere that Arch Manning had 37 touchdowns last year. ESPN, College Football Reference, everything I've seen, somebody is saying that he had 37. I see that he had 26. I just wanted to confirm that.
Bet they're including the rushing touchdowns, which is at 10, which would be 36 is the number that I see.
All right. Just appreciate that. Thanks, man.
And okay, no problem. And then as long as we're clearing things up from the 254, I'm going to take this question at face value. Texas was the only team with 3 top 10 wins last year. How is that underwhelming? They started the season as the preseason number 1 and didn't even make the playoffs. How is that not underwhelming? Yeah. That is clearly underwhelming.
Hey, I want to see Manning be great.
Yeah.
Like I didn't say that I want to see him be terrible.
Yeah.
We said he got better.
Oh, somebody said he had a receiving touchdown too.
Look at that.
Hey. All right. The best quarterback I think in college football going in is Dante Moore. Let's go to one Big Ten coach. Dante was exceptionally good. He was the most confident back there. He had the best presence of all the guys. He looks the part. He acts the part. He controls the line of scrimmage. He throws a good ball, but he was a guy who continued to make good decisions. Now let's go to a Big Ten defensive coordinator. His arm talent certainly jumps out. His arm talent, his ability to improvise, the ability to throw from different locations, his ability to ad lib. So, I mean, if you include arm talent, good decisions, and the ability to ad lib, although that probably goes along with good decisions. That's a great package right there. Alec, I don't know how you feel about this, if you have strong feelings one way or another. I tell you, going into the season, Dante Moore is the best quarterback in college football and the favorite to go number 1 in the draft. You say what?
I say yes. But I thought he would have fared pretty well if he went into the draft this past year because it was a weaker class. But I think this season is only going to help him in terms of his pro stocks because it seems like he gets more comfortable over time and he's staying consistent. He's one of the few guys that's actually going to stick around and play in the same system for multiple years. So you're going to get to see the exact product that you know you're going to get on draft day. But I think for his upcoming season, you're going to see the incredible arm talent. You're going to see the athleticism and high IQ. He makes a lot of great decisions.
Yes.
So I think he's probably the safest quarterback going into this season. Arch Manning's going to get a ton of the conversation because he's exciting, but he's not the safest compared to Dante Moore.
You know what's really funny about that is, like, and we talk about this sometimes, if you look at the card market, it is staggering how much higher Arch Manning prices are than Dante Moore. Like, it feels like Arch Manning is the Kobe and Dante Moore is the Tim Duncan. You know what I'm saying? Where, like, they're fairly equivalent in terms of careers-ish, but one is worth so much more, and Arch Manning is worth so much more than Dante Moore.
Are we just assuming Trinidad Shambles is going to have another year in college after this? Is that what we're...
I will assume he will not because of how difficult it was to get this year.
Oh, okay.
But we shall see. All right. A couple of other names I had on the list. John Mateer, Will Hammond at Texas Tech, Julian Sayin. Do you want to go in depth on any of those? Is there a different quarterback that you wanted to know
Julian
about?
Sayin's very interesting to me.
All right. Julian Sayin.
Yeah, I would like to know a little more about what he really is.
All right. Well, tell me if you think these quotes reflect that. One Big Ten head coach. In the games that we played, there wasn't much I saw from Sayin other than he just ran the offense very well.
Okay.
One defensive coordinator from the Big Ten. He's not a very big guy. I do like the way he manages the game and throws it. The way they use it, use him. They're pretty unwilling to run. He's a good athlete, but you want to try to get him out where he doesn't want to be. So
whenever things get uncomfortable, he's not at his best.
And you have two people who are kind of saying game manager, which I know automatically is a bad thing for people, but I don't necessarily think it has to be a bad thing.
As long as, if you have the pieces in place, then you can be a game manager and win all the time,
Sure.
which Ohio State had all the pieces in place last year.
Sure, absolutely.
So that's very helpful.
And then make sure we get some Texas Tech love in there. One Big 12 defensive coordinator said about Will Hammond, if they don't give him too much, he can be very efficient because I think they're going to be really good on defense again. So you just can't have a quarterback who screws it up. Now, I know this was the case last year as well, but it is bizarre to talk about like, hey, Just give the quarterback just enough because this defense is going to carry the day. If you're a longtime Texas Tech fan, that probably boggles your mind like last year when we were talking about how much our offense sucked for the Rangers, but the pitching was amazing.
It changes everything you ever thought about your team. And that's gonna be the case for them again, is what you're saying, is that the Tech defense can do it.
It does feel like that. It really.
So McGuire walked in there and literally changed the entire culture of Texas Tech.
I mean, it kind of feels like that, does it not?
Yeah. Like he was like, I'm going everything you've ever thought about Texas Tech. How can you bring back the offense, though? How can you bring back a little bit of that pizzazz to it and be an awesome, great defense at the same time?
So somebody asked about C.J. Carr. There's a lot of buzz around C.J. Carr in terms of the Heisman and Notre Dame, of course. One coach who played against Carr last year said he was good. He made some big-time throws against us, and I was like, okay, that's an NFL arm. I was more impressed with Jeremiah Love, but he was poised. He tried to do something. We tried to do some things to throw him off, and he was just smart. Like for a younger player, smart, made really good decisions, was never flustered. His future is super bright. Last year, he completed 67% of his passes for 24 passing touchdowns and 6 interceptions. A coach set to face Carr this year said he has, quote, special talent. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, fancy edition, plus the kickers. They're unionizing. Next on The Fan.
Following today's case.
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know, I did see a couple of people who asked about Kevin Jennings, so let's throw one out there for SMU. One ACC coach said, "We can't ever defend him. He kills us every game. It's ridiculous." And then another ACC, this time defensive coordinator, I guess, he was one of the best quarterbacks we saw all year, the best we saw in the SEC. And you know what I like? I think you'll get a kick out of this, Alec. Another ACC coordinator said, it's the way he can contort his body and throw in an unnatural motion. It's so awkward, but it works for him, and it makes him hard to get to. And I really like that because usually, like, you hear that as a shooter, you're like, I don't know. But for the quarterback, it works for him because he can move and throw in odd angles that make you think you're going to get a sack and throws it off base.
I love watching him play. I really do love watching him throw the ball.
So I apologize to the people. I did not throw that out there. Boom, Kevin Jennings for SMU. Now, boom, boom, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call.
Yeah, give me the belt.
Pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. Might want to turn your mic on. There we go. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, fancy edition. Plus, the kickers. Corey, they're unionizing, dang it.
Why?
We'll get to that here in just a little bit. They are colluding, and I kind of love it. Yeah, college football's getting messy. The question of the day today is going to wait for just a minute because I always like to shout this out whenever I'm out and about. At the AAC tonight, the American Airlines Center, the Houston-based hip-hop artist Don Tolliver will be performing, and I will be in attendance. So if you see me, beer me. I'm stealing someone's gimmick.
Oh.
But come say hi. It feels like every concert I go to, I bump into at least a couple of Tolos, which is pretty cool. So I always like to throw that out there. If you're going to be out there tonight, let me know. It's going to be a party in Section 113. But
tarps off?
I mean, I'll take my shirt off anywhere. I don't care.
Interesting.
But wait, Dawson said yesterday he can't in the movie theater.
Dude, I just want you to know, okay? And Dawson will probably admit to this. When he was in See Me, Beer Me phase, that dude was taking down beers, all right? Are you sure you want to be in that place?
I'm 25.
All right.
I'm ready.
Oh, man.
I'm more than ready.
That has never backfired on anybody.
We'll find out.
Here comes Alec tonight, y'all. Get after it.
I'm gonna be out and active, so yeah, let's have some fun.
What does that second part mean? I'm an older person. I don't quote. What do you mean when you're going to be out and active?
Sexually active.
No, I did not say that. God, you're disgusting, Corey.
That's the first thing I think.
Instead of
not the same.
So, all right, ladies, if you see Alec tonight,
that's not the point. I mean, I'm not going to say
he's not giving up the booty.
He's a gentleman.
Yeah, you got to have a conversation with me first.
Oh, well,
that's all I got to do.
It's a pretty low bar.
I mean, if you buy me a beer, that happened once at a Post Malone concert. A very attractive woman sitting next to me was just like, "Hey, you want a beer?" I'm like, "Sure," and she bought me a beer. I was like, "Oh, cool,
nice,
sweet." It's that easy.
And then what happened?
Enjoyed the concert.
No,
that was it.
The story was kind of underwhelming.
She didn't have a kid with her.
Oh,
he was out on it.
I don't like y'all.
I just sat here that time.
I could feel it. I could telepathic communication. I could just.
That's fair.
No. But today, Big day for meat fans. It is National
Is that
Filet.
A-Rod picture?
Stop. Corey, it's not that funny. It is National Filet Mignon Day.
Oh,
National Filet Mignon
fancy.
Day. Exactly. So that's why Fancy Edition. The question of the day is, what is something that makes you feel fancy? 877-881-1053.
All right, this is going to sound really stupid.
Oh, God.
You know when you buy, like, the soft drinks in bottles, like a Mexican Coke or whatever?
Yes.
I think that is super fancy. I know it's not expensive. You can grab it at the Walmart for like $1.59. But for whatever reason, it being in the glass bottle as opposed to the plastic bottle, and me being like, if I wanted, I could recycle this for 5 cents. It feels fancy to me.
You're not wrong, because I kind of feel the same way. Because as a kid, I always felt like when I got the Mexican Coke, I was having a beer or something. So I was like, oh, I'm very put together. I am adult.
I have a lot of jokes there, but I get it. And glass bottles taste better.
Yes.
No matter what the drink is,
yes,
it tastes better out of a glass bottle.
Question.
Answer.
That we might need to do another time to not hijack this segment. Rank the 4: fountain, glass bottle, plastic bottle, can in terms of soda enjoyment.
So fountain's at the bottom.
What?
Because of the inconsistency.
Okay, that is fair.
Point, yeah.
You'll get one that's flat as hell and then something that tastes like you're drinking straight corn syrup.
Exactly.
I get you.
It's either McDonald's Sprite or it's literally just water that's the wrong color. Glass bottle's number 1.
Yep.
Then I would go bottle, can, fountain.
I'm going to go glass bottle, can, then plastic bottle. Here's why. I don't know what's happened lately, but the Dr. Pepper Zeros, the Coke Zeros have all smelled like BO and or like I don't know if it's the store that I'm getting them from or what.
It has to be.
Like somebody just dumped a bunch of like cumin all over the bottles and just left. And there's something too that I think that like maybe they sat out in the sun and the bottle. I have no clue.
Oh yeah, got too much light.
Maybe that's what it was. The drink tastes fine, but my nose is broken. So if I can smell it, it's problematic for me.
Okay,
so that's what it is. And again,
thank you for that.
It's a variety of drinks. It's not just those. That's just I was trying to use that as a point of that. But so I'll go with plastic bottle last, and then I do like the fountain drink third. I like a can.
See, I think I'm going to put fountain drink second. I'm going to go glass bottle 1, fountain 2, plastic bottle 3, and can last.
The thing that makes me feel fancy, Kevin.
Tell me.
Putting on a button up and a belt.
Ooh, a belt.
Yes. If I'm putting on the belt, it's not just to satisfy Mike, like not having to see my butt crack.
Man, he did talk about that a lot.
That dude seemed to look at my butt all the time.
Hot.
But it's there's just something about once you get the button up on, and you know, Kevin, I don't like to have sleeves at all. So if I have to button up that sleeve at the wrist, that makes me feel fancy.
Sounded like Tim Collins right now.
Oh my gosh. If I get a button up on, usually I'm trying to figure out how can I roll these sleeves up as quick as possible.
I'm the same way, honestly.
Show off these forearms.
That's right.
It gets hot under there. My forearms are probably the hottest part of my body.
Did you say pot?
I didn't say pot.
Turned into a Bostonian.
Wicked smart with the hottest pot
so
on my
hot
body.
under my pots.
Do you have any cufflinks?
Oh, no.
Okay.
That would be a waste for me also, because I'd immediately take them off.
Okay.
Actually, my mouth
cool,
is the hottest part of my body, then my forearms.
He has said that before.
I eat ice cream fast.
Congrats. Turns his microphone off and just starts
going to eat more of his. Sometimes I used to think that was ice cream. I mean, I know what it is. It's oatmeal.
Overnight oats.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Protein oats.
Oh, nice. How many grams we working with there?
It's Kodiak, so I think it's like 20.
Yeah, those are easy. Cheat code.
Yeah.
Biggest cheat code
Plus,
ever.
I threw some protein powder in there.
Oh, you're doubling up?
Yeah, and peanut butter and blueberries.
I have no idea.
This man is healthy as heck.
This is a meal, dude. This is not just a meal. Like, this lasts me until dinner.
Mm-hmm.
This is
What?
great. Yeah.
And I'm starving over here. My peanut butter and jelly is calling my name. Let's see. The question of the day, fancy edition.
You don't want to get into the button up or button down debate?
No, not really. Not really. You see how I dress. I'm wearing 5-inch inseam shorts and an oversized t-shirt right now. I think you know my stance. I think you know. The question of the day is, what is something that makes you feel fancy? From the 817, going to an opera or a play.
Oh, yeah, man. And if you go to a play at like some fancy looking place, you can't help, regardless of how you're dressed, to feeling fancy.
The Windsphere is amazing.
Yeah.
That is an amazing place to watch a show no matter what.
What's this Silver Box building downtown? Is it the Wiley Theater?
Think so?
What? Okay. That I like going to that place to see plays and stuff, and it makes me feel fancy. That's what it looks like. It looks like a big kind of like silver box.
Wasn't that where you rented movies from
That
like
was a
10 years
red
ago?
box.
Oh, okay.
AT&T Performing Arts Center?
Oh, if it's downtown by Clyde Warren, yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah,
it's
the Wiley Theater. Yeah, dude.
Yeah!
Heaven's fancy as hell.
I do like plays.
From the 682.
What? I do.
I don't know why that was funny.
It's not
but
meant
it
to be a
was.
brag or anything.
The way you said it is, it was like if I just said, I do like spoons, you know? I do like plays.
Big or little. From the 682, wearing a well-fitted suit makes them fancy.
Oh, yeah.
Man, at Peyton's wedding, I felt so fancy. It was the first time I had ever worn that suit because it was new. And, yeah, it was...
Do not. Look, this
What is going
Nimrod
on
over
in
here
there?
is about to open up his clearly dented can.
Yeah, go
over
to the
his-
kitchen.
Over his computer and all of our electrical equipment in here. All right.
Oh, that was anticlimactic.
It turned out okay, but it was good that you did that over the carpet.
Does it smell like butt cheeks?
No. It does smell like aluminium, though.
I think it's supposed to.
I think saying that word like that makes me
Makes you fancy?
Yes. Just like whenever my father would say Parmesan cheese growing up, and I thought that was like the real. I was like, "Is that actually how I do it?" And he's like, "Yes, you uncultured swine." I'm like, "I'm your child. Don't call me that."
When I rent a car,
I have yet to do that.
Oh yeah, you just got eligible.
Yeah, I'm 25.
Dude, there is something about like, and Kevin has preferred status, so we always get like a Mercedes or whatever. But there is something about getting behind the driver's wheel of one of your rent-a-cars and being like,
I'm gonna wreck this.
No,
car.
you're not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm always excited that I get to drive something different for a minute. Okay. I love my truck, but I also am just excited to drive whatever this is.
Yeah, I mean,
change of pace.
No matter how much you love something, like if you get used to it for a really long time, just a little change up is good.
Yeah, man.
No,
it's called swinging, Kevin.
No.
That's what Corey was saying. I was
talking about a car.
Supporting him.
Swinging
Don't
with
forget,
my car.
Moral Compass. Come up
Oh
at
God, I
122.
can't wait for this.
Oh
dude.
yeah, if you haven't heard
Alec
the tease,
doesn't know this whole
I
story.
don't.
Moral Compass is a pair of panties were found. Whose were they?
At my house.
And why did Kevin almost get a divorce?
Oh no.
Jeez. Well, you got to tune in. That's called appointment listening right
Glad
there.
You said almost.
And were they Kevin's?
Oh.
I mean, to each their own. Guys.
Tease.
Yeah, it is.
The Kickers. I got to get control of my segment. The Kickers are unionizing. Not really, but I think this is objectively awesome. So we know we are just absolutely deep in the depths of the world of NIL and college football and players making all kinds of insane money. So ESPN talked to Power 4 general managers because, yes, college football teams have general managers now. And they were talking about the cost of kickers because nobody really seems to care. Kickers are people too, dang it. And good starters routinely command six figures, while an elite transfer can now cost as much as $300,000 per season.
Oh.
Because specialists are comparing notes instead of letting schools negotiate in the dark like a lot of other players.
Smart.
So the market for college football, it's still really opaque, but kickers have stumbled onto the oldest trick in labor economics. Ask your coworkers what they make. So the college football kickers are actually colluding and sharing their salaries with each other. And the typical reported range for a Power 4 starting kicker is anywhere from $50,000 to $200,000. Several GMs told ESPN they have no problem spending $100,000 on a dependable starter, while one staffer at a college football playoff team said an elite portal option could be worth $300,000. Multiple GMs told ESPN that the best kickers communicate about what schools are paying and offering. One SEC general manager said, quote, all the kicker guys chat and jack the price up, end quote. In other words,
how dare people try to find out their fair value?
You believe that?
This is basically Glassdoor with uprights, and it is amazing. And I think it was one SEC staffer, no, a Big Ten staffer, said if his program ever starts paying, quote, big bucks for a long snapper, he wants out of the industry. But long snappers, you'll be sad to hear out there, they still only cost about $10,000 to $50,000.
Oh, well, that's better than nothing. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy in our very first edition this season of Power Ranking, the NFL Power Rankings. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
They looking the other way, and now he's in trouble, and they're going to bring him down. At the 19-yard line, Myles Garrett, his second sack of the game.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Got Gridiron in just a second, but it appears as though Hunter Green will need Tommy John surgery again, which means he would miss not only the rest of the season, but would most likely be out for all of 2027. So a really tough blow for the Reds right there.
Kevin, I'm sorry. I believe is today the funeral for Don Nelson?
I do not know.
Brad Townsend just quoted Rick Carlisle, and I just saw a picture of Greg Popovich speaking as well.
Yeah,
and Popovich said Nelly had the heart the size of a moon and as soft as marshmallows.
Oh, that's nice.
And Rick Carlisle said coaching against Nelly always elicited what I would call high cortisol and stress levels. In coaching, you're always trying to get your team prepared for something, and his teams were always unpredictable.
I like it. That is very nice. All right, now what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip it and rip it.
We'll start with potentially sad news for one Alec Medford. Jordan Tyson had to exit today's practice early with a hamstring issue. No! So hopefully it will end up being minor. The team said they will most likely know more about Tyson's status tomorrow. But again, much like with Hunter Green, sometimes you go and get that second opinion and it doesn't work out for you. But hopefully it is not a serious deal.
Soft tissue is the concern with him. Like and maybe it's just stretching and hydrating, Maybe that's it. Maybe that's all he needs to do.
I mean, one can hope he'll eat a banana and be good to go.
Get that man some Pedialyte right now. He's going to be my wide receiver 4 this year. I need him.
Oh, okay.
Not right.
Still drafting him.
Huh? Interesting.
Oh, man, that's actually going to work into one of my NFL overreaction to reality. I like that. Chuba Hubbard is now considered week to week with his own hamstring injury. On the preseason front, Patrick Mahomes will not play on Saturday. However, Josh Allen and the Bills starters will play in the preseason opener against the Panthers. Now,
whole game?
I doubt that, seriously. I want to shout out Matt Hasselbeck because he has become part of a group that is looking for a way to get more accurate diagnoses on CTE for living people.
Okay.
Because that is one of the good things is you've been able to study the brain of people who have CTE. A lot of people have donated their brain to science and everything like that. So they are now seeking for better ways to figure out those diagnoses and what to look for and how to spot it in brain imaging for people that are still alive. So obviously you hope that is successful.
Yeah, right now there's rule-out testing, your medical history and symptoms, but your symptoms are very similar to a lot of other things.
Right.
So to be able to be sure of that, there's right now definitely when you're dead, they can figure that out.
Yeah.
But I love this and I hope there's more push for it and I hope they can figure that out.
Now on the flip
I do have a question though. Will that then, if they have that, do you think that anybody would say we now require players each year to go get this testing done in the off season?
I don't, because I think they'll say, or you can sign this waiver. And
that's what players.
I don't know,
dude, because it's on both sides, right? It doesn't really affect the team.
Yeah.
Whenever the player's retired.
Right.
That doesn't matter to them anymore.
Sure.
But whenever they're playing, it wouldn't affect the team, so they would be like, we don't need you to do it. That's fine. But the player would probably want to do it for some reason, or maybe he wouldn't because that's going to cause – that could be a reason he's not signed.
See, and that's the thing. I just wonder about the ignorance is bliss thing Because, like, even in our regular life, people will wait to go to the doctor because they're like, oh, something could be wrong. And you're like, but that's why you should go to the doctor.
Catch it early.
Yeah, I've been guilty of that as well. All right, so let's go from the flip side of that to somebody who I do not necessarily wish the best for, just in terms of on-field success. Jaden Daniels. Is Jaden Daniels a little bit of a B? So Jaden Daniels has sent a cease and desist to LSU after they made they insulted him so hard by saying somebody else could wear his number 5. Oh, my goodness. He won the Heisman Trophy there, and people close to him are complaining that he is not getting the Joe Burrow treatment. Now, of course, a pretty big difference between the two is what, Corey?
National championship.
LSU had 3 losses and finished 12th in Jaden Daniels' Heisman season, which was still freaking awesome. But it's been 3 years since anybody has had that number. They allowed sophomore cornerback DJ Pickett to wear it. When Daniels became aware of this, he sent a cease and desist of any name and likenesses that they are now allowed to use. Here is an actual statement from his actual spokesperson. The Daniels family is deeply disappointed and feels profoundly disrespected by LSU's decision to give Jaden's number to another player. Jaden and his family had every reason to believe that this number would remain a meaningful part of his LSU legacy and would be honored and protected in recognition of his extraordinary contributions to the university. That's a real thing that they really put out.
Acting like Buc-ee's, bro.
Good point.
I saw a picture just a minute ago that said Jaden Daniels has sent a cease and desist to 5 guys for using the number 5. And I'm just like,
that is very clever.
I looked it up real quick, Kevin. There are 5 players in LSU history who have their number retired.
Okay.
Only one number is permanently out of circulation. I don't know which one. I think it's Billy Cannon is number 20.
Okay.
But other than that, like, they don't have Joe Burrow's number retired, but I guess they're just saying, hey, you're not wearing that right now.
And you didn't win a national title. That just feels like the softest of the soft things you've ever heard.
And guess what? Joe's been to a Super Bowl since. Like, there's a level that he's gotten to that you haven't yet. So
yes.
And when you win a championship, you live forever. When you don't, when you win a Heisman, people are like, he was really great.
Somebody else gets to wear your jersey. All right, let's power rank the NFL power rankings going into the first real slate of NFL preseason games. Finishing in last place for now, number 32, the Miami Dolphins, followed by the Las Vegas Raiders, the New York Jets, the Washington Commanders, and astonishingly enough, you still have to go through the Browns and the Giants until you get to the Cardinals at 26.
Let's go.
Do you really think the Arizona Cardinals are going to be better than at least 6 NFL teams this year?
Dude, first off,
taking into account that win over the Cowboys.
They played in the Hall of Fame game, so they already have a leg up.
Didn't they lose?
But they played in it.
Okay.
Kevin, you know how good teams are that year. Go back and look at the Cowboys season.
They were not that great that year.
Don't worry about that. Okay. Secondly, they have Carson Beck throwing no-look passes out there. So I don't even know why you're questioning this right now.
Yeah.
Do you know why you're questioning it?
Yeah, because I think they'll win 3 games or less. Now, where do you think the Cowboys are in the NFL.com preseason power rankings?
I think it's that time of year where the Cowboys are hyped up. So I'm going to put them in the top 13.
Ooh.
They're better than middle of the pack. I'd say 12, right outside of 10. Yeah, right outside of the top 10, somewhere at like 12.
Alec, would you be the Dallas Cowboys at higher or better or worse than 12?
Worse. They are right in the middle.
Oh, you fool.
What?
Not this time, because it's the best time to be a Cowboys fan, the time before they play the games. The Dallas Cowboys are number 11 in the NFL.com power rankings. From 10, it goes like this: Bears, Texans, Bengals, Jags, Ravens at 6. And then the top 5 is the Bills, then the Eagles, Then the Seahawks.
What? They just won the Super Bowl.
Then the Broncos at 2. And the Los Angeles Rams at 1. So it feels like I kind of like the pseudo alternate universe that the NFL is like, this should have been the Super Bowl. Give me the Rams at 1 and the Broncos at 2. So there's your first edition, a quicker edition of Power Ranking, the NFL Power Rankings. With a KNC masterpiece coming up next, our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KSC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KSC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. And Specs. How about them savings from Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys? We bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good. Dang it, I'm supposed to say
good
howdy.
Noon. Good noon.
Good day. Noon, sir. Good day, sir.
Good day,
I like that. How are you today?
I'm great. How you guys?
We're pretty good.
Tomorrow.
I didn't get the chance to ask you this yesterday, but how much stock do you put in the training camp depth chart that gets released?
I knew that was coming.
My assumption for you was meh, but I did want to ask.
Yeah, and I'll give you a meh, right? I mean, I could have put together most of this, right? And, you know, there's a couple things like I just noticed. So the top of the defense where it has defensive tackle, right? And it's got Otidio Agbanya as first and Jonathan Bullard second. Well, before Bullard suffered, I can't remember, hamstring, groin, it was the other way around, right? And so he has not practiced here this week. Probably he's not going to play in the game, so it got flipped, right? So that's more so, I think, for the game than it's a solid thing. With the cornerbacks, you know, they've got Revel or Kobe Durant. If I had listed it, I would have done it the other way, Kobe Durant or Revel, because that's kind of how they've been flipping back and forth at the cornerback position. So, and the same thing with the backup quarterback, Milton or Howell. It's been rotating by the day, right? Who gets to go out with the second team offense first, and then the next day it'll flip. So there's a lot of kind of, even ors, and depending on who they put first or who they put or after. So, but for the most part, I mean, we know what the offense is, right?
Right.
And then everybody's going to like, well, who are the backups? Well, that's the way they've been practicing on the offensive line like that. They've been rotating tight ends quite a bit, rotating the safeties in different situations. So, like, where do you put Caleb Downs when he's on the first team nickel in the slot, right?
Yeah.
You got to see, for the backups anyway, maybe a game to see how these guys perform more so than what we've seen in padded practices and the scrimmage on Tuesday.
Well, Mickey, after two practices that we got to see while we were out there, I told Kevin that Sam Howell was the backup quarterback. Now, that was two practices. In this stretch that you've been able to see, where is that? Is that a competition that's being won by anybody?
So I don't think so, and that's not a good sign, right?
No, I don't want to carry three quarterbacks.
And so I agree with what you said. And then if you went to the third padded practice, you would say, what happened to Howell? Where does accuracy go, right? And so, and it's kind of flipped back and forth. Milton still has problems with his accuracy. He still has a tendency to pull the ball down at, first warning and take off and run. What you'd rather see. This is practice, right? Throw the football. See if you can fit it in there. It's not like, for the first team quarterbacks normally in camp, it's like, you're the starter, right? So go ahead and try to see what you can do, right? It's practice. For the backups, I'm sure they're sitting there and they're counting, well, I got an interception here, an interception there. So they don't have the luxury of saying, it's practice. I bet I can fit this in. And then you find out if you can or if you can't, right? So it's sort of a different game when you know that there's a battle for the backup quarterback spot. Mm-hmm. But I would rather you try to fit one in than and too many times pull the ball down and start running.
Agree.
So that battle there, if it is indeed between those two guys, will be decided by how they play in preseason games.
Yeah, that was what Kevin asked this morning. He asked a ridiculous question. He said, "We're down to the last second of the game, 5-yard line. Would you put Dak in?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Corey
Kevin?
said he wanted to win.
I said I wanted
the preseason.
Corey said he wanted to win in the preseason.
But what I did
put him to the test.
But what I did say was, I don't want the thing I don't want to see is I don't want to see Joe Milton run the ball in for the touchdown to win. I want to see him deliver that pass.
Right.
I want him to show me that he's got that grasp now, because I know what he can do. But I want to know that he can do these things that are a struggle for him also.
Well, it's not so much as the grasp, but the confidence he has to do it, to try it, right? And the easy thing a lot of times is, well, I've relied on my legs my whole football career. I'm running with the football, right? Even though that's not what they called. So, that's a hard one to go. Maybe you just hike it to Jaden Blue and let him run it in. What do you think?
What do you think is the likelihood that we can figure out somebody as the number 2 quarterback and not have to carry 3?
I think there's a chance that they can figure that out. But I mean, think about it. Howell was on a practice squad all last year, right?
Yeah.
No one picked him up. Somebody could have snatched him, and not till the Cowboys signed him in the offseason did he have a job. So. And then Milton, I don't know that anybody's going to, put him on the. So they might make the initial roster, and then you say, okay, I'm shaving. I need another spot, and then you hope to put him on a practice squad. So. And again, if you get him on the practice squad, if somebody goes after him, they got to keep him on the roster for 3 weeks, right? So there's a little safety net there also. So there's a lot of manipulation that can go on yet. But I think if from the Cowboys standpoint, they would rather one of those guys to just have a knockout punch and win the job.
Now, you mentioned, we talked a little bit about Drew Shelton yesterday. Could you see a scenario, like, I know swing tackle ideally, but could you see a scenario where they could use him as like a jumbo tight end in a couple packages, or is that probably even too much?
Oh, I think we've seen some packages where maybe he or Nate Thomas come in as the tackle and Guyton moves out to the jumbo. Or they bring one of those guys in and they go out to the jumbo like Nate Thomas. They have experimented a little bit with that, but good point. I think some of that could take place because if nothing else, I think from what he's shown so far, but again, I'll put an asterisk on it. Let's see how he performs probably in a starting role on Saturday night in Seattle, that you always want to keep at least one, if not 2 developmental offensive linemen on your roster, even if they're not suited up on game day, right, to kind of bring them along. And I could see at least that happening for him, and then we'll see what happens going forward. The thing that you don't want to have to do is you get to the roster cut and you're going, I got to see if there's a more experienced swing-type tackle out there that I need to sign to the roster, which would eliminate somebody in a developmental spot on the 53.
Is Nate Thomas practicing himself off this team?
I think he's been, what they say, he's inconsistent, right? So I think these games will be vitally important for him. Now, again, and you have to judge that, what guys are the other team playing, right? Who's he up against? Is he up against guys of his own ilk? Then you got to say, well, now what would he do if he had to go against some first teamers? So again, I think they just need to see more from him. And maybe it is because they're expecting more. Because they've given him a pretty good chance so far, right? Last year, getting starts and knowing that he played his whole last year at Louisiana with a knee that needed surgery eventually. So he hadn't played a lot of football. Last year was the most football he played healthy in 3 years. So it would be interesting to see, if he takes advantage of the opportunity he's going to get.
Now, I feel like at this point I should turn it over to Corey Majors because the next question I have for you is not a football question.
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask Mickey. Yes, it looks like Vegas is -2.5 tonight in the game against Arizona. Are y'all all like football is here with all these preseason games tonight?
I'm still keeping an eye on baseball, by the way. We were out here, and the local Angels station had the Rangers games on the last 3 nights.
Sorry about that.
And since we've transitioned to baseball, did you see what the White Sox giveaway was?
My question for you, Mickey.
I want one of those hats, and I would wear it.
Do you have a connection that can get you the Pope Mitre hat from Tuesday night? Because they look awesome.
I would wear it in a minute because I've already got the T-shirt, right? I told you guys that, right? With number 14 on it and Pope Leo. I would absolutely wear that with my T-shirt.
I think we can swing it, Kevin. Right now, I'm seeing $93, $66, and $50 on eBay. So
no way, and they were giving them away, and that's the price now.
Those things they're hot commodities, dude.
You should look into some of the one-piece stuff that the Dodgers do. It is absolutely insane. You know what, Mickey? I think this is a fair deal. You're on our show all the time. You bring us great information. I feel like we can find a way to get you that Pope hat.
And did you see the other promotion they had?
I don't think so.
They had, I'm trying to remember what they called it. They had sushi night, and it packed the place with Japanese-oriented fans, and gave away sushi for a game.
Oh, for Murakami. Interesting.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
yeah.
That's interesting.
It was his sushi night.
That was actually when Ichiro got to Seattle. That was a hot commodity there. But it also made sense with Seattle being such a great fish city as well.
And then it helped, and they sold out. But it helps that you're in first place too, by the grace of God, right?
Yes.
Hey. Trust me, we're fighting for first place in the worst division maybe in baseball history, so I feel you on that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my Lord, after 200 lost seasons and then you go to first place, you go figure, right?
Man, Mickey, the other thing I figured is we're going to need to buy one of these Pope hats soon because they were selling on the night of for about $35. Now they're closer to upwards of $90. So the market for these Pope hats is hot.
Oh, man. I would wear it, take a picture, and you can do anything you want with it.
Oh,
I will.
It's going to happen
every single time you're on. We'll use that as your picture.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch you again tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good. Talk to you.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola, lover of the White Sox and Pope hats, as well as writer for DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a shoddy presser coming up at 105. So next in the Expressway, NFL Overreaction or Reality, and the C Block starring Corey Majors, plus the Gary Clark Jr. ticket giveaway. All of it next on The Fan.
dancing, moving, and down he goes. Packers get the stop, and it's Micah Parsons to help finish it off.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about to get to NFL overreaction or reality, but I wanted to throw this out there from Todd Archer, given kind of the breakdown of the Quinnen Williams salary cap. Excellent stuff by Todd right here. Salary cap hit for next season, for this season, $8.67 million, and it was upwards of a little bit more than $21 million. And then for next season, it looks like it'll be about $14.5 million.
Jeez.
When it was scheduled to be 25.
Oh, this is great.
Although, to be fair, there was no guaranteed money on that. So you've gone from, let's just say 21 and 25 to make it simpler, at $46 million, and now his combined salary cap hit is closer to $23 million. So you've essentially cut his cap hit over the next 2 years in half and have now $23 more million in salary cap money, whether that's just something you need to help defer the Dak payment that's coming, or you can use it for Pickens, whatever direction you think that could go, or you could still pick up Bobby Wagner. All possible.
Or Von Miller.
Who is actually who I think they're going to get.
Do you think you can still make the Max Crosby trade, though?
I mean, you could with that money. Absolutely, you could.
We'll be all in.
Oh, great.
Thanks, Jerry. It's kind of cool that Jerry just hangs around on the phone for moments like that.
So if you ever have a tough time getting in for the giveaway, it's because Jared's there, Dawson's there, Jerry's there, just waiting. All right.
Thanks, Jerry.
Overreaction or reality? Oh, I'm nervous about this one. Seeing how things have played out, you kind of feel like the Cowboys won the Micah trade. Now, if you take a look at it, Micah Parsons was traded for Kenny Clark, first-round pick in 26 and a first-round pick in 27. Then when the Cowboys went and got Quinnen Williams, they sent a second-round pick this year and a first-round pick, whatever the better one is, next year in Mozzie Smith. Who cares about that last one? So basically, you traded Micah and a second for Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, and a first-round pick.
And you do that same math with the Luka trade?
I could. I don't know what that final thing boiled down to. I still feel
so
like
ridiculous
we definitely
right.
lost that one. So overreaction reality. We won the Micah Parsons trade. For now.
I don't want to sound like a hater on Micah when I talk about the things that I saw. But there were some negatives with the player. There were some amazing highs, and Kevin, quite honestly, you lost it last year. You had no pass rush.
Right.
You absolutely know you lost it last year. And right now, you still don't have the same pass rush that you have when he's out there. However, you're a better run-stopping defense because of it. He was not going to help you in that place very much. And I think you have more mature and better leadership at this point right now. Would I've loved to have added what they have now to Micah? Yes. Instead of maybe you're without Quinn in there,
right?
And Kenny Clark, but I would have loved for them to be able to build that too and have Micah. But I do think, yes, at this point, looking at the way this thing's constructed, you have won.
Alec, overreaction or reality? You kind of feel like the Cowboys have won the Micah trade.
Reality, I do.
Oh.
Because they've done all the right things afterwards to make it worth it. Right? Like the Quinnen Williams deal, nobody saw that coming, for one. So the element of why not, I really like. And two, like Corey said, I think you got better mentally as a team because, one, you take a headache away. Because if we're being honest, the players have even spoken out about it. He was a headache at times, whether it was his own fault or not. Sometimes he indirectly caused headaches. Sometimes he directly caused it. And heck, even his brother on Twitter is still a headache. And he's not even on the team anymore. Micah's not even here, and he's still stirring up drama with the Cowboys fans. So I'm glad that the headache's gone, but I think the team has made it worth it by using the assets and the money that you theoretically free up by getting rid of him to actually do some good for this team.
Overreaction or reality? You believe This is what Michael Penix's doctor actually said. Michael Penix said that he went and saw the doctor before camp, and he's like, quote, "This is an amazing ACL." He's like, "You should never have any more knee problems for the rest of your career." That's word for word what he told me.
I called that one.
Overreaction.
It is kind of amazing that Donald Trump is just on the phone. He could be running the country right now, but he's just hanging out.
That one I believe. So, he likes TV and media. Overreaction or reality? Michael Penix's doctor actually said, "This is an amazing ACL. You should never have any more knee problems for the rest of your career."
I love
Michael Penix.
Man, I can't believe you used to say his name like that.
That is what you two idiots want me to call him.
I love that Alec threw that the Trump drop in there, because doesn't that sound like Trump was the doctor?
Best ACL.
Best ACL I've ever seen. And oh my gosh, you should never have another ACL again. Nobody should have ACLs that aren't like this one. Kevin, I know you haven't watched it, and you're probably not going to. But Roy Kent was limping in this episode of Ted Lasso.
I will not.
And he goes, "Isn't it weird that our knees are held together by essentially rubber bands?" And it's like the whole body. You got the brain. Look how intricate the brain is, and the whole nervous system. And then you get to the knees, and you're just like, well, whatever. Just throw it together. I think that he said that, and I think he wants the credit for it, and he wants every single ACL patient to come to him now.
Okay.
So they'll be like, "Dude, think about it. That doctor said Penix should never have that happen again."
Alec?
It's Penix, Kevin. You need to stop saying it that way.
I know how he says his name. Overreaction or reality? You believe that Michael Penix's doctor actually said this?
No. Overreaction.
Okay, good.
I think he was filibustering.
Way.
Oh, but it sounded very Trumpy, and that's why it made me happy. And I'm like, I'm glad this happened. I don't think it actually happened, but I'm glad it did.
Bonus.
Rick Bonus.
Damn it. You, overreaction or reality, you care about who the Falcons' week 1 starting quarterback will be.
I mean, I will. Yeah. For the whole league, I want to know what's going on there.
You know, right now, Tua is a massive favorite. He's a minus 500.
All right, y'all go ahead and invest heavy in Bijan.
I think that is a good answer either way.
Yeah.
Overreaction or reality? Travis Kelce can still play at an elite level. He said that yesterday. It has been 4 years since he has been elite.
I will say this. Choppy was talking about how he looked very bubbly around the waist recently. And I saw...
Choppy?
Yeah. Huh?
Oh, that's rude.
And I saw a video, and I was like, I don't know, he looks lean to me right now. Now, maybe I saw the wrong guy. I just thought that I was watching video of it. So even Mahomes looks a little trimmer than he did last year. Last year, he looked a little heavier than I was used to seeing him look. But I don't think he's elite anymore. I think he can still change a defense, moving him in motion, moving him the chess pieces around. He changes what people want to do. But I just don't think last year, dude, he and Mahomes didn't even look like they were on the same planet.
Right.
There were so many times where they were just like, and it didn't look like they had that fire in them either. Every athlete, no matter what, believes they still are what they once were. But I do not. I'll still draft him somehow, though.
Okay.
It's going to end up happening.
Hold on. We will get to that. Alec, we go to you. Overreaction or reality? Travis Kelce can still play at an elite level.
Overreaction. I think he can for like a week or two. You'll see maybe it's against high-level competition or somebody in their division where he just really steps up.
Yeah.
And you're like, uh-oh, is the AFC screwed? And then the next week, he kind of looks like Jason Witten in a Raiders uniform. I just don't see I think time's against him at this point.
All right. Y'all have both made reference to this, and so we have constructed a prompt for it. NFL overreaction or reality? You have someone you try to draft every season in fantasy for past results or really no particular reason at all.
I'm trying to think, because there's definitely been don't draft this guy because of injuries.
Exactly, yeah.
Continue to draft.
Or try to draft.
T. Higgins. I love drafting T. Higgins.
Okay.
Any chance I get to get him, I usually feel pretty confident that I'm going to get my numbers out of my receiver. Man, I'll be honest. The future for Tetairoa McMillan and me, I don't think people are going to be as locked in on him as I am.
Okay.
And so I'm probably going to be there with him. But yeah, I mean, Kelsey's one of those guys that because he's been so good in the past, I'm typically like, well, he'll give me numbers. He'll give me some sort of numbers. They're just not the 40 pops that I used to get out of him.
Alec, overreaction or reality? You have someone you try to draft every season in fantasy for past results or really maybe no particular reason at all.
Absolute reality. In the past few years, it's been Travis Kelce. It's been Gabe Davis, the wide receiver, especially when he was with the Bills. Like his first run with the Bills, I was like, why do people overestimate the fact that he's going to have one of those random games where he scores 35? Everybody looks past him. So those two come to mind for sure. It's usually the tight end position that I'm always like, I find like one of these teams like the Rams that really use the tight end a lot in the passing game. And I'm like, hey, he's not that good of a player. He's going to catch 8 passes in a game one week. That's going to win me.
From the 940, yep, David Montgomery every single year. It used to be Danny Woodhead. I draft Justin Tucker every single year.
Justin Tucker was easy to go draft every year.
Kyle Pitts is mine every year, and I get nothing. So, man.
In the 469, I drafted DJ Moore last year because 2 seasons ago, he scored 40 to 50 plus on a Thursday night. He screwed me last year, but I'll still draft him again since he's in Buffalo.
See? It's a thing. Absolutely. All right.
I would wait on Aaron Rodgers multiple years in a row because people they were like, oh no, we're going after this guy. And I was like, Aaron Rodgers is going to be there. And he still put up numbers. Now, recently, that's been different, but there was a time.
Now, we talked yesterday or the day before about the Sportico values and how the Dallas Cowboys are still worth by far and away the most in the NFL, and I think across the entire globe. $15.5 billion. By the way, did you know the average NFL team is now worth $9.34 billion?
Do you happen to know how much that's up from the typical average?
Yes, I do. That is up 31% year over year from $7.13 billion. That is the biggest year over year gain for NFL franchise value since they started doing these valuations, although that was only in 2020. But Dallas Cowboys, $15.5 billion. Overreaction or reality? If offered $40 billion, the Jones family would sell the Dallas Cowboys today.
Who has $40 billion?
Zuckerberg. Elon.
Quite honestly,
some people.
I don't think so.
Okay.
And I do wonder what else Jerry can get that makes him as happy as running the Cowboys.
Sure.
And I don't think there's anything financially like he can go buy that makes him that happy right now. I think he loves being connected to the Cow. I think he loves hopping on with us every Friday. He's like, I can't wait to talk to them K&C boys. And then I have to talk to Sean and RJ on Mondays, but I can't wait to talk to them.
That's on Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesdays. That's Steven that's on with us. Now, the kids, I'm curious if they love it that much.
Right.
I think they do because when I asked Steven about their grandkids, or the grandkids, he was like, they love being around this. And they love sports anyway, so like they're completely locked in on being part of this thing. But I wonder if they would see that money and go, I can go live a different life and enjoy that instead of this, or if they would look at it and go, I want to live up to Dad's legacy and get him, even later on in life, I want to get him something and hold that trophy for him as a family forever. So I think it's an overreaction.
Alec, overreaction reality. If offered $40 billion, the the Jones family would sell the Dallas Cowboys today.
It's insane to even think that somebody would say no to that amount of money, but overreaction, I don't think they would. I don't think Jerry would even flinch. Because I'm with Corey. I think that he genuinely loves this too much to where there is not a dollar figure where he's like, yes, easy to part ways, because this is his life. And the fact that the family's involved, and to this point, there's no minority stakes of the team sold. Like, this is 100% the Jones family and them only. I think there's a real sense of pride with that. And I think he means everything he says when he says that he genuinely loves this.
What club can he not get into? And maybe there's rich people clubs that I don't know about.
Sure.
I'm sure there are.
Right.
But like 350 to 400 people with the net worth of $40 billion or more.
Wow.
So there is a club that maybe he can't access. I don't know how much is his net worth, but that's a lot of money. But I just feel like the cachet of Dallas Cowboys owner opens every door you could imagine.
Did you see what Sportico says is their operating profit from last year?
A trillion?
$510 million. That is double any other team in the NFL.
Okay, so that's an operating profit.
Double!
So what... I don't know what that. I don't know.
No wonder they didn't mind about the World Cup stuff.
I'm just curious too. Like, so what do they work with? Is that their revenue, the money that's in and out that they work with total?
Minus their costs and everything like that. And so,
and how much do you have that number? The revenue?
I don't offhand.
Is it their revenue? Let's say their revenue is.
It's got to be at least upwards of $1 billion, right?
$1 billion, and then on top of that $1 billion, they make $500 million a year.
Yeah, so it would be the $1 billion minus, let's say, expenses of $490 million, which leaves your profit for the year of $510 million, and that includes player salary and everything like that.
And in a World Cup year, your stadium's worth even more.
I mean, it was worth even less because you had to pay to fix it up. But again, if you're profiting $500 million in profit, you're like, that's fine. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. And we have an update on the Jaden Daniels story.
Oh, my God. This update makes it even worse.
This is Matt Moscano, who is from... Locked On LSU, and has published a publisher for LouisianaSports.net. 16-time LAB winner.
Oh.
In the lab, if you will. So, Kevin, you said earlier that Jaden Daniels had requested that LSU no longer talk to him, cease and desist.
Use his name and likeness, yeah.
Get rid of his NIL. He wants to give all the NIL money back, I presume.
I doubt that.
But he said, y'all can't use my name, image, likeness anymore to help recruit or whatever with any of your stuff because y'all aren't retiring my number. Y'all are letting somebody else. You would let somebody else wear my number and desecrate the number 5. Evidently, according to Matt Moscano, the LSU Jaden Daniels saga took another strange turn. Sources confirmed Daniels' camp wants LSU to return its copy of the Heisman Trophy, something LSU has no intention of doing.
What?
Evidently, Daniels contacted LSU leadership before fall camp. Lane Kiffin has personally spoken to him as well. Dude, that's weird. First off, you know how I feel about this.
Yeah.
If you want the Heisman Trophy, come get it.
Yeah, right.
And good luck finding it in my house. I'm putting that in a sealed wall.
Is he responsible for all of this?
I don't know the answer to that question. But I do know there are some theories out there, Alec. I don't know if you're comfortable presenting your theory.
I think his mom is behind all of this.
There's some camp conversation about it, right? Like there's a lot of people involved in this, and wasn't there a picture? Didn't we see a picture the other day of him giving his mom a piggyback ride at camp? And like people are like, It was the Juju picture. Like they were sitting next to each other at a basketball game, and mom came and sat down right in between them. So I think there's a little bit of that going on. But this part of it too, being like, you can't even have your copy of the Heisman Trophy that has my NIL on it because I'm so... Dude, come on. You went to college there. That's it.
Was he there for 1 year?
1 year.
Oh.
You were able to elevate yourself to the NFL.
Yeah.
Why are you even dabbling in the college stuff anymore? Except that college is big business.
It is big business.
And so maybe you're trying to get a little extra cash out of it. I don't know, dude, but it's whiny. It just seems very whiny. Speaking of quarterbacks, though, yesterday, right as we were getting ready to talk with G-Bag, Zach Wolchuk came in here just snickering like crazy, just giggling. And we were like, what's going on, Zach? And Zach, in that Zach Wolchuk way, goes, did you see the Philadelphia Eagles post this slow-mo video of Jalen Hurts throwing an interception? Now, what they were trying to do was highlight Quinyon Mitchell in this. But what happened was 15 million people watched this video.
Oh, my goodness.
15. Oh, actually, Kevin, I believe the number is even higher right now. 15 million people
that is crazy.
Have checked in on this video, which brought one Barstool writer to say the headline, nobody moves the needle like Jalen Hurts, as Jalen Hurts has gotten the 15 million people, so he must be the face of the league at this point.
You know, I would still say Patrick Mahomes is the needle mover.
Okay,
of the NFL.
We're going to get to that in just a second because Kevin, Alec has updated me. It is now 16 million people have seen this. There's 16 million.
It has 16 million views.
Yeah, views.
So I like to think that there are Cowboys fans and probably Eagles fans that are just watching it over and over.
That's what I think too.
Alec.
Oh, and I think a lot of people are watching it for and I'm all about this right now. There is nothing more important than engagement.
I've been engaged twice.
Okay, not that kind of engagement, Kevin.
One of them actually married.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
The
Eagles' social media team knows exactly what's happening. Yes, everybody's watching it and pointing at and joking and laughing about the fact that they posted a video of their dude getting intercepted.
Do you think anybody's watching it for Quinyon?
I don't think so.
I
don't think a single %. Maybe Christian Parker, he's like, all right, I need to watch his technique. So this is how we find out the edge on these guys.
All right.
Remember, he's like, these clips are the way that I can defeat you. Elliott Shore Park did say a lot of people are dunking on Jalen Hurts, but don't forget, he went like 139 passes without throwing an interception. All-time leader in training camp, no interceptions.
All right.
Do y'all not remember when they were keeping track of the non-interceptions that he's thrown?
I guess I do not.
Oh, my gosh. It was such a ridiculous stat. We were like, I mean, at some point. But that
I did a whole segment of radio with him, and it was the worst experience of my life.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever had him on the show.
He told me before Cowboys and Eagles, I think 2 or 3 years ago, that Jalen Hurts was the best quarterback since he had entered the league. And I was like, Patrick Mahomes exists.
That year, Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl, though.
Oh, yeah.
So he was right.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true or not. So, but I'm glad both of y'all bring up Patrick Mahomes. 877-881-1053. The question is now, who is the biggest needle mover in all of the NFL? And who do you want it to be? So I think y'all are right. I think Mahomes still moves the needle for everybody.
Thorny.
That's my answer now. That was the perfect use of that drop.
Oh my gosh, dude! Hold on, is that who you're saying you want it to be? You want it to be him, or it is him?
That was Stephen Jones.
Stephen,
He's on the line.
Isn't it cool that Stephen Jones just hangs around on the phone with us?
It really is.
That's right.
I'm starting to think they should be running these football teams and not hanging out on the phone so much.
We need to keep telling them though they can download the Odyssey app and they can listen that way. They're like, I like to listen with my ear to the phone. You know, that's how people like to hear it. Sometimes they put it on speaker and just listen that way. But you can download the Odyssey app. But is it still Mahomes for you guys that, like, when he comes back, that's going to be must-watch TV?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is Mahomes for potential to greatness, whereas Jalen Hurts can move the needle, but in a different way. Just like I acknowledge sometimes the Cowboys move the needle, but in a different way. So I still think it is Patrick Mahomes. Who I want it to be is Lamar Jackson, and I want it to be in Lamar Jackson's run to the Super Bowl.
Okay, I need to know this. Is Lamar Jackson your favorite football player right now, or do you want to be right?
I think that's not on the Cowboys. Okay. I mean, I like Cowboys players better, but I think it's a weird combination of both. And it's not just about being right. It's that, you know, you talked about the balance thing a couple weeks ago. Is people said the most absurdly ridiculous things about Lamar Jackson's ability to play quarterback that I feel like I've just been out here defending him and being like, that's preposterous to say he can't throw the football. Like that to me is just an absurd comment. And like, oh yeah, well, if he couldn't run, he wouldn't be so great. Okay, great. Well, if Patrick Mahomes couldn't throw, how great would he be? Yeah. Like, that's part of the game. And so I think it's not, I don't even care about being right. I just was like defending the guy, but I do really like his game as well. I think it's fun. And unfortunately, when it comes to playoff time, he has not been successful.
Alec, who do you think moves the needle the most right now, and who do you want it to be?
I still think it's Mahomes, which I don't think that's really going to change until he has some sort of Aaron Rodgers-like fall off. Who do I want it to be is interesting because as much as I joke about him not being as good as people want him to be,
Illinois.
That's right. No, I wanted to be Justin Herbert. I really do.
Ooh.
Just because he does have the arm talent, he's got a quirky personality that I enjoy. I really do want him to be that. I don't think he will be, though.
Did you see that video yesterday of him floating around? I think it was from the Chargers, maybe NFL, where McDaniel said to make this pass, he was talking to Harbaugh. He goes, to complete this pass, you have to have a quarterback that has a cannon.
Yeah.
And then Herbert does it, and he's just walking around going, I can't believe, like, can you believe that throw just happened? And Harbaugh's like, I could have made that throw. He's like, come on, dude. But Herbert, it was a really good throw. And even Harbaugh at first was like, good gosh, man, what was that? That was awesome. And so that's McDaniel. For me, I think it's this close to not being Mahomes.
Okay.
And being Myles Garrett.
Yeah, it really feels like it probably should be Myles Garrett,
shifted
right?
a little this offseason with him going to Rams and going to a favorite team. He is, because of the records that he has, but he's never played on a team that anybody cared about.
Yeah.
And now he is. So it's that close, but I think Mahomes is still it. I want Jamar Chase. I want Jamar Chase to be the dude. And again, quarterback, it's always going to be quarterback because they have the numbers, they have everything. It's easy to compare. Jamar Chase is so much fun to watch. Watching him catch the ball, watching him run, watching him beat cornerbacks. And it's amazing, too, because we don't talk about defensive players enough. There was probably a time when Ray Lewis was the biggest needle mover in the NFL. The way that he led that Baltimore Ravens team, but defenses have been battling with quarterbacks now for so long. It just seems like that's the most important thing. But I want it to be Jamar Chase. There are a couple other dudes that I really like a lot too. Dak, where would you put him? Would you put him in the top 5?
Yeah,
because of the lightning rod.
See, I definitely is, and that's part of the Cowboys factor. But wouldn't we all love it if he became the biggest needle mover because he won as part of the biggest brand in all of sports?
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, he's a needle mover too because people like don't seem to have a very grounded middle ground on him.
No, you're right.
Because if you say,
the needle swings back and forth on him.
Dak Prescott, if you go out and you're like, Dak Prescott is the 7th best quarterback in the NFL, you will get equal parts. Are you insane?
Mm-hmm.
He's top 4 at least. And then you'll get the same people like, are you stupid? He's average at best. And you're like, but if you average those
Dak
together.
Prescott plays quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah.
Half of them be like, he shouldn't even play quarterback in high school.
Which, like, that's an insane statement,
He shouldn't even play quarterback in a front yard football game.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I feel
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 right now will win a pair of tickets to go see Gary Clark Jr. at the Majestic on Thursday, August 27th. You can buy tickets from LiveNation.com or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer right here on The Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and let's turn it over to Brian Schottenheimer.
At the end of the day, the preseason games, they're going to play really the entire preseason, and that's where the bulk of the evaluation will be. But I would say it's a very good back and forth.
Clarence Hill, us Cowboys, after watching the film, can you give us an assessment of scrimmage and how you guys did?
Yeah, marked a couple notes. I thought we were really good in the red zone offensively. Really nice job. Turp had a couple touchdowns. CD had a couple touchdowns. Really good physicality in the run game, against, what I think is a very physical defense. We didn't block movement very well up front in the run game. We got to get our eyes up. It's kind of been something consistent even through camp. Offensive line blocking, got to get their eyes up, anticipating movement. On defense, I thought the play style was felt, the demeanor, the way these guys attacked it. I thought the turnovers were great, and there was a couple, when I say turnovers, a couple fourth down stops as well. Areas we need to improve, a little bit soft in coverage. A few times it was a little bit airy. I mean, this is a very tight match group, but some mental errors and things like that provided too much space that we haven't really done. So get to the bottom of that. And on special teams, we were absolutely dominant on the outside with the gunners and the vice work that we did. It was really cool to see, showed it to the team this morning, and areas we need to improve on teams. Punt protection, from our splits, our alignment, how we punch and strike. But overall, I thought it was a very competitive deal. And, like I said, the film showed that our guys played the right way.
Blues had a good camp, but he had to fumble. What's the message? What did you talk to him about after that?
Yeah, I mean, ball can't go on the ground, but one fumble doesn't make for camp. He's having a really good camp, both he and Phil Maffa. I thought he rebounded from that, had some of his more physical runs. Inside in the A and the B gaps, and there's a cool crack replace play where he was up on the corner and put his shoulder down. I thought that was really cool. So, he knows he's got to protect the ball, but didn't overcoach it.
Brian Feller for the ESPN, you talked to us a little bit about the Leadership Council. Can you kind of bring us through the ins and outs of how much you meet, what y'all talk about, why you think it's so important?
Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, it's their council. It's not mine. We kind of created it as a coaching staff and, selecting the guys. But, I'm not, very involved with it, Todd. They're going to meet about every 2 weeks. They'll report back to me. A couple of them will come to me, not all of them, not all 11, and hit me with issues, ideas, suggestions, things like that. But it's really just about giving them a voice. And like we talked about the other day, I didn't have conditioning planned, and they decided they wanted to run. What's that tell you? It tells you that they realize and they believe that what we're telling them about the science of, conditioning matters. And there's a lot of strong leaders in that locker room, and it's not just the 11 in the Leadership Council.
Dak has had so much responsibility over the years, especially as a leader. Does this lessen the load on him in your mind at all? That he doesn't have to be the guy?
Yeah, I think Dak feels, he's always going to have a voice, and he's the quarterback of this football team. He's earned that right. He's a natural leader anyways, but I do believe that. I do think that that's important, helping guys that, maybe, initially are still, learning things about me, Kenny and Quinnen, I want those guys to speak up. And so it's really cool that, those guys step up before Dak has to say things. And so you're only as good as your locker room is led. There's going to be adversity this season. And I think, again, those 11 guys will do a great job. But I also believe that the other guys, they monitor themselves very, very well.
John Michaud with The Athletic. How did you come out of that practice health-wise? And do you have any update on Jayshon Barham?
Yeah, really nothing to report. Really the only thing that's different, MVS will miss practice today. We're getting a look at his knee. Nothing we're overly concerned about. Devin Moore will work back into practice, John. And then Childress, Barham, and Bullard are all doing well, progressing. Zion's actually ahead of schedule, and Barham will start to move around a little bit more. He's close, but we'll see if we'll be able to make it for the game.
Then that first depth chart coming out for this preseason game, there was an or with Kobe Durant, Simone Rebel. What do you need to see in that battle, I guess, for that other starting spot?
Yeah, I mean, watch these guys compete. You know, we still got a ton of practices left. Don't know how much those guys will play in the preseason, but watch them compete. I thought Vaughn had a terrific day the other day. Really battled. A couple back shoulder fade to Devontae that he broke up, double move to Puka Nacua, where he broke it up. But Kobe's an absolute dog in his play style. I mean, just the guy's an absolute maniac out there, and I love it. So fun battle. You add the nickel part into it as well, and so Kobe has that ability. So just watch these guys keep competing.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram. As you guys have seen a lot of practices out here on the grass offensively, where have you seen Clayton Adams' influence from this offseason specifically show up the most?
Great question. I don't think it's anything, schematically. I think it's his command in the meetings. I don't install passes anymore. He'll do a lot of the passes, does a great job with the passes. It's kind of good for me to listen because it, makes my creative juices get going, curiosity, how you can complement things and stuff like that. But just his command of the entire system, not just the run game. He's way more than just a run game coordinator. He's truly an offensive coordinator now, and that's why I've allowed him to call some plays throughout training camp. He called the 2-minute and the one call-it period we had against the Rams, and, might let him call some in the preseason. I'll probably do most of it, but, probably let him call some because he's earned the right to do that.
The assistants the other day were raving about his gap scheme knowledge and how he's brought that to this outfit over the last 2 years. Where have you seen that show up in y'all's offensive scheme?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we showed last year that, we have the ability to get our pads square. Double teams are great in this business. I mean, anytime you can double team great players and get movement and knock guys back, it opens up running seams. And I would say he is a master at it, and we're always going to be a zone team. That's what you do when you have keeps and movements and things like that because it marries. But I do think that, what we didn't have maybe the last couple of years before Clayton got here was the commitment that gap schemes, and when I say gap schemes, I'm also talking about duo, gap with no pulls. I think that's in vogue right now a little bit in the National Football League.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Dak was talking the other day about how sometimes during that joint practice it's difficult to discern what a gain is in the run. Now that you go into a preseason game and you have pads on, you can go to the ground. How much more do you feel like you can get from your running backs, and how much you're looking forward to seeing what they can do now that it is going to the ground?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited about the running back room that we've built. I think Javonte probably won't get a whole lot of run this preseason. So Jaden and Phil are going to get a bunch of work. They're in a tight battle for the backup running back spot. And Malik Davis, I've talked about Izzy. I mean, Izzy's a guy that keeps showing out. He had a good scrimmage against the Rams the other day. He's explosive speed guy. He's got good size. And then, Jayshon Corbin that we brought in. I mean, he picked right up where he left off. He caught up to those 5 or 6 installs that he was behind, and we'll roll those guys through pretty well.
And the NFL just designated a rule where you can now designate a coach to throw a challenge flag for. You've talked a lot about how much you like Brian Feeder. Is that something you would be willing to do?
If Feeder can throw it from the upper deck and the press box and get it on the field in time, I would do that. But since he probably can't, it might float. I'll still do it.
Brian, Dan Greenspan, Associated Press. You said something at the end of Saturday's availability I wanted to follow up on. You were talking about how extensive your playbook is at this point. What's your process like for editing and getting things down to where you feel like you have enough variety, but also the ability for the players to execute it well?
Yeah, we have 3, categories that we kind of end up putting our plays into. There's a primary section, which is something that's going to be in every week, like the players just know it. That would be your bread and butter. There's secondary type plays that we like those versus certain teams, certain coordinators, certain coverage families, certain fronts in the running game, and then game plan specific is maybe in 2 or 3 times a year. So by putting them into categories, it helps the players understand, I got to know the finest details of this because this is going to be in each and every week as we dress it up. The secondary plays are probably in, I'd say, a little less than half the game plans, maybe half, depending on who we're playing, and then game plan specific are sprinkled. It's a good way for us to help them understand how much they need to be an expert in those schemes. We want to be experts in all of them, but the primary plays they have to know inside and out.
Hey, Dave Loffler, Cowboys Radio 105.3 The Fan. By virtue of the CBA, obviously you have less padded practices, a lot of walkthroughs. That tends to make you play higher. You come up, here's the blitz, oh, I got him. And then things get real, and your pad level may not be where you want it. So I'm just curious, when you looked at the tape with the Rams, was the pad level where you wanted it?
Yeah, I think, you're always going to coach it, especially when you're not going to the ground, babe. I mean, when you're not going to the ground on defense, you're not going to maybe get as low. Showed a clip of a little run that we had off tackle to the right, a little toss scheme, and DJ Rogers was coming out and he was on the corner, and young player, rookie, and the corners can't cut big guys anymore. But DJ got a little high, and so the corner just went to take him on, and he ended up flipping DJ up over the top of him because he wasn't low enough. So Seattle's going to be taking us to the ground, and we're going to be taking them to the ground. So pad level will be emphasized, but it's real. I mean, you can't do it as much in practice.
Louis Scruggs, NBC5 Dallas. Toward the end of the practice against the Rams, Guyton had pointed and took himself out, and he didn't get looked at the trainers. About 2-3 plays, and he went back in. Was he tired? Do you know anything?
Yeah, he just got banged on the elbow. He was fine. Same elbow. He just got banged, and it really wasn't him. I took him out. Yeah.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. When you guys drafted Savone Rebel, you talked a lot about his press man ability. Obviously, I think we're kind of seeing it a little bit out here. How has he gone from the potential of being a good press man corner to showing it out here?
Yeah, the confidence is real. I think, anytime you go up against the type of receivers that he goes up against every day is great. It's a little bit like I talked about, I think, with the pass rush versus the tackles. Like, the good news of going up against, Puka and Devontae is, like, he sees CD and George every day. He's got a little bit of a feel for them. He understands our splits more than he understands theirs. But, I thought he, really competed really, really well, competed hard. And I think he's learning the techniques to the point where he's trying to master them. I like the way CP and Derek Ansley say he runs the coaching. Like, he wants to be coached. He's the first guy in the room and asking good questions, and there's no mistaking why he's playing with more confidence now than he was last year.
He showed it against, as you mentioned, George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, but obviously he's been going up against those guys a lot. Was there a kind of an element of, hey, let's see how he also does against some other elite receivers, and just how did he answer that question?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think I referenced a couple of them. I'll go back, but there was a deep shot to Puka Nacua where Puka got behind him. Stafford dropped it in perfectly, but again, he stayed with the play. He got his right hand in and pulled Puka's arms apart, made it incomplete. And there's a back shoulder fade that he almost got the interception, but he was in great phase. He didn't panic, and was in a great spot. And I think part of it is he's understanding the tempo and the patience of, if I am press or if I am off, if I'm in a soft pedal, I don't have to get out of there so much. I think that's what, as a young rookie, he was doing a lot of, like, okay, I'm not used to playing off. I'm just going to backpedal as fast as I can. Well, that's not how we teach it. There's a tempo element, then there's a get out element, then you got to turn and run. So I think it's all the little details that he's been diving into from the time we came back for off-season program.
Hey, Brian, I wanted to ask you about your coordinators, if you don't mind taking 2 questions. With Clayton, obviously he's known for the physicality of his run design, but where is he creative?
The formation usage, jumps out. I think, the league has not changed. There's still a lot of pre-snap motion and movement to try to get certain looks from the defense, and I think he's really, really good with that. He studies so much film. I mean, I don't think I'm ever in his office when he's not, just grinding on film and looking for advantages and edges. And, part of our evolution is you watch other teams and, hey, we like that. That would fit. Again, we're going to take that, and make it our own. But probably the formation usage and how we can build things to get advantageous numbers is where I've noticed him grow, along with the fact that he is truly the offensive coordinator now, that he's in full command of what we're doing.
And with CP, now that you guys are on the grass, is there an example you've noticed of, like, the teaching progression you watch behind the scenes manifesting on here?
I don't think there's a a practice or a play where I was like, wow, look at that. I think it's just you watch him throughout practice, and he's never changed. I mean, the way we start with our talk-throughs is all individual, it's technique-driven. We come out, there's usually a circuit, whether it's, ball disruption, tackling. He's all about the finer details. And incredible communicator, but he doesn't get bored with simple but specific things. And I think that's a sign of a great coordinator, because at the end of the day, this game comes down to your ability to tackle and cover and run and hit, and that's why he pays so much attention, again, to the details.
We've asked about Bland and what he's done and things. Have you guys had to rebuild his confidence in any kind of way?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so at all. I think he looks great, and the one thing Duran doesn't say much, but he's extremely confident. You can't do what he's done in this league, even as a young player, and not be pretty confident.
And then when a guy, you mentioned the 14 picks in his first 2 years and touchdowns that he's had, I mean, that's a tough standard to continue, right? I mean, you don't have people doing that in the league.
No, it's special. And, again, he's not going to probably do it every year, but the fact that he's already done it shows you what he's capable of, and I think he feels great right now. That's the best thing. I think his body feels great, and I don't think he's felt that way over the past year or so.
Are you still planning on calling plays this year?
Oh yeah.
You're giving Clayton more.
Yeah, it's more, Calvin, it's more about, my job as the head coach is to develop this staff, not just Clayton, but Steve Shimko, Ryan Smith, Derek Ansley, Scott Simons. And so that's just one way that I can help Clayton. And, it's different. When you have to stand up in front of Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, Jake Ferguson, and install passes, it's not easy when it's not your most natural position that you've ever coached. But that's my goal, because I know what's going to happen to this staff when we win. And there's going to be a lot of people that come looking for great coaches, which we have a number of them. And I need to and want to have people that are ready to step in other roles.
We moved into, in year 2, more of you're still the play caller and you still have the offense. Are you more of a CEO more so this year than last year?
In meetings, yeah, for sure. I bounce around way more than I did. I'm in and out of different things. I'll still obviously be very involved in the game planning, but I think I understand the time constraints and what that looks like during the season. And I don't like that word, CEO, so I'm not going to say that, because I still love being hands-on. But yes, I'm moving around a little bit more. I trust my staff. They're a great staff, and it's actually, I can learn a lot listening to them.
Great. All right.
Thanks, guys.
There you go, George Pickens. Nope, I was looking at something else about George Pickens. Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. Or maybe it's because I'm nervous about the next segment, because coming up next, it's time for the moral compass. Whose panties are these, and would your wife believe you? Whew, next on The Fan.
Pennies in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is almost time for the segment I dread the most on this show today. But also, we have brought in Eric Chiafalo to discuss. But before we get to the moral compass...
Hold on, have you even been on your show yet?
No, dude. It's great to be back.
I want to go to cut number 9. You know how we talked about the Topps Chrome Update debut patch Cooper flag card that somebody pulled up in Rhode Island? Here's the audio of him, Cooper, seeing the actual card, and listen for the moment where he gets nervous to sign the card.
101 of your NBA debut patch.
Oh my God. I think it's beautiful. I guess I'm signing right here. Looks great. All right. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Oh God, I'm nervous. I'll do my next. Go. That's scored. I like it.
Pause it just super quick. So he gets ready to sign and then backs up from the desk, and he's like, whew, I'm nervous.
Let me lock in real quick.
He was like, didn't want to mess it up. All right, give me the rest, Alec.
That's scored. I like it, and I think that's great. You want to put the case back on. What would you do if I just ran away with it right now? I think you should try eventually buy it. Maybe second contracts. Yeah. You know, a message. Hold on to it. I said, just hold on to it. I could get, gain value as I go through my career. So it'll be a good piece to hold on to.
And then the Mavericks were like, no, you should give it to us.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to tell them.
They were going to try and give that to him in their contract negotiation in the future. They were going to be like, hey, man.
That'd be
we'll
nice.
Kick in this card if you want it.
That really would. Now, it's time for the Whose Panties Are These edition of the Moral Compass.
You are my counsel. The one I turn to when I need my moral compass checked. We have forged this relationship for years, and I depend on it.
Now, this moral compass involves me and my household.
And potentially your undies.
Yeah. They could be. You don't know.
So you don't want me to give a spoiler
Nobody knows the
alert
answer right now. Yeah.
I know the answer.
I want this to build with the anticipation that maybe this was your thong.
Yeah.
Assuming it's a thong.
It was.
Okay, very good.
Thank you for saying that, so I did not have to.
Color?
Come on, don't act like you don't know. You saw 'em.
It was like kind of striped. It had like a pattern on it.
Interesting.
Damn.
I do like patterns.
Okay. So, by the way,
any words? Any like?
No words.
Right here.
To be fair, never mind. Let's just get into it. All right.
It's lubricated.
Damn it, Jerry! Hang up the phone.
Dude, did you know that Jerry just hangs out on the phone all day?
I do like that he does that.
So he can make comments.
So, we do a summer fun list for Noah, and one of the things was stay at a hotel. And so we were going to stay at a hotel on Saturday. You shut up.
The fun list?
Yeah, summer fun list.
Way more fun than he ever anticipated.
Great Wolf Lodge is where it is.
We actually did not go to Great Wolf Lodge. I wish we had, and none of this would have ever happened. And there's going to be something in the story, Corey, that I don't think you know. But
I know most of the story.
Jess had a teacher's retreat all day. So she was going to be gone from like 8 to 5 or something. So I was hanging out with Noah most of the day. Then we were going to go up to the hotel. But in the morning, I noticed on top of her dresser, kind of like where I put my shoes and stuff, there was this pair of underwear. And I just kind of wasn't sure, was she trying to be flirty? Yeah. Was this what she wanted to wear today and forgot? I just wasn't really sure at all. So I just kind of moved about my day and
sort of hoping for the best, that this was a nice little tease.
Yeah. And I went to the hotel and we're hanging out and we're just like watching nonsense TV. And we started watching the show. I know you love the show too, regardless of how fake it is. The show Cheaters.
Cheaters. I had a kid in class with me at Richland College who was a producer on the show. Nice. And he kind of gave me some ideas on how they did things. Even still, I was like, why did that guy jump in White Rock Lake? He could have died. He could have got hit by a syringe and he's done.
Right.
Showbiz, baby.
Yeah.
And so...
Did she choose Cheaters?
No, I did.
Okay.
He loves that.
It's a great show. Coming up, the conclusion.
Great place to get ideas.
No. And so at that point, we go to a commercial break and she goes, so like kind of speaking of
cheaters?
Yeah.
Okay.
She said, "Did you see the underwear on top of the dresser this morning?" I was like, "Yeah, I did. What is the deal with that? I didn't know if you meant if I was supposed to bring it." I was like, "I'm sorry, I didn't bring it." And she said, "Those are not mine."
Bum, bum, bum.
And then your stomach dropped a little bit.
At which point, I naively pivoted to, "Oh no, do you think Brandon had somebody over?"
That's his son.
And who's 21 and left the thing. And she goes, "I mean, maybe, but not really." And then I go, "Wait, do you think I did this?" And I really didn't see where that was going at all.
Yeah.
Like at all. And I was like, "I swear to God, I have nothing to do with this." And she goes,
"Swear to God, you swear to Buddha."
"That's true." Okay. Probably shouldn't swear to
I don't think
anybody.
Buddha cares that much.
And so I was like, "It's not me, I promise." And she goes, "Okay, I figured maybe there's like a 1% chance it was you. And if it wasn't you, and if it was you and I brought it up to you, you just tell me the truth." And I was like, "I promise, I have nothing to do with
Because
this."
y'all are married.
Exactly.
And you tell each other that's what you're supposed to do is tell your spouse the truth.
Yes, and they weren't. I had nothing to do with them. And so
You lie to other people.
then I needed to know whose they were. And she was like, "Well, they're not yours. We can just move on." I was like, "No, I have to know." And I used an old person example. I said, it's like the checkbook. If the checkbook is off 2 cents, I can't just round it off and be like, "Oh, close enough." I have to know how we got to this point, and I have to know who it is. So we compiled a list of 4 suspects.
OCD Hagee has arrived.
Exactly. Noah had been at her parents' the week before.
She found these in the laundry, by the way?
Well, I don't remember. She said, yeah, in the laundry.
Okay.
Yes, in the laundry. And so she said that maybe their laundry got mixed up with somebody from the Drummond compound because they live right next door to our brother and sister-in-law.
And when he stays there,
he spent the night.
They pack stuff up.
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
So suspects 1 and 2, mother-in-law, sister-in-law. Neither one is what you want.
Shout out to mother-in-law, though. She's throwing heat like that.
Yeah, for real, dude.
So
sometimes that's just more comfortable, you know?
Yeah, it's really a comfort thing.
2 more primary suspects that Brandon brought a girl back to the place and whatever. Suspect number 4, the babysitter, because her and Noah play outside on the slip and slide and maybe had to change her. I don't know. I needed to compile a suspect list.
Yeah.
Hold on. Do you have one of those teddy bears with a camera on it,
We
though?
don't.
So you didn't know if she had a boy over or not?
I guess
Or
that
a
is
man.
true.
Yeah.
That would be pretty surprising. And Noah,
how women are.
I know, and Noah is such a tattletale. I
Oh,
feel
yeah,
like
okay,
he'd be like,
gotcha, yeah.
there was some man here, and anyways.
I did that
and
once. I
then,
told on my babysitter.
suspect 5, still me. All right?
Yeah, you're still in the running.
And you're trying to clear yourself.
Exactly. So Jess takes a picture of the underwear and sends it to sister-in-law and mother-in-law, which I would never do.
It's kind of hot.
And at this point, I did joke.
Just holding them up in the air?
No, she put them on the bed,
okay.
which felt even weirder.
She draped
to me.
them over Hagee's face.
Oh my God!
Where did these come from?
No. And they both said pretty quickly they weren't hurt. They weren't there. So mother-in-law off the list, sister-in-law off the list. But also then sister-in-law asked, "But whose are they?"
Right. Everybody wants to know now. Now we're all
At
on
which
this.
point I text sister-in-law. I was like, "I don't know. I'm going to figure this out. We're trying to get to the bottom of it." Which I was like, couldn't help myself. All right.
Ding that bell right now,
So
dude.
those 2 suspects out. That leaves Brandon and his gal pal, or the babysitter, or me.
We'll call her Willow.
Yeah, and the babysitter is the one you don't want to have this.
And I told Jess I will not have that conversation. And if I come home and she says something like she left underwear there, I was like, I just want you to know I never want to directly interact with the babysitter again if that happens. She goes, understood. And so I talked to Brandon. He swore up and down they weren't his or anybody else's. And he was like, I haven't had somebody over here in forever, like even a friend.
Like, I'm on such a dry spell right now, Dad. Like, you have no idea, bro. I wish those were mine.
Do you have any suggestions, Dad?
So I choose to believe him.
Here.
That eliminates another suspect. Then it comes down to the babysitter. To which I told Jess, I do not want to be involved in this whatsoever. So she texted her and didn't say what it was. But she was like, is it possible you left an article of clothing or whatever?
Good phrasing.
And she was like, no, I don't think so. What was it?
She said, thong.
No, to its point, she did not. Jess goes, it's definitely something you would know if you didn't have it. And she laughed. It was like, it's definitely not mine then. And then Jess texted back, well, it's not like scandalous. And she's like, nope. So 4 suspects out, which now leaves me.
Yes.
Still on the suspect list until we move forward another day or two.
Somebody had broken into their house.
No.
Oh.
She said that a teacher, because she started at a new school this year, one of the teachers there gave her some school spirit wear shirts and stuff like that. And she goes, what I think happened is she accidentally left some underwear like mixed in with a shirt or something like that. And I was like, yeah,
That's
maybe.
a stretch, dude.
But yeah, I don't think so. But then
I could see some antacids being in there, but
a break in the case.
Maybe some Tums or something.
Yeah.
Jess finds a second pair of underwear that is not hers.
Dun, dun, dun.
Or so she says.
Oh.
I think you can rule out the other person, but she checks and was like, hey, you didn't accidentally like do your laundry with this or anything? And she's like, no, we had these packed away. So she is out.
Gosh.
It's now back down to me.
Yeah.
Or what my prevailing theory is, they are my wife's. And she says, that is not the size I wear. And I said, are you sure?
Let's try them on, sugar.
So at that point, yeah, we did not get a fashion show out of this. Really disappointing.
Wow.
So
I feel like you have some power in that situation.
Okay,
though,
there's still time, right?
Yeah.
True. So she goes through all of her underwear and finds a third pair that she says is not hers. And
There
I
we
was
go.
like, okay, well, this is just be sloppy on my part. I'm just bringing people over and I'm just like, whatever. And at this point, she looks at the sizes on every single one and she was like, huh. Well, that is the size. And it turns out about half her underwear is one size and half is the other. At which point she realizes that the size she claimed these underwear could not be hers because they are not her size. Half of them are that size.
Here we go.
At which point she sits down on the bed with me and she's like, I must be losing my mind. And I was like, yeah.
Or the PJ Washington drop.
And I was like, yeah, kind of threw me under the bus with all of this, right? And she goes, well, you didn't actually think that I thought it was you. And I said,
see, now you have the power. Now you have the power.
A little bit I did, especially since you brought it up when we were watching the show Cheaters. And you said maybe 1%. That's too high. And she goes,
women, right?
Okay, I know, Mike. And she's like, well, I know it wasn't like really you. And I go, but not really, right? Because you did bring it up. And she goes, well, I just needed to like make sure. And I go, so it turns out these are all just your underwear that you just never wore and forgot about? And she goes, I think so.
How much underwear does she have?
A lot.
That is a lot.
That's why I don't wear it.
And so you can't be accused. So it was not the mother-in-law.
That's also what the babysitter said.
Or the sister-in-law, or the babysitter, or Brandon bringing somebody over, or some new teacher at her school, or me. They were all hers to begin with.
You roped in like 9 people into this investigation.
Yeah.
This is genius. You planted 2 extra pairs of underwear in her drawer to make her think she's going crazy.
And by the way,
to get you off the hook.
She said the second one looked kind of cheap. And I was like, well, hold on. I don't know who that's a shot at.
Jess's sense of humor.
But I don't like it. And she goes, well, I guess I have to wear these now. And I was like, it's not a hostage negotiation. You can just throw them away if you want.
Right.
And so I actually don't know what she did with them. But she roped all of us in on this.
Yeah.
And they were hers all along.
I got a story like this.
Yeah?
Yeah, the neighbor across the alley, whenever I was a kid growing up, she had a clothesline. She would hang her giant white underwear up on the clothesline. It was wild, bro.
And you used to steal them?
No. We just never went into her yard. That was a smart play on her part.
That is a good
She
keep
was
out.
like, just-
From the 469, hold on. Was Kevin having a 3-day heart attack over his wife not knowing her own thong size?
Hey.
From the 210, I'm pretty sure Hagee planted those 2 extra. From the
it is.
817, Kevin's masterclass in gaslighting. Great strategy. And from the 254, guys, I absolutely love y'all's stories. Freaking hilarious.
This is genius because now if you were to do something and she started to catch you, you could be like, do you remember the last time that you thought I was doing something?
Clearly, honey, you're losing your mind.
No.
In your underwear.
eyes, women.
Why do we have so many Mike-based women drops?
Because that was Mike, dude.
He
was on our show. You
That
remember?
is a good point. So I
Incredible.
feel
How do you
as
feel?
though I have been vindicated.
You
Was
are.
this story worth your time?
Absolutely, dude. Ever since, about
glorious.
9:50 this morning?
That's a tease.
I forgot. I was like, oh my gosh, I have to tease this.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Do you know how many people texted in and said, forget whatever you were going to start the show
Yeah,
with?
this
You need
needs
to
to be the
start with
top.
this instead.
That was outstanding.
Thank you very much to Eric Chiafalo. We are the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Broadly Sports Talk with the G-Bag Nation right here on The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Rangers offense finally show up?
2023 through 2025.
Dumawale with 5, with 4. Enrique getting downhill and getting the roll. +1 for Enrique Dumawale.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The Wings get back to their winning ways, 94-88, yet they did once again get outscored in the fourth quarter, something to keep watching for. And then Russell Westbrook retired in a video that was narrated by Michael B. Jordan after 18 years in the NBA, and I think that is kind of awesome. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty dang good, Hagee. Except for the fact I just realized the Wings have lost 5 of 7.
That's true. And do you know that they have been outscored in the fourth quarter of every one of those games?
We need to finish better.
Yeah.
I think that would be
Stop harassing
a good start.
reporters who cover the team.
Yeah.
Or used to cover the team.
I guess that is true.
They get fired.
Now... What? He didn't get fired.
No, he just quit.
Oh, man. All right. So actually, we can talk more about that if you want, or we can talk about the used-to-be Chicago Bears.
Oh, gosh.
No, it's a because they're going to be in Indiana.
The Indiana Bears. But
they did get ball sacked because it's not actually going to be called Indiana. Like the guy who had that on Twitter yesterday had to circle back today and be like, these were great sources, but they pull the fast one on me, basically.
My sources lied to me again.
But
so they're not going to be the Indiana Bears.
It wasn't me. My sources were faulty.
But I will tell you, today, the Bears president and CEO told reporters that the team's, quote, sole focus is on building the new facility in Hammond, Indiana. And I guess all along, I have still been of the opinion that whether they keep them called the Chicago Bears or not, the idea of them moving to Indiana is still insane to me.
I agree. And I do think that in no way, I mean, we've seen it before, teams move, and I mean, we just saw it with the Chargers and the Rams, right? It was the St. Louis Rams, San Diego Chargers. We had to get used to calling them LA. So I guess this has been done plenty of times. For me, it's just, I cannot fathom it not being
a different level.
The Chicago Bears, yes. The Indiana Bears just sounds so weird to me, and my thinking initially was, Indiana knows what you're getting into here. Okay, if you want to have the Bears, that's fine, but you're taking them as the Chicago Bears. If you don't want them, then don't fund to have the stadium built there. And then the pushback from Bears fans is like, well, Chicago's not helping either. It's their land. They can do what they want with it if they want to change the name. I'm all for them getting a new stadium. I think it's sad that they've got to leave Chicago, but I still think it should always be the Chicago Bears. What are we doing?
And it will be, from what I understand. Like, it'll still keep the name Chicago.
Because that's part of the appeal, right?
Well, yeah, that's like a legendary brand.
The Bears.
It is so wild. It is a 13-mile move.
I know, but like,
do you know how far it was from Texas Stadium to AT&T?
Further than that.
13 miles.
Okay, and so, but
it's a whole state.
Yeah, but like, I know, and that's the thing.
Though.
But like,
it's a line.
It's an entire state and country.
But even then, we don't always care because the Chiefs, there's a Kansas City, Missouri, and a Kansas City, Kansas. They're about to move into the other state. Nobody cares.
They're playing overseas, Kevin.
But for whatever reason, this feels like a big deal to me.
It is annoying when you're in Kansas City and every time you cross that, your GPS says, "Welcome to Missouri."
And you're like, no!
How do I turn this off? I would suggest, though, before yesterday or before today, 1 out of every 16 NFL teams was playing in a different state than what their name would suggest.
That is so bizarre.
That is so weird. That is those crazy
It's 10% of teams now.
Yeah, so I guess let's just get over it. I guess.
True.
The wildest thing to me is that there aren't any Bears in Indiana. And that's the part that's really
I have been to Chicago many times. I do not recall ever seeing a bear or a cub.
No, I don't know if you've really been to Chicago then, because they are all over.
There's not a lot of city bears either.
Hey, Chicago.
What do you say? A bear might eat you today. Okay.
A lot of socks, though.
And then
There are
to go to the right kind of
How many socks?
by the way,
Just put honey all over your chest.
have you seen the skyrocketing price of the Chicago White Sox Pope hat?
I heard you talking about it with Mickey.
All right, so
He wants one so bad.
2
I
days
bet he
ago, the day of the giveaway, it was selling for $35, like actual sales on eBay. Now, the lowest buy it now is $90, and it's been selling for $70 and above.
Heck yeah.
That hat's pretty sweet.
It is a cool looking hat.
We already have a picture of Mickey on a horse. So if we just Photoshop the Pope hat on there, I feel like we.
And he said you could do whatever you want with
exactly.
that picture.
We have to buy him that
Whatever we
hat now,
want.
right?
Anything you want with it.
Anything we want.
Who knows what my wife will accuse him of?
Impressive.
The picture's going straight to mother-in-law.
Yeah.
When I texted you guys last week, I said, "Are you having Mickey on today?" It's because I saw him riding his bike right past the tent.
Oh no!
And he's in his yellow, so the
Tank
yellow
Top Tuesday,
yeah, everything. He's in the whole attire. It was great.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. Now, Broadus is out. He had eye surgery for his glaucoma.
Is he going to be wearing sunglasses also?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I got a pair for him if he needs it.
Are you told the morning show is going to talk about him too?
Absolutely. Yeah. At every opportunity, they will. Second week in a row, though, I've lied on the tease. We will not have Mike Schmitz, Mavs GM, today. Had to reschedule. Maybe the Don Nelson celebration of life. I'm not sure, but something came up. He'll join us tomorrow. We do have Christy Scales joining us at 4:20.
I love Christy.
So hard for that.
Roll home. Well, he'll be on tomorrow.
I'm not here.
Oh, well, crap.
Come in for it.
Send me your questions.
I can't.
Yeah.
I didn't prep a single question, so that's okay.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation,
You just
whether
read
they're
up
ready
on
or
me.
not. We're the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say panties, Kevin.
I have said it too much.
Panties.
I would wear
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as we're off and running. General at your service. If you see me, beer me. N.A. Broadus is out today. Had the eye surgery this morning. Said he wanted to work.
Yep.
Doctor said, no, you got to go shut it down.
Yeah, I called the doctor and I said, please tell him not to come in. We want to get through our segments today.
yeah. It's a rarity. But we are locked for 5.
You, Brian. I had to get that one in.
Without Broadus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over here. Master Control 75 and 635. Lakeside Studios fixing to go another 5. Absolutely flawless. Eric Chiafalo has returned. Zach Wolchuk is here, as you've already heard. And Austin Nix is coordinating your video. You can watch us on the internet and get that Odyssey app. You needed it yesterday. The 340, we had some technical difficulties. I was talking with DJ. The DJ, something going on with the tower. So when that happens, you know, there's like a 12-minute reset they got to do, something like that. And you're going to want to have that Odyssey app.
Dang, our signal got bopped on the FM?
I think all the local Odyssey stations did.
Jack, Alt.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it was a rough day of carnage out there in the technical difficulties world. So just a reminder, get that Odyssey app. Super easy to sign up. Just put your email in, verify it, and bang, you are off and running. And you might find you love it. I love tuning into live radio when I'm cruising around in the car. Mm-hmm. But sometimes they're like, oh, yeah, we talked to so-and-so earlier today. And back in the day, you just missed it. But now you can open up that Odyssey app and has, podcast kind of functionality. It's a must-win Thursday here for the Rangers, though, after falling last night. Kind of feels that way.
It does. It's like, guys, you have had some golden opportunities. You get a Corey Seager homer, but Mike Trout just does it again. That freaking jerk. Yeah. He's just like the boogeyman. You think he's gone, and then boom, he strikes right back. So a big one tonight, 100%.
Yeah, they put themselves in quite a spot here. They could end up losing 3 of 4 to the Angels.
I don't know what it is. The Angels just had their number, and I am somewhat terrified because Jacob deGrom has been terrible the last 2 years pitching in Anaheim. So deGrom tonight, he looked great in his previous start. He needs to find a way to have his A-plus stuff, but he has really struggled, not only in his previous start this year, but last year in that stadium.
I wonder, man. I mean, you get out there, maybe you're enjoying the weather. Maybe you're going for a morning surf.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
I don't know what it is.
The sight lines.
Maybe you're enjoying some of California's finest.
Ooh.
A little bit more than in some other states. Maybe we should check the other states, like Colorado. How's he do there? How's he do in Seattle? Not sure.
Nobody does good in Seattle.
No. Right?
Whole roster goes in the tank.
Yeah, it might be having the Ezekiel Elliott experience once you get up there. Make a little tour of the dispos. They are 1-5 in LA this season, though. All jokes aside, if you would just flip that right now, they'd be in first place by a couple of games. Make matters worse, Wyatt Langford, still freezing cold. He was 0 for 2 as a pinch hitter last night, came in for Evan Carter. And he's 6-53 in his last 15 games. So I guess the good news is it's not a sustained slump where you're like, guy's been cold for 2 months and you think he might not emerge from this until next season. It is the worst 15-game stretch of his career, is what Evan Grant was writing about this morning. They really need him to come alive here and go ahead and at least win the division. I know some Rangers fans are so down and out about this. I mean, last night, Sands joined us. And he was kind of so bummed out about the way they played the previous night that some texters were saying, finally, Sands is being honest about how much of a struggle this team is. It's just one game below 500. I mean, after not making the playoffs in back-to-back years, I think making the playoffs this year would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it'd be the first. They've only made it once in 10 years, so I think that just to get in there would be amazing. I don't really care what their record is. The beauty is your division is historically bad, so you could end the season 3 games under 500 if you win the American League West. Just get in there. There's nobody that really wants to go ahead and face Eovaldi and deGrom in a series, so maybe your bats can just catch fire and things can go your way. But it is a concern when you're playing against a team that has allowed the 7 most runs in baseball, and the Rangers can only score 6 in 3 games. I mean, it's like what is happening here? And it's really just been Jock Peterson and Corey Seager, and then you mix in a little Easy Duran.
I mean, Jock taking the walk with the bases loaded, and then Seager sneaking one over the wall. Both those things could have just not happened, and you could have got shut out by a guy who's made like 8 appearances in his career and has an ERA over 7. So troubling offense continues to be the story for the Rangers. They need to get healthy. They need their guy Josh Young back. He has now missed 3 weeks because of the calf. If you were tuned in Monday when CY joined us, he said he expects him to miss at least another 2 weeks. So, the guys that were in the game last night are going to have to be the ones that pull them out of this. Jack Leiter making his first rehab start tonight in Round Rock. It's interesting that even though they had the Leiter injury, they have still not determined what role Leiter will return in. Skip saying we could, maybe still use him out of the bullpen. We talked to CY about that Monday as well. Evaldi is with the team, still trying to get full extension of his arm there with the elbow injury. He missed a month last season with a similarly classified injury, writes Evan Grant. But the Rangers have said it's not the exact same injury, it's just similar. Like I said a couple of days ago when we got news of this injury, if you can tell me Evaldi's, going to be fine for next year, I'm willing to let it go. He does have 1 year left on his contract, but I think we can get greedy now. I think this Evaldi thing might be trending like back before the end of this season and hopefully the playoff stretch. And then you guys remember Robert Garcia?
Oh yeah, Rogar.
Yeah, Fred is a big Rogar fan.
Nice.
Even though the guy stinks.
He hasn't pitched since April 20th.
Yeah.
He's been hurt, but he is expected to pitch off a mound soon as he ramps up his baseball
activities. Get that arm healthy for another team next year, Rogar.
Had that shoulder inflammation.
Good stuff, buddy.
Shoulder inflammation for 4 freaking months.
Yeah, it's awful. I think some of that was they realized when they watched him pitch, we don't need to rush this guy back. And I wish they had realized that with Chris Martin. But thank God he got DFA'd.
Shoulder drive you crazy. I've been dealing with one for like 6 weeks. It's hard to sleep with. Sometimes you're grabbing onto the steering wheel.
Was it the yard word?
It's from all that driving you're doing. Is that how you bang that thing up, sitting in traffic?
We shouldn't have made you drive so much in Oxnard.
One traffic jam, he's on the IL.
You know what happened is Remy, my 4-year-old, she likes to get in the pool and then hold both the hands and then walk up me.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So they walk up you and then stand on your shoulders. Well, at one point, she just drove her heel into like my rotator cuff, and I felt it immediately, like, oh. And it just hasn't recovered. You don't get good enough blood flow in there.
No. You got to get some bands or something. Get that thing worked out.
Yeah, got
to get on those umbilical cords.
But don't go full Anthony Richardson and have that thing bust back into your face.
Hey, he's starting
pretty tough.
Might be starting tonight. I don't know when they're playing.
That orbital bone can get away from
What
you.
a terrible, tragic story.
Leave with a bruised eye. Was there a metal piece on the end of that or something that whapped him, or was that just the band?
Yeah, just a band coming back and smashing his face.
Explosive. It came back in his face.
Mike Schmitz, Mavs GM, was going to join us at 3:00. Fascinating story, this guy, because he emerged from the media.
Yeah.
He started with Jonathan Gavoni, that Draft Express that I feel like I've been reading since about 2002. So he started that way back in the day. And then he became a video coordinator for a G League team, and then he got promoted and had an assistant GM job with the Trailblazers for a couple of years. And now the Mavs have named him their new GM, but got a lot of questions for him. It's just going to have to wait until tomorrow. Cooper flag workout video posted by the Mavs, kind of a training camp preview. They're still a couple of weeks from getting together, but looks stronger. Looks like he's shooting a lot of threes. Probably spent this summer like trying to get that 3-point percentage up. He shot 29% from downtown last year.
Get that thing up 10%.
Yeah, dude, if you could go 39% and trim your turnovers a little bit, I think Cooper Flag might be in the conversation for top 10 player in the league.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
as soon as that happens.
It could happen. Yeah, for sure. It's the jump shot that's got to get figured out. And you saw it get better throughout his time at Duke, and he had moments throughout the season where he was really rocking and rolling. But just being more consistent with that will be a game changer, and he should get a heck of a lot more open looks with Kyrie back on the floor.
Yeah, it looked like he was working on a lot of catch and shoot ones, but also ones off the dribble and then a little Euro step three. And I don't know. It's hard to say. Like 3-point shooting, sometimes it just evades people, no matter how hard they work on it. And if you're going to be one of the greats in this era of basketball, it's really, really tough to do it if you're not a three-point shooter. If you're a big man and you live in the paint and you're blocking shots and you're, making 55% of your field goals, I think it's very possible to win an MVP without being a great three-point shooter, but it definitely increases the level of difficulty on that in a pretty significant way. Linebacker off the board, boys. Landon Roberts. He's going back to the Steelers. I think he might have played with the Raiders last year. Run stopping, hole plugging, big hitting linebacker.
Total thumper, dude.
Did you get the neck roll on?
He should. He plays like a linebacker that would wear the neck roll.
Throwback.
He plays like a linebacker that would welcome an opportunity to see Mike Allstott in the hole. Yeah. I remember that game that you were at in Pittsburgh, I think, a couple of years ago, and Rico Dowdle's trying to get over the goal line. Here comes Roberts flying over it. I think he jarred the ball out and everything. It was a total smack.
He spit. I mean, they almost fumbled the ball right there. And then thank God they're able to jump on it, and Tolbert has that touchdown. But you know who is wearing the neck roll? Trevor Keegan, the Cowboys' backup offensive lineman. It kind of makes me like him a little bit more.
Okay.
He's also the one that I think Ferg hooked up with the other Cavender twin.
Yeah, with the other sister.
That was a double dating situation going on.
Nice, dude. Yeah, I hope they're still together.
I think they are. They're both Wags.
Yeah, okay, nice.
Bobby Wagner is out there. Hassan Reddick in edge is out there. Donovan Wilson's still out there. You have I think 3 tackles. Taylor Decker, who was with the Lions last year, he's 32. Cam Robinson, who was with the Browns last year, he is 30. And then Jonah Williams, who was with Arizona last year. I'm pretty dang sure Taylor Decker would help, but his projected salary is somewhere between 15 and 20 million. I don't know about the other 2 guys if they could help.
Jonah Williams has just been such a hurt player. I mean, he was a first-round pick out of Bama. I believe Clayton Adams was with him at Arizona, but that'd be more of a true right tackle if you wanted a guy to really kind of push steel a little bit. But he just has not been able to be healthy throughout a season.
I mean, Brian was really down on Terrence Steele yesterday.
Yeah, he was.
And a lot of people are coming out of that joint practice against the Rams. I guess I just feel like we know who he is, and Dak Prescott can mitigate that enough. This offense could be number 1 in the NFL with Terrence Steele as its right tackle. Do you believe that?
Well, yeah. If it's last year's Terrence Steele, or what we've come to know, which is sort of average, at least when it comes to pass blocking, maybe a tick below average, but it sounded like it was even worse than the usual Terrence Steele that you come to expect the other day. It felt like that was really, really bad. And the handful of times I've seen Malachi Lawrence get in the backfield, it's because he's working on Terrence Steele. If you have a Terrence Steele regression here, then that can short circuit some things for sure.
I mean, that would be a surprise at 29 years old, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah. I wouldn't be expecting that. I was just expecting status quo. We have an okay player over here, and we can mitigate things. But if he's, for some reason, getting worse, actively worse, then that will be a huge problem.
Sometimes when, and this has been an off season where he has challenged himself to work on stuff and has changed some fundamental things about the way that he goes about the job. Sometimes when you do that, like your first couple of games, when you're trying to get that muscle memory down under duress, it can look worse. It's like tweaking a golf swing. You go see a golf instructor and he's like, oh, your grip's all messed up and your takeaway is all messed up and you need to do this, that, and the other thing. And you go out and shoot like 10 shots worse than your normal handicap. But a couple of weeks later, when it starts to feel natural and it just feels like your regular swing instead of, you trying to make those adjustments, then your score drops 3 and you're like, oh, now I see what instructor man was working on. So hopefully it's something like that. But the other thing is, last year there were 2 games that he was so awful, like giving up 6, 7, 8 pressures and got benched. There were 52 total pressures allowed. So he did have some games where he was quite good. And this Rams defensive front, even without Myles Garrett, is just nasty.
It is.
They're going to have inactives that would start on some teams.
Yeah, Byron Young, Josiah Stewart, those are both dudes. They're both really, really good players in the league. But I think that's a really interesting point because he actually had the same thing happen with Mike Solari, who did not like Terrence Steele, and he had him tweak some things. It just wasn't working. And I think, I want to say it was Duke Manyweather. It was like, dude, do. Just go back to what was working for you. And he went back to some of the basics, and he ended up having a good finish to the season. So what you're saying there could be 100% accurate.
I mean, it's so much is on the line here for Steele going into the final year of his deal. I would be surprised if he's worse than last year, but shoot, if that happens, you might have to pop open this list of the best players still available out there, or hopefully, they don't have to try Nate Thomas out there, or Drew Shelton would be just a disaster.
Yeah, because Shelton does not look like he's ready, and that's the big bummer is Nate Thomas is not taking any steps forward. He's taking step backwards right now.
Sad and tragic story out of Austin. Lake Travis player dies after going into cardiac arrest Monday. No other details. The senior offensive lineman Odin Hensley was airlifted after collapsing as he went back to the sideline. And that's just, tough. A reminder of unfortunately these things happen, and got to do everything you can for yourself and your young athletes to hopefully try to avoid a situation like that. But, sometimes it's just unavoidable. Top 10 on the other side of the champ pool. Chuck, where are you taking us?
Happy National Filet Mignon Day. The top 10 steakhouse foods. What's your go-to order? That's next in the nation.
Well, at first, I got to let you know that America Can Cars for Kids is now every car can. Tolos as a father.
Nation, it's time for the champ, the top 10. David Hellman, pretty funny dude. You can now catch his stuff on The Athletic. He was talking about this Jaden Daniels story on Twitter, said, rooting for LSU these days is waking up every 3 to 4 weeks and trying to decide how embarrassed you should or shouldn't feel about what's happening now. But I guess Jaden Daniels is making a statement about that story now. We'll have details on that a little bit later on. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius, champ.
Looking at RFK Jr., that is as clean and cut as I've seen him in a long time, and he still looks disheveled.
Yeah.
Look at this man.
You think he's wearing blue jeans right now?
Yeah, no shoes. No shoes for sure.
He didn't get in until 3:15 in the morning.
Yeah.
Classy up top, all business up top.
Look like a bad attorney, like you're going to jail if he walks in. He's going through all his photo papers and whatnot. Which one are you? Alexander, here you go. This is you. Stuck to some old rappers and stuff.
It is much easier to look at him than listen to him.
I can't do it. All right, going for two today. We're going to go to the Texas Rangers broadcast right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared Sandler talking to Mike Bassick about, well, you'll hear it.
Well, I think you told Wyatt a few days prior to that you'd get down on your knees for him that night and hope for some help. Maybe it's time to get down on your knees for Wyatt again.
2-0 count.
I didn't mean like right now.
Well, Jared, you asked for it.
I'm your man.
You asked for it, Jared.
Him saying that in the broadcaster voice.
Yes.
In
the baseball cadence.
Yes.
Talking very deliberately.
Get on your knees for him then, Mike. And,
he's getting loosey-goosey with it, man.
Do it again.
You asked for it. Yeah, and Mike is just getting better, I feel like, every month. He started out amazing in baseball, but now that kind of eccentric and
the goofy,
the personality he's letting come out even more.
Oh, yeah.
On top of the incredible baseball 101 clinic that he's putting on for 9 innings a night.
Exactly. So salute to Mike and Jared. They will face challengers coming up at 5:30 right before we get to LA Live. Pregame coming up tonight at 8:30. 9:05 first pitch with DeGrom on the hill. Here's Wolchuk with your top 10.
All right, we're going to talk steakhouses here in a moment, but as Mike Schmitz is going to join us tomorrow at 3 o'clock, we do have the Mavs schedule. It's out, and our first look at Kyrie and Cooper Flag together is going to be on the road against the Houston Rockets October 21st. They will be starting the season on the road. They'll come back home, and they'll welcome the San Antonio Spurs to the American Airlines Center October the 24th. And they got 20, count them, 20 primetime national games. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully they didn't get the Christmas Day game, but they did get the President's Day game. We talked about that yesterday. They got 7 on NBC, 6 on ESPN, 4 Prime Video games, and 2 Peacock games, March 8th at OKC and then March 15th at Atlanta. The Luka Doncic return to American Airlines Center will be in February 28th. Mavs are going to travel to LA on the 21st of March and the 6th of April. So there's just a couple of highlights. We can break down more of that a little bit later on.
If you're wondering, as you're scoring at home, I believe the President's Gay Game would be the 15th President, James Buchanan, in honor of him.
Did I say Gay Game?
Yeah.
I'm just feeling a little gay today, guys.
I was going to say Gay Dame.
The Gay Dames.
Pretty good.
The President Gay Game.
You powered through it so impressively.
It's what I try to do. I try to just, pop through there. And
you acted like you'd been there before, and that's because you have.
20 seems like a
many
lot of
President's Day games.
20 seems like a lot of national games. That's pretty good.
I mean,
pretty solid.
When they didn't get the Christmas Day nod, I was like, oh no, they're probably not going to be featured a ton this year because you don't know. I guess there's a question about Kyrie's health. Cooper Flag, I do think is a draw, but maybe the NBA's not sure how big of a draw yet. But that's only going to continue to grow. If you got 20 right now, next year maybe we're at 30.
Average is 8.2.
Yeah, that's strong. I mean, Cooper Flag and Kyrie Irving, and then maybe even just some of the Dusty May excitement as well. All of that, like those are three big time names in the sport.
And then Morez Johnson Jr., who's going to end up being one of the biggest names in all of basketball, future Defensive Player of the Year award winner. That's going to be awesome. We also have the Stars announcing a couple of new jerseys for some new players. Kyle Burrows, the defenseman they signed this offseason, he's going to rep the number 28. And Yoel Kiviranta back in a Stars jersey. He formerly wore number 25. Now he's going to rep the 22 in his new Stars sweater. So Kiviranta, the Deuce, and then Kyle Burrows wearing 28, formerly worn by Alexander Petrovic.
Kiviranta's clutch, man. That bubble Stanley Cup run.
Yeah,
he was on fire.
He was, man. He was fantastic. Had, I think, a hat trick in that Game 7 against Colorado, if memory serves correctly. All right, top 10 most ordered items at steakhouses in honor of National Filet Mignon Day. 877-881-1053. The 480 has the top 10 Bob's Steak and Chop order ready to rock. Okay, they're going with the ribeye, rare to medium rare, with a loaded baked potato, the glazed carrot, and some Buffalo Trace Old Fashioned. That's a guy who's been there, done that.
I like that.
Quality order.
Nice work, 480.
And that glazed carrot at Bob's, I've only gone twice in my entire life, but gosh, it's
outstanding.
Memorable. Absolutely divine. Really delish.
Perfectly cooked.
It is.
Not too soft.
And the honey glaze they get on there, oof, it's just a nice little bite.
Are we all ribeye guys? We're all ribeye guys, right?
I think ribeye's probably the best. I don't get the hate for the filet, though. I feel like people have really started to hate on the filet.
I really like the filet, and I also like the New York strip.
I like the strip.
I don't know what I like second. It's either the filet or the ribeye.
I think the porterhouse can also be nice. You kind of get the best of both worlds there every once in a while. But the ribeye usually has the most flavor.
I mean, the filet is tasty, but it is so expensive for. What are you getting at most, like at 8 ouncer?
12.
6 ounce? You can get a 12-ounce filet, probably spending like an arm and a leg for it. When I can get a monster ribeye for probably cheaper.
There's a lot of that ribeye you're not eating, though, right?
There's a lot of fat.
There's some
the fat in there.
That fat is amazing.
Thank you. I mean, the fat is a part of the.
That is what I want from the ribeye.
Thank you. So you're a ribeye guy?
Absolutely, with that big bone in it, Paul.
Yeah, you get that bone in. You get more flavor that way. But yeah, no, there will definitely be some of that fat I will discard. That's just rubbery and chewy, and no, I don't want it.
I hear you.
I like brisket fat.
Yeah, like so,
but for some reason I don't like the ribeye fat.
Some of it's just like I'm not trying to gnaw on this for 30 minutes, and I got to punt on it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would get the ribeye pretty much 10 out of 10. Like if I'm just going exactly what I want, it's going to be the ribeye. And then you just got to take a feel for the sides.
Man.
You hope that the place is not half-ass in the sides at all. You can get a good mac and cheese or whatever. You can get some type of potato. Sometimes I'll welcome in an asparagus or something like that for a little veggie. If I want to,
the Brussels sprouts. I think people are doing beautiful things with the sprouts lately. The Brussels have been nice.
Bang broccoli. You had the bang broccoli with it. Yeah, that thing goes crazy.
That is delicious. The cream spinach. Certain places do it right.
Yes.
The cream spinach can be very good. Other places I've had it, I'm like, no, thank you. I will never order this again. And then some cream corn, potentially, I think can be a nice little addition there. But there are various ways you can do the potatoes, whether it's the loaded mash, you can do the twice-baked potato, which is always good. Some of the places will do the potato au gratin, which is nice.
You guys ever had the sweet potato mash?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
I prefer it. I prefer sweet potato over everything.
I'm with you. I love the sweet potato.
Sweet potato mashed potatoes are ridiculous, dude.
Really good. Smoked ribeye from Ruston Cattle Company in Ennis from the 214. And 214, if you're chewing a lot of fat on the ribeye, that means it wasn't rendered cooked correctly. Got to find the right steakhouse. It's by far the best cut of beef, and that's probably very true. Silver Fox and Three Forks from the 972. The ribeye, cream corn, baked potato, and sliced tomatoes Interesting. Porterhouse is the best from the 817. Sauteed mush with the skirt steak and the carrot from the 214 is theirs. And shout out to the Grapevine location, I believe, from Bob's from the 480. They're the one that is doing it right. The OG, I think, is kind of where our old studio used to be over there off Lemon.
How are we getting them cooked? We all a bunch of medium rare guys? I'll do medium. Get a little medium going.
Yeah, I found ordering medium's usually safe because sometimes if you go medium rare, it can end up possibly being more towards the rare side.
Too fleshy there in the middle.
Yeah. I like it more towards the medium, but medium rare I'm totally into, but medium is usually kind of, unless I know for sure, like this is a place I've been to before and they do it right, a first time I'll usually hit the medium just to be safe.
Yeah, I rock with medium rares just for the fact that I can warm it up later and it still won't be like an overly cooked steak.
That is a good idea. That is a good idea.
I'm sure Dawson's scarred from his pound of flesh payoff he had to do a couple years ago. Eating a raw steak
gross.
From start to finish.
Yes.
And that was a ribeye too, wasn't it? Or was that a New York strip? New York strip.
Yeah, that really got to me, and that I think that was around the pivot point for me where I just decided to go medium.
We're getting different opinions here on that rustic cattle spot in Ennis. 903 not agreeing with the other texter. I've never been. I won't.
That's their competition texting in.
Yeah, that's probably right. That place. Are you kidding me? Come to my establishment. I like mid-rare to medium, about 135 to 140. The 5A Wagyu from Del Frisco's, you getting fancy from the 940. Absolutely. I mean, that Wagyu, that one night we went to Nick and Sam's, they did the little pot that you put it on, you cook the Wagyu right in front of you.
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty damn good. Smoked ribeye medium from my backyard from the 972. That's a man like Dawson. Hey, I can cook this steak better.
Yes.
Just let me buy it myself. Let me get it from Wild Fork, and boom, we're going to grill it up.
That is the best way to have a steak, right? A smoked and then seared steak is the number one way to consume it.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think so.
That sounds delicious. The honorable mentions here, and we kind of split it up between the sides and the top steak cuts. The popular starters and sides, you do have the cream spinach at 6, savory, velvety vegetable side that cuts through the rich beef, nice accompaniment. Lobster mac and cheese comes in at 9. I found it to be, I don't necessarily always need the lobster there in the lobster mac and cheese.
Really?
In fact, the crab mac ended up being better. Yeah, the lobster sometimes just doesn't really add anything to it. And then if they overcook it, it ends up being rubbery. The dish side that I have found is outstanding, and I've been spoiled when we get to do these draft show dinners. So we've been to D. Lincoln's and Eddie V's. They do like a Thai fried rice. That stuff is freaking incredible.
That's a side dish?
It's a side dish. So good. So good.
Really good play.
Baked potatoes, loaded with butter, sour cream, chives, cheese, or bacon bits. The wedge salad. I do like a good wedge. Wedge salad can be nice, but if you don't like blue cheese, you're probably not going to be into the wedge. And the shrimp cocktail is the top side order. Starter order, I should say.
I do like that.
It's a waste of good shrimp.
The cocktail?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
You gotta fry it.
It's in that weird sauce.
Whatever you ordered
cocktail sauce
from
is
Lore
incredible.
Looked damn good. Was it like the rock shrimp?
Yeah, you got the spicy rock buffalo shrimp.
That looked damn good.
Into the tequila pasta.
It's incredible.
Protein for a side.
This, I guess, would just be a starter.
Okay.
They put starters and sides together.
Okay.
Yeah, you get the shrimp. Do you have like a go-to starter that you'll get at a steakhouse?
No.
No, we're not. We're just going to go
salad.
Yeah.
You guys got any mott sticks in here?
I know, and I don't know why that's frowned upon.
I know, dude.
Just give me a good mott stick. Usually I'll rock with the crab cake, which we went to J. Alexander's for my mom's 60th birthday, like pretty much right after we landed last week. Have the crab cake there. Pretty damn good.
Better than the one you had in Cali?
Much better, because this one actually did have the jumbo lump, and it was full of crab. That's the key.
I've thought a lot about the look of disgust on your face when they delivered those crab cakes in Ventura.
I was very upset.
Like, you were like, oh my gosh, this is crap. And Chief was saying, you got these last year, and you forgot.
I totally did.
You did it again.
Yeah, I did it again. And that's probably why I shared it with Eric last year, because I was just like, scooted that one over. I'm like, I can't do this. Get this away from me.
I was waiting for the offer once again. I would have taken that thing down.
When you mixed it with, it ended up kind of being like a crab cake salad, because they put like a lot of other stuff on there, like a corn mango salsa deal, and it ended up being okay, but I won't do that again. Laura has other better options. I think the chowder looked delicious.
Yeah, chowder was outstanding.
I just struck the chowder. Prime rib comes in at 5. The porterhouse or the T-bone, massive dual-sided plate featuring both the strip and the tenderloin, best of both worlds, comes in at 4.
Lucius, how would you grade my order? We were at the seafood spot, and I got the cheeseburger.
Come on, bro.
Is that pretty disappointing?
Everybody looked at me like nothing like that. Like, what are you doing?
I know.
I like the idea
it was
that you
so
had.
good, though.
How many patties?
3.
I know. He said I probably should have put 5
This
on.
man's got 2 stomachs.
It was a damn good cheeseburger. Like, I felt like I won the day, even though when we ordered, I was getting some nasty looks, even from the waiter. Like, what are you doing?
So they cooked it on like a little flat top grill back there. Like,
yeah, it was like a smash situation.
Okay. All right,
yeah.
all right.
They did a nice job. That was
I give you a 5 out of 10.
Like eyeball test, right?
Yeah.
Like it still looked like a good burger.
It looked good.
If you just forgot the fact that you were at a seafood restaurant, you'd be like, someone's eating well tonight.
I have stopped ordering stuff that's not in the lane of the restaurant, though. Like, I'm not going to order a steak unless I'm at a steakhouse. Right, I'm not.
Okay, you're just working fastball.
Yeah, because I don't trust it. I've had enough bad experiences. Like when you said burger, I was like, "Oh God, he's going to regret that."
Yeah,
no, it did look good.
Yeah, but they nailed it.
They did, man. They did.
New York strip at 3, then filet mignon comes in at 2. Most tender cut, known for a lean and delicate profile. Happy National Filet Mignon Day. Number 1, most ordered top steak cut, the ribeye, prized for its heavy marbling, rich flavor, and juicy texture. I would still recommend that bone-in ribeye. That is the way to go.
And big old tomahawks.
Yeah, take it home, wave it around, maybe give it to a dog.
Looks cool. Don't give them a cook bone.
Oh, is that a no-no?
Yeah, it shreds all in their throat.
I know that chicken bones that is dangerous because that can splinter and then we have an issue. But I thought the steak ones were okay, but that's good to know.
Yeah.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 in the books. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's Darty time. What kind of a Darty is this?
Yeah, it's a college football Darty. Jaden Daniels has a message for the world. Plus, it appears Coach Prime has a little Christian Parker in him. Next in the nation.
crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Browns will start Deshaun Watson for their first preseason game on Saturday against Chicago. During camp, both Watson and Shedeur Sanders have battled, sharing reps for the number one spot on the depth chart at quarterback. The Browns finished 5-12 last season. The quarterback situation doesn't look great, and they may just have to wait to draft someone next year. I'm Chris Black.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello, DFW. Marcus Kajawa here, bringing you a bank-owned Hill Country land liquidation. On Saturday, August 22nd, one of the Hill Country's finest high-fence historic ranches will be liquidated in tracts ranging from 5 to 20 acres. Come out and buy 5 acres with beautiful views for only $59,000. How about a ready-to-use cabin with a workshop on 11 acres for only $199,000? Properties include high elevation, $1 million views, massive hardwoods, miles of creek, abundant wildlife, electric, and fiber optic internet, all with owner-to-owner financing. All properties will be liquidated. Call us now, 800-684-4611. That's 800-684-4611. If the line's busy, keep calling. 800-684-4611. That's 800-684-4611.
Paid for by Liberty Bankers Life Insurance Company.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Most people don't know you can lease used vehicles. At D&M Leasing, our Easy Lease gives you a pre-owned vehicle with a much lower payment than financing. New vehicles lose huge value the moment they leave the lot. Skip that depreciation hit. Lease used and save big. Your D&M agent handles everything, including home delivery. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
Hey, Tolo, Sean, and RJ here with the greatness of base power. You know, most Texans don't know what they're paying for electricity, and if you don't know your rate, you're probably overpaying. And Base Power found that 7 to 10 Texans are on the wrong plan. Switch to Base Energy, one low fixed rate.
You could save more than 15% on your monthly bill. They'll even cover up to $150 in cancellation fees. See how much you could save at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/thefan.
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3
Yeah, buddy. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Christy Scales coming up at 4:20. C-Notes in 20 minutes from right now. Big night of Thursday Night Football preseason week 2. Here's Eric Chiafalo. Here's Zach Wolchuk with his football fix.
Let's do it, baby. Let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side!
Left side!
Wrong side!
Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Woo! Get ready. Kyler Murray, your starting quarterback in Minnesota. Here's what J.J. McCarthy had to say about it. Quote, obviously, every competitor wants to play. But moving forward, it's just about continuing to work hard and just staying ready for when my number is called. This is the place I want to be. And I love every single person in this building. I love the state. I love the fan base. And I'm going to continue to just do whatever I can for this team and this organization. He added, obviously, I couldn't control anything during this. I couldn't control anything after. The only thing I could do is focus on the next step and keep at it. But you know what, JJ? You could have controlled it, dude. Play better. You play better. You win the starting job. That was all in your control. Mm-hmm. So him to say, man, this was out of my control the last few weeks, that's kind of baloney, sir. I don't buy that from you. You lost the damn job because you weren't good enough. And you need to take ownership of that. It was totally in your control.
Yeah, it's called denial. You think they wanted to bring in a 5'9" quarterback?
No, they took you in the first round. They didn't want to be in this position. They wanted to feel great about going into year 3 with our first-round quarterback. But unfortunately, you haven't played well enough, and now they've got Kyler Murray going out there and starting for them.
Carson Wentz, who was objectively horrible last year, is better than you. You know? I just let that sink in.
I mean, look at Sam Darnold, Super Bowl champ.
It does make sense, though, because the only way he could have that level of poise and composure in the pocket while being terrible is if he had delusional athlete syndrome. Mm-hmm. You know?
Oh, you don't want that. That's probably the worst syndrome to have.
I mean, it helps. It helps them play with the ultimate confidence.
Yeah, you gotta have it, bro.
Delusional athlete syndrome. Yeah, I guess to an extent.
I took that personal.
Everybody's a little delusional.
That was delusional athlete right there, bro. Mike was.
It's motivational.
It raises your floor.
Allows you to keep playing with confidence, even when you're playing horribly.
It's like the short-term memory, man, as a corner. You know, I get beat, boom. I got to be able to erase that, flush it, move on to the next play.
And by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed it, but our guy Savone Revel does not have that short-term memory.
You don't think so?
No.
Oh, no, what happened?
He mentioned like 3 times in the interview and maybe once even before we went on air. Just that he's figuring his stuff out, and you guys have seen my bad plays. You know.
Yeah, he took full acknowledgement of he had a busted
and I like the accountability.
coverage.
But I think from your corners, you want a little bit more delusion.
Yeah, I guess my hope is like in the game, he's flushing it and he's not thinking about it. Practice setting, like that's kind of where we're working on it, trying to get better. I'm hoping on a Sunday against the Giants, he's not saying that stuff, but maybe you're right. Maybe that was the real look at Savone Revel. But there's some good clips coming out from today's practice from all of the defense. We had an Isaiah Land interception on a tip. PJ Locke put Jaden Blue on his rear, and we're not even in pads today. It was a nice play by PJ Locke coming down from the safety position, laying some wood. Revel on Flanoy. But you mentioned there was a Mingo play, and Terrence Steele. False start situation.
Yeah,
probably in a real game.
Yeah, they don't have the refs out there, I don't think, anymore. So they just play on.
Gosh,
but Terrence Steele might already be in his own head a little bit.
You know what? I think you're right, Gavin. I'm not. Let's not overreact. Okay, we've seen Terrence Steele start for this football team for the last 4 years. We know what he is, and let's just hope he stays that way. I didn't think I'd want status quo Terrence Steele. Now that's exactly what I'm hoping for. Yep. I don't care about the improvement. Just don't be worse, Terrence, because there is not a better option than him right now on this football team.
Did you say PJ Locke laid the wood on Jaden Blue?
Yes.
And Jaden Blue didn't fumble?
I did not see the ball on the ground.
So that's improvement.
That's a win. That's a win right there. And Izzy Abanikanda with a nice run as well. I'm excited to kind of just see the running backs, period, this coming Saturday. I just want to get a good look at Blue, Maffa, Malik Davis, Abanikanda. Now the new guy that they brought in here, it's not Joshua, but it's Jay Sean. Let's get it. I mean, this is going to be a good taste because you haven't really been able to see these running backs. I think Nick Harris had a good question today. Like, you don't see them get taken to the ground in practice. Now you'll get to see that. And certain plays, like, it's hard to know. Like, would this have been stopped for a 3-yard gain, but they can't really wrap up and take ball carriers to the ground. Instead, it keeps going. Let's get somebody to rise up, take that RB2 spot. And is that RB2 on the roster? Todd Archer thinks so. I have some questions about that. I think they might still be looking to add somebody.
Yeah, Nick Eatman teased today with Sean and RJ. Maybe RB2's not even on the roster. Right now.
I just keep hearing whispers, man, that's a position that they possibly could be hunting. But maybe they'll feel much better if Saturday comes and some of these guys go out and ball out. All right, here is Rashawn Gary. Yesterday they had an off day, so he jumped on Rich Eisen's show. Rashawn Gary, who was an excellent interview with us, our first one at camp last week. Here he was talking about this new defense and Christian Parker.
History with the new defensive coordinator is what again, for people who may not know?
Yeah, so Christian Parker, he was on the defensive staff when I got drafted in Green Bay.
And now here he is.
Yes, sir.
Coordinating for the first time. Yeah. What can he do?
Man, what can he not do? He understands the back end. He understands the fronts. He understands how offense wants to, attack our defenses. And on top of that, he understands how to maximize his players. And that's in terms of, freeing up more one-on-ones or find an opportunity to get, a linebacker on a running back, mixing up the coverage to play, but, quarterback mindset. Don't want to say too much, but he's a magician in what he does.
You don't want to give away too much about what you're going to do?
Not too much.
How's it different from what you did in Green Bay?
A little bit more, 3-4, so you're able to have mix in, but 3-4, 4 down fronts, and just different things we do on the back end.
Okay.
And again, doesn't want to say too much. I think that was something that Revel was also kind of hinting at us off air before we started the interview, because like CP, clearly, he's keeping things close to the vest. He doesn't want too much out there, telling us how he doesn't like the practice films. He doesn't like the videos being taken. But Gary sounded very
baked.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I think he found the dispo,
too. For lack of a better word.
Yeah.
He
was an off day.
He was a lot more energetic with us after a practice.
He was, yeah.
Recovery day.
He was locked in.
A little ho-hum.
Just coming off the practice field, fired up.
Yeah.
He might have just woken up from a nap in that situation.
Man, that play of him ragdolling Tyler Smith. He's strong practice.
He's very strong. I mean, that was my biggest takeaway. And everyone said, he's a grown man.
He's huge.
But you just don't realize it, until you're standing next to him. His fingers are massive.
Yeah.
That dude is a grown man. He is huge. And 251. Should I be concerned that he called Donovan Devin Ezeraku in that interview? I noticed that, too.
That goes back to the off-day recovery, half-baked situation.
You know what? I just think it was...
New guy.
It's like I said,
a lot of new people on the team.
The gay day.
Yeah.
I didn't mean it.
It happens.
You have a slip-up. He knew it. He knows it's Donovan.
Verbal flub. He's a great leader.
These things happen. Mike Schmidt
said your gay day was a slip-up? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, it was just a slip-up. I meant to say day. I said gay. 210. When's the Mike Schmitz interview? It's tomorrow.
Yeah, he had to reschedule.
He rescheduled.
I think the Don Nelson celebration of life might have thrown a wrinkle, a monkey wrench in his schedule. I'll tell you what, Cowboys back-to-back seasons losing. Their valuation continues to skyrocket, growing faster than everybody, worth $15 billion. These teams around the league, if I'm an owner right now, I'm paying attention. The fans are more interested in scheme, in details, in the minutia of how you're getting ready to win. The entire league is saying, you can't show social media clips of our practice. The Cowboys are like, yes, please, bring it on.
We can, and we will.
It's not hard, and I tell you what, as we're evolving as fans, learning more about the game, because how the internet and these coaches joining the media are empowering people to learn more and more about the game. They want more detail.
Yeah.
So you have to
smart.
You have to figure out a way to coach around it. If you're not, don't be surprised if the Cowboys keep losing and keep being the most valuable franchise in the NFL because Jerry Jones courts attention.
Stephen, sorry, media, film. We want you to.
The next generation of football fans, what are they doing constantly? Looking on their phones on social media. Mm-hmm. And 31 other teams are saying, nope, you're not going to see our team for 6 weeks as you're getting ready for the season. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's negligence.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were talking with people with the Cowboys. They're making like $100,000 a day just on merchandise sales in Oxnard. Like when you walk through there and you've just got their sales
pro shop.
Boom. They're making $100K a day. It's just, and that doesn't include anything they're making online or in Frisco or anywhere else in the world. That's just there in that one little area with fans walking through there and buying it. I'm sure Saturdays when that thing's basically sold out, it's probably double that. It's crazy the amount of money that they're making these days. We do have some notes for this preseason games tonight. Carson Beck not playing. Already got a rib injury. So he's great in that first game. Not going to get to see him maybe the rest of preseason.
It's an all-time preseason game, though. He'll always have that.
He will. Him and Haynes King, they will always have that. Hey, walk-off win. It was great, Arizona, Carolina, but he's dealing with soreness that he's had all week due to the rib injury sustained in the Hall of Fame game. They say the injury is not considered serious, but not going to play. Cowboys injury news, MVS not practicing. Devin Moore is back. That's great, and we'll see about Barham playing on Saturday in the preseason. But other things to watch here in Week 1. Tonight, you got Lions and Cincinnati, Packers and the Steelers, Colts and the Patriots, Chargers and the Texans. And Mike McDaniel is doing the one thing that fantasy managers, as you get ready for your drafts, hate to hear. He says they're going to plan to play the hot hand at running back this year. So whoever it is, Omarion Hampton, Keaton Mitchell, Kamani Vidal, they're going to go with the hot hand. I see all three of those guys producing at a very high level. The bad news is I can't tell you which games those are. So if you're planning on drafting a Chargers running back, just cross your fingers and hope you've selected the right one. Because darn you, Mike McDaniels, you're playing the Shanahan games, and I hate that. I just want it to be Omarion Hampton. You took him in the first round. Let him do it.
I'm sure he will be the workhorse, but I do appreciate McDaniel coming out and letting you know this before your draft, though.
Last half full.
At least you have some level of understanding of where to take some of these guys.
Yeah, like I'm not going to.
He's not going to ball sack you and say, "Oh yeah, this guy's going to be the workhorse," and then by week 4, you're like, "My guy's getting 3 carries a game."
No. That'd be terrible. Browns named Watson their starting quarterback for the preseason opener, so I guess Todd Monken did make a decision. Maybe he did slip up yesterday where he said that he thought Watson was ahead of Sanders. But Shadour's supposed to start week 2 in the preseason, but Watson's getting the initial crack. And Cincinnati is inducting former star offensive lineman Jason Kelsey into the school's Hall of Fame. All Big East offensive lineman when he was there, started his career as a walk-on linebacker and ended up being an offensive lineman. Travis took to the podium for the first time at Chiefs camp, and what was the first thing he was asked about? Well, the wedding.
It was a fun off season, man. Wedding was the best night of my life, and I appreciate everybody who came out and celebrated and had fun with us. And that's about all I really got from that night. It was a crazy night. It was full of a lot of celebration, but it's football, baby.
Football, baby. All right, you buying or you selling? Travis Kelce can get back anywhere close, let's say 80% of his all-pro form.
Ooh. Yeah, I think he's there. I think, he's still one of the top 10 most productive tight ends in the league, if I'm not mistaken. It's such a drop-off from what he was, where it was almost like he was wide receiver 2 and a superstar wide receiver 2. And now he's just like regular tight end, man. So I thought he was totally washed just watching him move around, but then doing a deep dive on his numbers, he's actually pretty solid.
They were still pretty good. Yeah. His numbers still ended up being solid, and I think that it's just towards the end of the season, the entire offense, the entire team fell off. But yeah, statistically, like the Chiefs' offense was not horrible last year prior to Mahomes going down for injury. What do you think, Eric?
I mean, the height of his powers is 1,400 yards and 11 touchdowns. He hasn't cracked 1,000 yards receiving since 2022.
Oof.
So, I mean, he's definitely not the same version of himself, but he's solid. He's still a good player. But getting back to all-pro form, I think, is
not happening.
Way too much to ask at this point.
Darren Waller is signing a 1-year deal with the Carolina Panthers. Big addition for them, as that offense on paper not looking bad at all. He joins a tight end room with Tommy Tremble, former Notre Dame star, and Jatavian Sanders, Texas, and Denton Ryan star as well. They've also got James Mitchell, Felipe Franks, and Mitchell Evans in that tight end room. We'll see what Darren Waller's able to do. And congratulations, Max Crosby, number 24 on the NFL Top 100 list. Still a damn good football football player, and I'm just holding out hope. Even though Todd told us yesterday he doesn't expect it, I'm praying. Let's get Max Crosby with a star on his freaking helmet. Let's go, boys.
I'll drink to that. Thank you, old Chuck. Cowboys news of the evening coming up. We have a UDFA running with the ones in Oxnard. Those stories and more coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Take us with you where...
so much stuff here on the Cowboys. It's time for the C-Note, Cowboys News of the Evening, brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, what do I got here for you? Camden Brown got a rep with the ones, reports Nick Harris. The first rookie UDFA to get one in camp this year.
Nice.
So best of luck to Camden Brown, as I think we're hunting pretty hard, like wide receivers 5 and 6. Maybe Mingo's 5 if you have some specific packages for him. But
I feel like Mingo has probably been the best version of himself that we've seen since he's been traded here.
Nice.
Like, he looks like he can at least be serviceable. But this Camden Brown fella, I can't wait to see him on Saturday.
He's going to be a big one to watch.
Is he a full-on complete wide receiver or like a bit role kind of guy like Mingo or Turpin?
He's complete. And, I mean, I think Mingo's probably a better blocker. Brown's a little bit more slender built. I mean, Mingo's very filled out. I mean, Holden, I still think, is a guy that's been running good routes and creating natural separation. I think he's still being slept on. Trajan Holden's a guy that's
slow.
I think you think he is, but I think that he plays decent football speed wise, and I think his ability to run routes and be able to find that opening between like a safety and a linebacker, there's something to be said about that. But yes, Brown is faster than what he is. Camden is.
11th day of Eagles camp defined by a fight. Dust up started today during team drills when Moro Ojomo, one of their defensive ends, took exception to a late shove by tackle Fred Johnson. And Ojomo popped up looking ready to fight. Coaches decided to keep both players in for the next play. Tempers flared as Johnson blocked Ojomo to the ground, then landed on him with his full weight.
Oh, yeah, that's a big boy.
They like doing that, man. They like letting you know, yeah, you're down on the ground, but now I'm on top of you.
That's crazy. That's the Francis Malinois move. And it's funny when you're doing it to the opposition. Like, yeah, get him. Punches were thrown before the two were separated. Moments later, Ojomo found his way through a crowd and dove at Johnson's knees.
Oh, no.
Bringing the 6'7", 326-pound Johnson to the ground. Players and staff had to jump in to separate the two. Roseman and Nick Sirianni and Dom DeSandro gathered around and animated Johnson to try to calm him down. Roseman also met with Ojomo before talking further with Johnson. Team drills were halted. After a group huddled to reset, the Eagles finished with a less competitive developmental period. So they had to kill the drill.
I mean, that's pretty dirty. You can't be diving at somebody's knee like that.
Big Dom comes in there, man. He's got to clean this up. That's very dirty.
Yeah, and it's a bad look for Dom, too, because that's like his role. Like, you got to keep the vibes right. I thought A.J. Brown being out of there was going to keep everybody kumbaya. Guess not.
Sirianni spun it afterwards, saying it's just a sign that it's time to go hit somebody else. You know, we've reached that point of training camp. That might be true.
Yeah, I can see
day in, day out, you got this guy just aggravating you.
Yeah.
I understand.
You get fed up with it.
The best rivalry I can remember from Cowboys camp was Sean Lee and DeMarco Murray. They would go at it, bro.
Really?
Murray was a good blocker, very physical, and constantly at the end of reps in training camp, they'd be barking at one another. It was a lot of fun to track. Of course, Des Bryant versus lots of corners.
J.J.
Lots
Wilcox
of DBs
and him went at it.
Over the years. Jordan Lewis.
Yeah.
Okay, Kay Adams is in Oxnard.
Did Des ever win any of those?
I don't know. I don't think his thing was the initial flurry. His thing was eating the initial flurry until he could grab you and then hulk up on you.
I'm bigger than you.
Yeah.
I'm willing to eat a couple of punches here in order to grab you.
You've got faster hands than me, but I am bigger.
Yeah. Okay, so Kay Adams is in Oxnard. She's interviewing Shoddy today. Just doing that up and Adams thing. George Pickens is night and day in the meetings right now. If you wanted an update on that George Pickens deal, he says he wants to be moved around, and that's bad news for the rest of the league. So everything continues to remain on track for George Pickens from Shoddy's perspective.
Best player in camp so far.
Yeah. Yeah, it's who knows what he could do this year, but I think All-Pro 1 is within his reach.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I hope it is.
Coming into this year, there's no doubts about what to do. If George Pickens is manned up, you got to attack. And I don't really think the Cowboys ever really fully accepted that reality last year, but it would be hard to ignore. Text in right now. What would make you more confident in the Cowboys at 877-881-1053? We have fan base optimism rankings across all 32 teams. Okay, this is from CBS Sports. They surveyed 5,000 fans. Now, critics will tell you the Cowboys fan is delusional with their positivity and their optimism. Not so fast, my friend. Maybe back-to-back losing seasons have changed the tone significantly. But I was surprised at how low the Cowboys were in this ranking. This is fan base optimism going into the 2026 season. Where would you ballpark it for these Cowboys?
This is just general optimism, not like optimism you're winning the Super Bowl kind of thing, but just like you're going to have a solid year.
Positive outlook.
What percentage of team or the fan base is positive right now? I mean, I would say 65%.
Okay, and where would their ranking fall, you think, league-wide?
12? Okay. Gosh, I'd probably put it at 17 or 18.
Okay, you nailed it. You nailed it at 18. That's where the Cowboys are. CBS Sports
middle of the pack.
Dallas spot in this ranking is fitting given the purgatory the team's fan base has been in since 95. Once again, the Cowboys will field a group good enough to give the fan base reason for hope, but probably not talented enough to end the franchise's title drought, man. They did kind of nail it there. And I think maybe the narrative will shift if they have another losing season to the majority of Cowboys fans actually lean more pessimistic than optimistic.
Yes, very much so, which I get it. I mean, you've got an entire generation of fans that have not seen this team do squat, really.
Yeah, and you're on the heels of the worst defense any Cowboys fan has ever seen from their own team. And so you have to have some level of understanding that even if you are a fair amount better, you're probably still at best an average defense.
Yeah.
At best.
Yeah. 214 says consistent pressure on opposing quarterbacks. 480, more confident in the boys being a middle-of-the-road defense would mean at least 4 more wins this year. I was surprised he was number 1, especially coming off a 6-11 season. But, maybe the residual from 3 Super Bowls in the last decade.
Really, Kansas City. Well, I mean, look, when you have Mahomes, you're going to be optimistic, and I get it. I mean, the Chiefs they've had a dynastic run. I think it's going to have to be very similar to what happened with Brady and the Patriots, where they went 10 years between Super Bowls, and I think they're going to have to retool and rebuild that thing back up. They've done a decent job on the defensive side of the football, adding and injecting some youth, but when you lose 2 corners the way they did, I like the draft that they had, but I don't know how instant impact everybody's going to be able to be that they just drafted. It could take a couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, the team's starting to look like the ones that Andy Reid had, where they were a damn good defense in Philadelphia, and a good running game. Like, they brought in Kenneth Walker. They're still investing in their offensive line, but they're whiffing at wide receiver.
Yeah,
big time.
And that really defined Andy Reid's Eagles runs. That's why they had to go get T.O.
I mean, you had Todd Pinkston, Greg Lewis,
James Thrash,
just like
Fred X,
Freddie Mitchell,
Mr. XFL, right? He hate me? I think that was He Hate Me.
No,
that's a different guy.
That was a different guy.
Different guy, yeah.
Man, it's been so long. There is a tie at number 2, and probably appropriate that both these teams and their fan bases are very optimistic. Rams and Seattle. Number 4 was kind of a surprise considering I feel like they've peaked and they're on the decline. And their offensive and defensive line is getting in brawls at practice today.
The Eagles.
Yeah.
Man, everyone's still putting the Eagles in their top 5 lists of power rankings, and I'm ready for the fall.
I mean, their defense is still going to be legit.
Yeah. And they added Grenard. They added Reek Woolen. They did lose the safety Blankenship. But and Roquan Smith.
Grenard's hurt already.
Yeah, Grenard hasn't practiced yet. But defense was damn good, and I think they should probably be in the conversation for best defense in football. I would just feel so deflated over the Jalen Hurts situation. And how bad our offense was last year.
And then DeJean's going to have to be playing safety for you. I mean, you've got 2 really good defensive tackles. I still don't know how good that pass rush is going to be. You lose Nakobe Dean at linebacker. I don't think that defense is not going to be as good as it was last year, in my opinion.
817 clarifies Rod Smart was He Hate Me general. Come on.
Rod Smart.
Yeah.
That's a good poll. I would not have gotten that.
682 Malachi Lawrence reaches his potential. Yeah.
That would go a long way.
That'd be big.
If he can step in and be a heck of a lot better than what Ezeraku was last year at getting after the quarterback. And then the tackle situation. I think we're getting plenty of texts about making sure these tackles, Steele and Guyton, are healthy and well above average.
Okay, number 5, I think they should be more confident considering they would have made the Super Bowl last year if their average quarterback
Denver.
hadn't gotten hurt.
Yeah.
Number 6, I think they should be more confident, but I think people kind of have fatigue on this team because they kept getting close, but
Niners.
Bills. Yeah, Bills and Niners are actually 6-7.
Okay, nice.
6-7.
I hate you.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'd be that confident if I'm the 49ers right now. Our wide receivers are so injury prone. Ricky Pearsall's already out for the year.
The running backs are all hurt.
Your coach is doubtful.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
everybody's banged up there, dude.
Number 8's a tie with the Chargers and Patriots. Number 10's the Bears, and I understand why Chicago fans are so optimistic. I just think it's misplaced.
I feel like they're the number 1 most optimistic fan base right now.
Yeah.
You talk to a Bears fan, they're going to the Super Bowl.
Okay,
Bears fans are crotch first.
Let me give you the 7 teams ahead of the Cowboys. You tell me, should Cowboys fans be more optimistic than this fan base, Ravens?
No, I'd be more optimistic if I was a Ravens fan.
Yeah, damn good roster. Packers?
Yes.
Should be more confident in the Packers right now?
Your best defensive player is not going to be playing for half the season, or at least the first 6 weeks. I don't know, man. It is amazing how that offense continues to produce with like a hodgepodge of wide receivers.
I think their linebackers and secondary really only worked because of Micah. Looking back on...
They've lost a lot from that defense.
Lions... They probably should be more confident. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, the center loss is a big one with Cade Mays, but they should be back to contending.
Jags should be more confident. Very good season, well coached. Good offense, good defense. The Commanders coming at 15. How is their fan base more confident right now than the Cowboys?
I think the Cowboys, it's very similar. Both have added a lot on defense. The Cowboys are going to have 6 new starters on the defensive side of the football. It's just Jaden Daniels' health is such a big question mark. It's more of a question mark than even Dak.
And the Laramie Tunsil injury.
That's huge.
Is big.
But adding Stephon Diggs, that's huge. Diggs is still a badass player. They've got 2 good wide receivers, but that offensive line, can they protect?
Tampa Bay comes in at 16. I don't think they should be more confident. They lost Mike Evans. I guess their offensive line should bounce back. I think they're probably better than they were last year.
Yeah, and they're in a crappier division. Their road to the playoffs is certainly easier.
And speaking of that crappy division, number 17 right ahead of the Cowboys is the Panthers. Ooh. And you make the playoffs last year. You add Devin Lloyd and Jalen Phillips. You already had Brazel hurt. But man, a fan base with Bryce Young as their quarterback is more optimistic right now than the Cowboys.
I know the Cowboys are ridiculously low on this list.
Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. I think they should be around 12 or 13th, like you said, Wolchuk. We got Krusty's Corner coming up next, though. Where are you taking this?
All right, we got quarterback traits. Which trait is Dak the best at, if any? That's next in the nation.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time now for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. Wolchuk in for the Kings broadcast duties today, and here he is.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you so much, Lucius, for playing that. Thank you, guys. Man, they got the Super Bowl here on the
real
TV.
Quick here.
The Super Bowl is on. Gosh, I can't. Do you guys remember how bad that game was?
Yeah, that was terrible.
I thought maybe Drake May had scurvy.
It felt like a quarterback playing with some type of terminal disease that night.
Goodness gracious. No, we hope Brian's back tomorrow. He already said his eyesight is better. And that's got to be a weird thing because they're doing one eye at a time. So you've got one eye that feels like, okay, I can actually see properly. The other eye not. I just feel like that is a headache waiting to happen.
It is pretty cool, though, that within, I guess, a couple of hours, his eye is already clearly better. I wonder how much pain was involved. Like the drive home, riding shotgun.
You were in a world of hell.
From my LASIK eye surgery was up there with one of the most miserable experiences of my entire life. Just the watering, the burning, the itching, like... It was so bad, and then I'd take some NyQuil, pass out for a few hours, wake up, good as
to
new.
go.
Yeah,
it's magical.
It is.
They gave me Valium when I did it.
They gave me one as well, and
it didn't do much.
I don't remember it working
just made
at
me
all.
sleep.
No,
my anxiety was. Because they're getting into you, They're getting into your eye. You see the thing come down, you're like, oh my goodness.
Yeah. It is a weird.
But it's so worth it. It is.
Oh, it's the best money. I said it yesterday. I mean, shout out to Brooks. I love them. They had, when they do that suction cup over the eyeball, I had to get mine done twice. And that part is a little bit, that doesn't feel good.
No.
And I guess it was like a 98%. The doctor's like, you know what, we're going to reset it. We want to get the full 100. Okay. So they did it, and so they suction it again, and it's just like pressure on the eyeball. But afterwards, it's just the initial irritation afterwards. Throbs a little bit, but the key is, boom, just go to sleep and you're good to go. But hopefully Brian's back tomorrow. Troy Aikman, before we dive into the NFL quarterback traits, he is saying the Dolphins are not expected to be good. So no Monday Night Football games and no conflict for me. So that was a big topic of conversation this offseason with him now being an advisor and a consultant. What happens? Is that not a conflict of interest? Same thing with Brady and the Raiders.
That's all he should have said. You guys see what Tom Brady's doing, right? All right. Thank you.
I'm good.
See you in Oxnard, sir.
Stop. If you want to take it up with Brady, take it up with him. Troy said, I've talked to the commissioner, and he's fine with what I'm doing in my role. Anyone behind a mic that's calling a game, there's a conflict of interest because you have relationships in this business. I have friends every week that I call a game with, whether with a head coach or an offensive coordinator or player, whoever it is. I would argue that every broadcaster has a conflict when they're calling a game. As long as you're upfront with the viewer and let them know the deal, they can take away from it whatever they want, whether you're biased in your analysis. From Troy Aikman. I think that's perfectly fair and perfectly said. I mean, I remember when Troy started out, it was he's too much of a Cowboy homer. And then as it went on, I kind of felt like he went out of his way to kind of be Cowboy negative.
Oh, yeah.
But you know what? I think Troy's become arguably the best at it right now, and I think he'll be just fine. And he's absolutely right. The Dolphins are going to be bad this year.
You need to have a guy who's kind of got this I don't care if I get fired attitude, and he's just being real, and that's what I feel like with Troy Aikman.
Yes.
Like he has nothing to prove. If you don't like it, up yours.
Take it or leave it.
And then, he's really just saying the honest thing, not trying to, take care of anybody.
I love that.
Yeah.
Genuine. And that's our quarterback right there. We love you, Troy.
Henrietta, Oklahoma, coming through your television.
It's our freaking dude. I also wonder, now that I'm thinking about it in Krusty's Corner, how's Brian doing with the poops?
Now, what made you think of that?
Just Krusty's Corner, and yesterday he said the Taylor Farms was getting to him.
Right. Yes, he's had an irritable stomach here recently.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he got up a couple of days ago. He says, I got a Dawson situation.
Yeah.
Oh,
what are you talking about?
It's
like after the first segment, he had to run Tuski. And then
Prairie Dog waddle ashamed to the bathroom.
Yesterday he said the Taylor Farms is getting him. And I don't know about today. Those Hershey squirts are keeping him up at night.
I did think it was only a matter of time, I mean, this is extended out. I mean, this is a full 2.5 weeks
It
or
would
so?
have to be something else that did it. It's not the Taylor Farms lettuce that he ate.
Well, maybe he doubled down. Maybe he ended up eating more.
That's true.
He thought he
Maybe.
was in the clear, and he's like, yeah, give me all the Taylor Farms.
You know what I think it might be is just that he has changed his diet from like Chinese food buffets to a lot more fruits and vegetables. There's an adjustment period for your gastro.
That'll happen.
Big time.
Yeah.
And then if he dabbled back in, let's say he had a relapse with the Chinese buffet and you've been off of it for a while, the keto, I learned that big time when I dabbled in the keto for a little while. We were on the night show. I didn't have a single carb for like 2 months.
And then where'd you go? You
Whistle
went to
Britches.
Whistle Britches.
I got the freaking keto flu, dude. It was terrible for like a 12-hour deal. It basically was like I had the shakes, I had the shivers. It was like what happened to me in Phoenix this past year, and it was all because I ate carbs for the first time in like 2 or 3. And my body was in shock.
He went head first after like what, 3 months? You said?
Yeah, it was a long time.
3 months of no carbs. He broke that by going to fried chicken, gravy, mashed potatoes, biscuits.
I went heavy.
He went hard with it.
Yeah, you probably have to like slide in slowly.
Yeah,
you know?
100%
I
you
dove
did,
in.
you
You're
said.
right. Yep.
That's crazy.
I did. All right, decision making with the football. This is courtesy of one Dan Orlovsky. So I'm just going to give you a spoiler update here. Dak's not number one in any category. And we know this because Orlovsky's not the biggest Dak guy.
What about leadership and intangibles?
He didn't put that on there, and I think he did that specifically so he didn't have to put Dak number one in any category. So we got arm strength, we got ball placement, we got mechanics, we have decision making, pocket presence, second reaction, and then rushing ability.
Okay, so everything other than the last two, I would say, are, Dak should be in the top 10.
And he is. Dak cracks the top 10 in every single category except the last two.
Okay. That makes
Rushing
sense.
ability, number one, is not a surprise.
No.
It's Lamar Jackson.
The morning show is trying to dunk on you guys for talking about Dak needs to run more or something. I don't know.
He does.
Lay off my guys.
God, that show. What are they doing? Why do they like the infighting so much?
They thought it was a potential worst take nominee, but they said the batch of bad takes this week is so bad that it's not going to crack the
Dak
list.
Prescott needing to run more is a worst take nominee?
I think I even said in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Not
pick and
until the
choose your
playoffs.
spots.
in
And
the red zone, in the playoffs.
That's a worst take
That's it.
nominee.
Apparently, allegedly.
Goodness gracious.
Reportedly.
By the way, you see Orlovsky
Not the football show of record.
going open shirt this morning?
Oh.
With the chain. I mean, he looks like Dan Orlovsky.
Oh, I think this
or
is
something.
part of a bet that he had to pay off with Taylor
no.
Lewan.
No, he had that. It was the earring.
Okay,
it was the earring.
Yes, it was the earring. What
But
is
I
he doing here then?
I see no earring. This is just him. He's got a beautiful summer tan going. Probably
does.
just got back from the beach. I'm seeing it now.
5-month vacation.
It's I mean, I would say it's a sharp look for him.
Okay, so
He's pulling it off.
You know what the list is, and that's why you got that first one right. It's
No,
not 'cause
I just-
it's not because you're a football guy.
I just looked it up. No, I mean that makes. I don't know where Dak is on any of these, other than it makes perfect sense that off-script plays.
Freaking cheated.
He's not dominant anymore.
Now I
and
know how
running,
you
he's
felt
not dominant anymore.
about the spread 'em things. All right, and everyone was looking ahead.
Yeah,
you
can-
screwed this up, Eric.
Can we
you
even
screwed this up?
Can we even play Guess That Spread anymore?
Yes,
Is that
we'll
even a game
always
that
play
we can
Guess
continue
That
to play
Spread.
throughout the football season?
Number one in arm strength. If you guys had to say the quarterback with the strongest arm in football, it is
Pat Mahomes, Herbert, Stafford, Josh Allen.
Josh Allen's 1, Herbert is 2, Stafford is 4, Mahomes is 5. The guy that they put at number 3, Caleb Williams. Iceman.
Okay.
Dak is 10. I think that's fine. Although, I don't know, if you had to say, like, Drake May does have a strong arm. Baker Mayfield's got
a cannon,
He
dude.
does? Okay. I wasn't sure. Like, he can make every throw.
Wasn't it last year? Weren't they at AT&T? They were at AT&T Stadium recently, and we saw a
They
game.
definitely were Sunday night 2 years ago. I remember that.
Okay, so I think that was the game where you're in the building and you can feel it a little bit. Like, oh my gosh, he does have
Pre-game,
more of a cannon than you think.
Yeah, because you don't think of, like, when you're talking Armstrong, like, Baker doesn't pop into my mind. Drake May, sure. I mean, I saw that all over his North Carolina film. Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Dak at 10.
Even Burrow, to me, I don't think of as like a big arm guy. Like, and I love Burrow, but I think of like his ball placement and all that
Touch.
kind of stuff. Yeah. but I mean, 8th, it's not crazy to. It's not like they have him in the top 5.
Ball placement, Dak again is at 10. Number 1,
Wow.
Stafford.
Stafford 1. All
Stafford
right.
1. Purdy's ahead of Dak at 9. So you got Stafford, Drake May at 2, Darnold at 3, Burrow and Goff are your top 5. In terms of mechanics, and I think this is an area Dak Prescott grew tremendously last year. Because sometimes his mechanics, his footwork can get really wonky. I mean, he's throwing, jumping in the air. He doesn't have his feet set all the time. I thought his mechanics were very, very smooth for the majority of last season. He jumped up to 5 in this category.
Okay.
Number 1 is the MVP, Matthew Stafford. Burrow at 2. Burrow's got tremendous mechanics. Daniel Jones at 3. I guess. Like, if he's going to have anything, it'd probably be mechanics.
Yeah, just Mr. Fundamental.
Mechanically sound dude. Goff at 4, Prescott at 5. Decision-making with the football. This is important. You did get Jalen Hurts tracking the top 10. He's at 10.
Huh.
Dak is at 6. Your top 5 were Allen, Stafford, Love, May, and Daniels. Decision-making. But pocket presence. This is an area where Burrow should be 1. It's Drake May. But Dak is at 5, and I thought you saw in that game against Green Bay his ability to slide, climb the pocket, feel the rush, get the ball out on time. The pocket presence really was next level for him in his evolution as a quarterback last year.
Yeah, so he's at 5th in this one. That makes
which I think
sense.
is fair.
Yeah, he had. I mean, when you talk about the mechanics being something he's improved over the years, the pocket presence is another one.
Big time. So there's Krusty's Corner for the day.
You're the man, Wolchuk. Thanks for doing that.
I love you.
Okay, we got Christy Scales coming up at 4:20. Cowboys sideline reporter Jared Sandler joins you next here on your home of the Rangers. What do we got to do to get a split in L.A. against the Angels on the Fan? It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. DeGrom against Urena tonight. 8:30 pregame, 9:07 first pitch in Los Angeles. As suddenly the Rangers need a dub to get a split. As Jared Sandler joins us now from Southern California. And good afternoon, Sands. How the heck are you?
I'm great. Ready for this not must-win game, but yeah, what you said. I mean,
unbelievable.
Kind of where this team is. They, for whatever reason, they have a tough time with the Angels, and they can't beat them in Anaheim.
1-5 now in L.A. this year. Need the win tonight. But, Sands, before we get to the details on how they do that, if you were watching on the webcam, you can see me doing shoulder physical therapy stuff. And I would ask you, do you know why?
No, what happened?
Well, one of us is throwing out the first pitch on the 31st at the Globe.
No
fan
way.
host.
Are
yes.
you really?
Yeah, I guess we're going to have a drawing for it Tuesday, and one of us is going to be selected to throw out that first pitch at the Globe. Have you ever done that?
I did it my last day in minor league baseball. It was late April in Michigan, the Great Lakes Loons, and a buddy of mine from Dallas, Jordan Hershiser, who I went to USC with, I played against in high school, was playing for the Loons, and so he was warming me up, and just to mess with me, he's like, just whatever you do, don't bounce it. So, I mean, you guys know me. Obviously, what's in my head for the next 5 minutes, don't bounce it. I went up on the mound, and I bounced it. So I have not thrown out a first pitch since. I'm embarrassed by that performance. I would like some redemption at some point, but yeah, I've not been asked, but at some point I hope to erase that memory from my mind. But so is it one of like the 4 or 5 of y'all, or is it someone from the station?
Oh, someone from the station. All the shows are going to be put into a hat. All of our names are going to be put into a hat. This is something you can't turn down, right? This is kind of a bucket list type deal.
Yeah, how'd this come about? That's awesome.
It was just an idea from our fearless leader, Gavin Spittle. So, looking forward to that. I guess Bobby Bell from the morning show was already saying if he gets pulled, he is going to gift it to somebody else.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know that Bobby wants the world to see how he throws a ball of any kind. Who do we think is going to be, like, if we were to power rank, I'm sure you guys have had this discussion, who would be best, who would be worst?
I think Choppy would be the best because he recently played like over 40 men's baseball league. And that doesn't that
I think RJ,
he's in and around the game.
I don't know. I think that upper body could tighten up. I'm not sure. Most pitchers aren't barrel chested like Choppy.
Okay,
that's a good point.
That is a good point.
I think Sean has a decent baseball background.
Sean says he's very accurate, even though in the small hands that's not going to matter. I think Lucius would be very good at this. I think he'd be from our show, would be my representative. Brian is taking himself out. Brian doesn't want to do it either because of the crawfish shoulder.
Yeah.
I'd be terrified. I don't know how well it would go. It would be an honor and a privilege. And Eric, I would just worry about like throwing out your back again.
Well, I got in the bullpen during the Sandlot event last year, Jared, and I was pretty disappointed that I touched off. I think at like 52 miles per hour was like the best I had. That's not good. I certainly won't have much velocity on
which is
this
fine.
ball.
It's the first pitch. You don't need the velocity.
You just don't want to be like 50 Cent, right, and throw it to like a dugout. You're not going to get judged for some of that, like by velocity, right? Like I think it's impressive. First of all, you got to get on the mound. Whoever gets drawn, you need to get on the mound. You need to get on the rubber. Let's not do any of this chicken-esque stuff where you're on the turf in front. You're on the mound. But yeah, you just throw a strike. Here's the key, guys. Don't. And I'm going to use the advice that was given to me that was clearly done as a joke to get in my head. But like you want to make sure you're aiming up, because if you throw low, now you're putting yourself in the position of, well, is the guy going to, it's either going to be Corey Ragsdale or Travis Jankowski. Are they going to be able to scoop it? Because what you don't want is the ball getting by them. That's when it's a little embarrassing. You also don't want to like throw one that bounces up and hits them in the face. But if you throw it high, like if you throw it what would be like a foot above the strike zone, who cares? They're just going to stand up and catch it. And it's like a casual – it's not like you got an umpire or an ABS system that's going to be judging you. So if you miss, you need to miss high, but you have to do it from the mound.
I was just going to be up there like aim small, miss small kind of thing and just let it rip.
Or that, yeah, maybe, break off a slider, try, sneak it through the back door. I know that's your game, Eric, so maybe that's the way to do it.
He does love a good back door, doesn't he?
It's Jared Sandler here with you.
Just standing on the rubber, that's going to throw me off.
Our reigning G-Bag of the Day champion, if you want to find out why, stick around. That segment's coming up at 5:30. Is anything bothering DeGrom when it comes to pitching in Los Angeles against these Angels, or do you think it's just bad luck, or what explanation would you attach to his struggles out there in recent years?
Yeah, it's weird. He's never. He pitched really well here in 2017 with the Mets, but since joining the Rangers, his 3 starts. I think is it 3, right? I know he made a start at the very end of 2024. When he had just come back from Tommy John, but I think it's been 3 starts since, and he's really struggled and struggled here. And yeah, I don't know. I think that the Angels, my recollection last year was that the Angels were laying off a lot of tough pitches and did a great job working him and forcing him into the zone. And Zach Neto in particular has had a lot of success and jumped on him early. And, the game earlier this season here, Wade Meckler hit a 3-run home run off of him. I think it was in the first inning, or if not the first, the second inning, kind of out of nowhere. And so, the long ball's been a thing for Jacob this year, but, the Angels just did a really good job, and I'm curious to see how it works tonight because the Angels strike out a lot. So, and Jacob, by the way, 5 strikeouts away from getting to 2,000. He'd be the second fastest pitcher to do it in terms of games in Major League history. Hopefully a cool moment tonight, if not, his next start. But, it's an Angels team that strikes out a lot, but for whatever reason, against Jacob last year and earlier this year, they just, they did a really good job of making him work hard, and hopefully he's able and ready to make adjustments tonight. Because, I'm not going to say it's a must-win game, but gosh, you'd hate to leave Anaheim dropping 3 or 4. That would not be a very good start to this road trip at all. And no matter what you do against the Athletics, even if you were to sweep the Athletics, which as we've seen, that none of this stuff is guaranteed. You go 4-3 on the road trip, you feel like you could do a little bit better against these two teams. So you win tonight, you still set up the possibility of having a successful road trip, but you really do need to win tonight.
Have the Rangers missed an opportunity to call up Logan O'Hoppe this series with how well he's hitting right now in the minors, and then just the revenge aspect of this? I feel like he would have been juiced up to go up against his former team. Yeah,
so here's the challenge with that, Zach, and it's a fair question because right now the Rangers aren't hitting, and Logan O'Hoppe was, very poor offensively with the Angels, but yes, he's hitting well in AAA. Now we know that doesn't necessarily carry over. Maybe there is a chip on the shoulder thing, but neither Elias Diaz nor Austin Wynns have options. And It's not that you are so like, oh my God, we can't possibly lose them. It would be Austin Wynns whose spot he would take. But now you're one injury away from Elias Diaz or Logan O'Hoppe, and now you're caught with your pants down. And so I think the question is Logan O'Hoppe, has he impressed enough to justify that? Maybe the answer is yes, right? Maybe we show up to the ballpark today and Logan O'Hoppe's here, right? That's very possible. But that is the juggling act that has to be done. You're at a point post-trade deadline where you really aren't going to be able to acquire anyone. Now, the kicker here is Kyle Higashioka and Danny Jansen. What's up with Kyle Higashioka and Danny Jansen? Danny, rehab assignment, it seems like he's going in the right direction. And so, that could further block Logan O'Hoppe, but it could also maybe give the organization confidence to call him up, losing one of the other 2 catchers from the organization, thus compromising your catching depth, but knowing that you're going to be adding to that catching depth in the very near future, with Danny Jansen. And it seems like Higgy's a little further behind. I know they had some more imaging done yesterday, but that's essentially why they acquired Logan O'Hoppe. They obviously think that maybe there's something there they can tap into, but also Jose Herrera had just, been granted his release. The Rangers really did not have any catching depth available whatsoever if either Elias Diaz or Austin Wynns got hurt at any point.
That'd be tough. I don't think the Rangers have been caught with their pants down since the Josh Hamilton years, have they?
There might have been a situation where like Elvis or Adrian Beltre were running the bases, and I don't know if it's like a Steve Lyons thing, but I'm obviously taking that a little more literally. But yeah, that would not be a good situation.
Now, how are the Rangers going to do against this Walbert Urena sub-3 ERAs?
Yeah.
Is he their best pitcher?
Yeah, he very well might be. I mean, he's really good. The Rangers have faced him a couple of times. He does walk guys, and George Clausen had a walk issue, but not last night. So how will the Rangers, wait out Walbert Urania? I mean, I think the first 3 games of this series, you've seen a lot of bullpen action, and so you can get to it might be a situation where you do whatever you can in 5 innings, but then you're going to see the bullpen and hopefully have some success against those guys. Because he's been tough to hit. He's got really good stuff. He's really, really impressive. And I think maybe a reason why the Angels felt like they could trade Jose Soriano because, they didn't feel totally bare in the cupboard with young pitching. And George Clausen's a part of that. He just, this is his 4th big league appearance, and I don't think that you're ready to say, hey, like, you've got it figured out. That was a matchup the Rangers should have taken advantage of, and same with Ryan Johnson the night before. Walbert Urania's got some skins on the wall this year, but he does have a little bit of a control and command issue, and hopefully the Rangers will be able to strike the right balance between necessary aggression but patience to wait out a guy like Urania and scratch some runs across.
It was nice to see Corey Seager strike that balance last night and hit that dong. I believe it was on his 8th pitch of the at-bat. Is that the key, you think, for Seager getting back, is maybe being a little bit more patient?
Yeah, it's a good question, Gavin. It's tough because he's so good early, right? Like he makes life really difficult. Now, yes, when he swings at a first pitch, especially in a big spot and pops out or grounds out, it looks worse than if he were to do it working the count. But he does have in his career, especially with the Rangers, a ton of success early, right? He takes advantage of pitchers trying to ease into things, and he's so good at being aggressive, but. When he's what stood out about that at bat was that it was clear that Clausen was trying to put him away and just couldn't, right? And he was on it. Like you could see the misses. Mike likes to talk about on TV quiet takes. Takes where the guy's not checking his swing. He's not like almost fooled and just barely was able to lay off, but like pitches where the guy saw it, out of the hand well, cleanly, and identified right away. I'm not swinging at that. That's a ball. Or I'm pulling the trigger on this. And it just seemed like, in yesterday's game, we got that out of Corey. You were seeing quiet takes when he was taking foul balls where he was on it, just not squaring it up, and then obviously put a couple balls in play. First of all, had the single, in his last plate appearance, but then prior to that, obviously the towering home run, and then the double that really he didn't hit great, but was able to time it up well enough and drive that one near the wall and right center. So they need that. I mean, the Rangers need something offensively. This is what now 3 games this series they've scored
2 or less,
5 runs, 5 runs in regulation.
Oh, in regulation, yeah.
In regulation, they had the 3 runs in the 10th inning when you start with the runner at second. But in regulation they had 1, 2, and then what was it yesterday? 2.
Yeah.
So that's 5 runs over 27 regulation innings in the series against a bad pitching team. That's just not going to cut it.
Well, thanks for the insights, Sands, and the words of wisdom on the first pitch. Best of luck to you getting your redemption on that, by the way, and we'll look to catch up with you soon.
Sounds good, fellas. Take care.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Must follow for Rangers fans everywhere. I love that. If I get to throw out a first pitch at a Rangers game before Jared, I'll wear that. I'll put that on my mantle.
Yeah, you can let him know about that.
It's very surprising.
Have a plaque made up.
Would
Yeah, he
you?
hasn't
So
done
if Bobby gets pulled and he gifts it to somebody, are you going to be clamoring like, "Hey, please give it to me"?
Yeah.
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 I want
this.
You're doing
the juices
Can
going
you
circles.
imagine? Can you imagine the boos I'll get from the Jack Leiter fans, from the Rowdy Tellez fans?
The Rangers will be pissed.
The General Gavin Dawson.
I think it'd be great.
Yes.
B word.
Man, this will be a classic viral moment with Gavin Dawson and the Rangers once again. All righty.
I'm pulling for it.
Christy Scales joining us next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Rangers, home of the Cowboys. Christy Scales, Cowboys sideline reporter, about to join us. Saturday night's preseason game one. Chiafalo and Broaddus will have the pregame show. What is that, about 4 o'clock?
Yeah,
5 o'clock?
4 o'clock, baby.
4 o'clock pregame show on Saturday. This segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, and here she is, Christy Scales. Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good afternoon, General. I have to say that we've had a real lack of star power here in Oxnard Cowboys training camp since G-Bag left. But I think we made up for it today.
Yeah, it looked like Dustin Hoffman was there.
Yes, and after he left the field, I got to meet him and shake his hand and have a short conversation with him. So yes, I'm like, this is like one of the greatest training camps ever. So yes. Yeah, it's so funny because like some of the young staffers or just people, they're like who, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like one of the top 2 or 3. And think about it, we've had arguably 2 of the top 3, certainly 5 male actors in like American history or living actors, visit us at training camp, like with Denzel and everything. So yeah, it was very cool today.
So was Dustin a big Cowboys fan growing up? Is this
he is not a football fan at all. In fact, Dak came over and shook his hand, met him, and then after he left the field and then was walking past the tennis court, so out of the sight of the rest of the media, and kind of only the staff is allowed in that area, Cowboy staff and players and stuff. And so Jake Ferguson, who told Dustin that he studied film, I don't think he majored in it, but studied film in college. Jake, of course, went to University of Wisconsin, so he came over and wanted to shake his hand, so he got a picture with him. And so when Jake went off, Dustin's son said, "Oh, that's Jake Ferguson. He's tight end." And I happened to be walking by at the time. I said, "Not just tight end, but like Pro Bowl, like one of the really great tight ends currently in the league." And so Dustin had told media that he's not a big football fan, but he asked me if tight end is the position that OJ played.
That's awesome. Wow.
I'm like, no, sir. He played running back, but if you've heard of Mike Ditka.
Yeah.
And he's like, yes. He's like, well, he actually went into the he's a Hall of Famer, not as a coach, but a tight end. He used to play tight end for the Cowboys. So Dustin Hoffman says to me, "Oh, you know a lot about football." And so I introduced myself and said I'm a sideline reporter. But anyway, at least I can say that I'm a big, film girl, obviously. So I'm sorry I'm fangirling out here. But,
no, I love it.
Anyway, but that's one of the great things of camp is you never know, or anything with Cowboys or being on the field before the game. I mean, you're going to meet so many people who are stars in different career fields and stuff, so that was really cool.
Since you're a film gal and all that, I was looking up Dustin Hoffman's biggest films, and I think the only one I've seen was Rain Man, which comes in at number 6. What do you think's the best Dustin Hoffman movie?
Well, All the President's Men, right? So he plays Bernstein, Carl Bernstein, Woodward and Bernstein. That's the Watergate movie, right?
Yeah.
Fantastic. He won an Oscar for Kramer versus Kramer. I'm a big Merrill fan, so that one's probably my favorite. But, oh my gosh, Midnight Cowboy, Meet the Fockers.
Yes, Bernie Focker. He's a great Bernie Focker.
He's excellent as Lenny and Lenny Bruce, in Lenny as Lenny Bruce. So, there's so many. Don't put Ishtar on the list. That's known as one of the biggest flops in film history. But, there's too many to name. So, Tootsie, right? Tootsie.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah,
keep that ish out of here, though.
Sorry, I'm off track. I know people want to hear about Cowboys. But.
Well, what were your takeaways from practice today, Christy, outside of the great Bernie Focker?
Actually, some really good plays by the defensive backs. Everybody keeps talking about Revel. A couple of good breakups today, but Kobe Durant was right there as well. P.J. Locke had a pick. He's the free agent addition veteran at safety. And so, it was good. Offense still made some plays too, but it's just really fun to see, especially the secondary flying around, and what was really good to see in the joint practice on Tuesday, going back to earlier in the week, is even though you can't, there's still a halo around the quarterback and nobody's taking anybody to the ground or anything like that. You got a little bit better idea of the pass rush, because that's something that you really can't see in any team periods in practice, but you get a little bit better hint in the joint practice. And I thought it was good. Like Ezraku had a good day in the joint practice. So, we're not going to see the top guys. You're not going to see Rashawn Gary and stuff like that when you get to preseason. So, the joint practice was the best dose we have so far. And the good news is, with the joint practice here in Oxnard next Tuesday against the Saints, we'll get to see those first teamers go against the Saints.
Do you feel like George Pickens has been maybe the star of camp to this point?
Oh, my gosh. Well, he's the one that electrifies the fans more than anybody else. And CD as well. But, man, when Pickens makes a play, and, of course, the way he just reaches up and plucks the ball out of the air or leaps or, whatever. But that's the one you can hear the fans behind you like, George, or he'll be kind of near their area, and they're like, Pickens. So it's funny to see who the crowds really embrace. And he got some of that, last year, but new to the team. But, man, he is really one of the crowd favorites, if not the crowd favorite this year.
So for Saturday's game, Christy, who are you kind of circling as players you're going to have your eye on?
Well, let's figure out who the second-string quarterback's going to be. And it's going to be a full 3-game evaluation preseason. And, again, good to have 2 joint practices to see him go against another team. But, I really do believe the coaches when they say that it's an open competition. So I'm anxious to see that. I want to see some of the young, like Malachi Lawrence. I'm just picking a guy here because I was talking about pass rush before. So I'd like to see that. The cornerbacks, Revel has just had such a good joint practice and such a great camp. I would say he's one of the true standouts, and I think he's going to get a lot of work. And then, some of the guys coming back from previous years who've had injury histories and I'm talking about the Josh Butlers and the Kalen Carsons of the world. So, are they going to be able to carry some of the momentum that they've had being healthy through the first few weeks of camp and have that show up, in game time in preseason? And then a guy like who's kind of out of nowhere this past week, a lot of fans don't know the name Camden Brown, but at wide receiver, I mean, he's last year kind of Trayshawn Holden was kind of the, guy that was getting some media love and fan love, like, oh, this guy, may have good, camp and make practice squad, or can he make the 53? But Cam Brown has really stood out the last couple of days. Last week. And then I'm anxious. I think these rookie tight ends are going to get a ton of work with Trigg, and I know people are kind of focusing on him, but I can tell you that the staff really likes DJ Rogers as well. So Trigg is the kid from Baylor, Rogers is the kid from TCU, and Rogers is a good blocker. And, so I don't think that everyone should just circle Trigg and say, oh, he's going to be the guy. Now, is he going to be the one that makes 3 or 4 spectacular catches over the course of preseason? Yeah, and everyone will be really fired up about that. But let's see that he doesn't have any blown assignments, blocking-wise, and see how he does with his blocking. So he needs to improve in that area. But talking with Linda Wells, the tight ends coach, he says, he just needs to work. He wasn't asked to do a lot of that or line up at the end of the line in college and do that. And so he really working from the ground up, footwork and base and just all that kind of stuff. And so, he's got a big learning curve, but the main thing Linda said was that he's more than willing. He just has to execute the technique, and they're still working on the technique with him.
What are the chances we get to see the 3 top rookies in Saturday night?
It's funny because Shoddy said today that Caleb may get some work, and that kind of surprised, and he didn't necessarily mean this Saturday in Seattle, but may get some work in preseason. And that kind of surprised me a little bit because I don't know that I would put him out there if it were me. But I think you'll see Lawrence for sure. Barham isn't back yet, right? So from injury, he wasn't practicing again today, so we won't see him. But the guys like the Drew Sheltons of the world, they're going to get a lot of work. And, someone who's not really getting mentioned, but one of the scouts, and was the first day we arrived, I asked one of the longtime scouts, okay, who's under the radar, but you're kind of excited to see. And that doesn't mean predicting that this guy is going to be a big star. My question is in context of who do you think has the ability but really has a chance to step out and shine? And he says Anthony Smith. So so we'll see if we how much work and opportunity he gets in these preseason games.
Christy Scales with us here on The Fan. You've got a unique perspective being on the sidelines every year, and you've been covering this team for a long time. So for you, when you're looking at this team, the leadership, and all about the culture Shoddy's been putting together, it does seem like, at least from a leadership ability, Dak is not alone anymore. What have you kind of taken away, and do you feel that there's a big difference this year?
There is on the defensive side of the ball, particularly. And, it's not just that Clark and Quinnen, and of course they did spend time, regular season, or at least with Quinnen half the season, but just the quality of people that they are. And I tell you, the staff just absolutely loves what Rashawn Gary brings, not just from a physical skill set, what he can add on the field, but they rave about him and the way that he's helping the young guys. So it's absolutely there. And then everybody knows that Caleb Downs, all the kudos he's getting for his approach and mindset and being so serious-minded and studious. So, but the young guys, it's the right kind of guys that they brought in, but certainly the leadership on the defensive side of the ball, in my mind, has stepped up, and it's had to because there's so much turnover player-wise, and then with the coaching staff. And you say, like, your unique perspective of being on the sideline. I love the preseason because even if you don't have a full change on one side of the ball, like we have defense staff this year, it was offense last year. I love the preseason to see how the new coaches, how they interact with the players and how the veterans, and then you see the veterans mature, right? The guys come in young and then they kind of move up, in tenure and become the leaders. And so you see the guys grow. And you can really tell it. I'm going to use, do I have time to give an example of a young person here?
Yes, please.
Justin Barron, the backup linebacker who was practice squad last year for all but 2 games, had the 3 interceptions in the joint practice. I went up to him last year early in the season. I'm like, are you a coach's kid? Because of the serious approach, like a gym rat. But on the field, even though he was practice squad and not playing, he would wear the earpiece and listen to the calls and was like really involved in the position group, huddling, when the defense was in the bench area. And so you see that studious and serious-minded approach, and then he comes and has a great joint practice, and you see it come to fruition on the field. So it's really fun to see those young guys take advantage of opportunities, a guy like Justin.
Thank you so much, Christy. Thanks so much for joining us. What is this, year 28 for you? 27?
28 on
28?
the sideline and 36 overall with Cowboys Radio.
Oh, let's go. Appreciate you.
Legend.
Have a great weekend, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Salute.
Bye-bye.
Cowboys sideline reporter Christy Scales here with you on The Fan. Cowboys Twitter's up next here in the nation.
very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Time now for some Cowboys Twitter here. Top tweets going viral about America's team. Shoddy pressed her before today's practice. We learned a number of things. Barham is apparently close to a return. No decision yet on if he'll play Saturday. I would say he is one of the main guys I cannot wait to watch in preseason action.
I know. I do think when the bullets are really flying in live action, he's the guy that will. It fits his skill set the most. The violence, the physicality that he plays with. It'll be a bummer if we can't see him on Saturday, but I don't expect to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I don't either. Like one practice and get ready for a preseason game, that just doesn't seem like the way that football people do things, especially considering you have a joint practice and 2 more preseason games. There's plenty of opportunity for him to get work in what remains of this summer. Shoddy also said Clayton Adams will call some plays in the preseason opener, but he will do the most. It kind of seems like maybe we're going to ramp him up and then maybe be ready to turn over play calling to him in 2027? Where do you think the story arc goes from here?
No, I don't think that at all. I think Shoddy's never going to give that up unless he has to. I mean, the way that I've heard Shoddy talk about that previously, he said he's earned the right to do it. The fact that he's not even going to give him a full game in preseason, I don't see them turning over the reins to Clayton Adams unless his hand's forced in that regard.
Yeah, the way it's read to me is like Adams was calling the plays during the joint practice versus the Rams. I think he just wants to be a little bit more intimately involved in the defense compared to maybe what he was last year. So he's spending a little bit more time over there just to make sure things are buttoned up in a way that they clearly were not last year.
Yeah, I guess now that you guys react to it in that way, I do remember Shoddy today talking about how he just doesn't want to be a CEO coach.
Yeah, I think he loves the play calling aspect of it. I wouldn't mind it because I do think he's showing that he is really good kind of as a CEO coach. Yeah. Being all over the place. I think the communication, having a hands-on approach, offense, defense, special teams, I think that can suit him well. I think the way that it could happen is if they just desperately don't want to lose Clayton Adams, and it's similar to what you've just seen in Denver, where Sean Payton says, you know what, I'm going to give the play calling to Davis Webb because they didn't want to lose Davis Webb as a head coach. Yeah. So maybe that way, or the offense just regresses, and now it's like, well, Shoddy, if you want to keep your job, we need to give somebody else the play calling. But I don't think Shoddy's gonna allow that to happen.
Because I think play calling is the thing Shoddy does the least good. You know, I think I love a lot of the stuff that he does, but like game management and play calling, I don't think you're getting amazing Shoddy work there.
Well, that's the thing that I wonder. Like, if you could quantify, man, how much better would you be at the in-game management if you didn't have to worry about the play calling, and you, I mean, ultimately you're the head coach, even if you're not the one calling all the plays. You have all the input in the world. Like, you can just flip over on the headset and be like, hey, Clayton, this is what I want to do right now.
Unless you're Mike McCarthy, who just appeared that he went absent there for extended stretches. Shoddy's thoughts on the practice with the Rams today. Good on offense in the red zone. Like the physicality in the run game. Like the play style on defense. Good fourth down stops. Little soft in pass coverage. Dominant with gunners on special teams.
All 3 phases, boys.
Okay, that's
they need to improve that special teams. That's for sure.
That's a trend, yeah, that must continue and then take hold in the regular season. Let's go to Giants camp here in Cowboys Twitter. Jackson Dart probably is going to play in Saturday's Giants preseason opener against the Vikings. Offensive coordinator Matt Nagy admitting that while Dart is super talented, the second-year QB is experiencing struggles in camp and has areas that he needs to get better at, including seeing the defense.
Yeah, no surprise.
There was a lot of excitement about Jackson Dart last year, I think, for Giants fans. I mean, they've been in quarterback hell for a long time. I think they're desirous of finding their next guy, but just watching him play, there is so much maturity that's going to be required. And I'm not just talking about the unwillingness to get down. I'm talking about what leads to him scrambling so much. When you drop back, you can almost visibly see him panic.
Yeah. Yeah, he I mean, respect to Nagy for voicing that and having the awareness about his own quarterback, because that's exactly what it is with Dart right now. There's a lot of excitement and hype around him. And him and Scadaboo had a few weeks stretch there where there was a lot of fun, electric plays. Didn't they beat the Eagles on Thursday Night Football or whatever? So Giants fans, of course, irrationally can look at those games and be like, yeah, we got something here, but plenty of improvement is needed. So if I was a Giants fan, I'd be like, yeah, get him in there for these preseason games.
All right, if you absolutely must gamble on preseason football, and trust us, we're aware.
Gosh.
Many of you out there,
I love it so much. Actually, you can make a ton of money.
You think so?
No, Prize Picks, I crushed last year in preseason football.
Okay, I think there's something to be said for that. If you were dialed in, if your ear is to the street and you're paying attention, Ryan Paginetti says, how differently do NFL teams treat the preseason, and where does it show up in the data? Across the past 5 seasons, here are things to just keep in mind. Todd Bowles blitzes at almost exactly the same rate in preseason as the regular season, 47% of the time across 28 preseason games as a coach.
He can't help himself.
Opponents have stayed under the total 18 times.
Yes, the under is the move.
But the early trend here with the Hall of Fame game, it was fireworks, boys.
It was a great game, which means everyone else is going to stink.
Steve Spagnuolo dials back blitzing in preseason. Opponents have gone over their implied team total in 12 of 16 games against the Chiefs.
There we go.
You want to bet under against Tampa's opponent. You want to bet over the Chiefs' opponent. I guess you're just playing half of the team's total in that regard. Baltimore's defense blitzed 47% of the time in preseason under John Harbaugh versus 30 in the regular season. Harbaugh 33-15 against the closing line since 2012 in preseason, and oversaw an NFL record preseason winning streak of 24 games. That's incredible.
Yeah, the Ravens had a unbelievable streak year in, year out. We're talking about, man, the Ravens just find ways to win in the preseason.
The Cowboys have not won their preseason opener in a decade. Not in a decade.
Yeah, they're really not very good in preseason. Cowboys do not win a lot.
Well, top-heavy roster usually, and they're barely, if ever, playing the starters at all.
Yeah. Certainly not lately.
Dan Quinn, 5-22 against the spread as a head coach.
There you go.
In the preseason, Ben Johnson made headlines by saying he wants to build the highest scoring offense in NFL history. He has kept his foot on the gas in preseason with his offenses going over their total in 9 of the 12 games. He has been a play caller in. You want to play the over in the Chicago Bears games. Okay, that's just a sampling, a smattering of the trends, but I think Wolchuk's onto something when he says there is money to be made in these preseason opportunities if you are paying attention to which teams care the most. Carolina Panthers and free agent tight end Darren Waller reached an agreement on a 1-year deal. His agency announced 33-year-old playmaker spent last season with the Dolphins, and he was working with the Panthers' new offensive specialist coach, Darrell Bevell, who was Miami's passing game coordinator and quarterbacks coach last year. Waller came out of retirement in 2025. Had 6 freaking touchdowns.
Yeah, had a nice little run there last year.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll have Mavs GM Mike Schmitz on with us tomorrow at 3 o'clock. He was scheduled to join us today, but something came up, so basketball fans have been asking about where's the Mike Schmitz interview. It's coming up tomorrow. What do we have coming up next, Eric?
Football's finest one playoff coach did something this offseason, and I hope Shoddy did it too. That's next to the nation.
Well, one
105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation. Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 4 of the nation. G-Bag of the Day and LA Live coming up 5:30, 5:40 here on The Fan. Time now for football's finest. Here's the Chief, Eric Chiafalo.
It's 5 o'clock in Texas. We football right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time. A day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
The biggest question I had while I was out is, where did Chris Berman's ass go?
We talked about that.
Did he ever actually have one?
I don't think so.
Is that something you can have and then completely lose? Like, can your ass evaporate from your body over the course of time?
Yeah.
Or are you just born with an all-time wood hauler's ass and you never did anything about it?
If you never had one, you really can't get one. I think you can get strong back there in your glute area, but
it'll never look
it's
the
never
part.
going to pop.
Okay.
But you can have the popper that goes away. You know, it's a muscle. It will atrophy.
Right.
I did wonder if there's some sort of a medical situation going on
Brian
that required him to fit his pants, in that way.
Like
a colostomy bag, I thought.
An ass disease of sorts?
Maybe. Yeah. No ass at all.
I think that he's just been a word hauler's ass guy forever, and luckily he's been sitting behind a desk, and we haven't ever had to worry about this. But now it was very concerning to see.
That's how important it is to stay moving in your life as you get older, bro. Yeah. When you get up behind the desk and your ass looks so bad, there's a guy on the radio saying he might have some type of medical condition.
That's when you know it's a problem.
Yeah. Oh my gosh,
it's true.
Like that's the one guy you might consider like BBL.
You're recommended, prescribed.
Yeah, you get a doctor's note for you need this, sir. Has he just been sitting in a broadcast seat? Yelling back for the last 70 years. That's the first time he's gotten out of his broadcast position in the last 60 years or so. That was a jarring, and I was made sad looking at.
That belt was working so damn hard too, bro.
Well, and he even tries to pull it up.
Y'all see that? That was the best part.
That was awful, and it's like it didn't do anything.
That was the best part.
It did not help. I mean, it was really like the stomach was kind of holding. And that's the thing. People protecting Ozempic. There's no way he's on it.
Yeah, that was.
He's got body built by Guru, and I'm very scared that I'm going to go the same way.
Completely jarring.
I can see that fate for myself.
Just do some hip thrusts or something.
Like body squats, bro. Body squats.
There you go.
Every day, just get you 25 in, dog.
There you go. Maybe lay down, get you a couple of hip thrusts in there. I mean, if you're feeling crazy, get a little reverse lunge going. Just all body weight,
It's the same thing as my dad. We got skinny legs. We don't really have much bum, but we got the big, hefty stomachs.
Yeah, but your dad's ass looks like it should be on the cover of a magazine compared to Boom's.
And he's not a TV icon.
When's the last time you saw it?
It was pretty recent, actually.
I think if I was Berman's agent, I would say we're not making
smoke together.
We're not making any more public appearances, and if we do, maybe go Greg Abbott with it. Maybe just be like, I'm in a wheelchair now.
Okay. So it's funny that you say
that.
Top. Yeah. Now you can't make fun of me.
Just go Wolchuk at the movie theater, man.
Somebody texted in, that's what we should do for this Rangers pitch, is I go out there with the wheelchair and I've got to throw the first pitch from the wheelchair, fall over, like do the whole bit, like, oh my gosh, and then bam, I'm up. I'm good. Yeah.
It's a miracle.
Could be funny. Southwest Airlines.
They cured him.
That was crazy, dude. But the Hall of Fame stuff was pretty good. I can't believe the list of quarterbacks. Like the idea that Larry Fitzgerald was able to make the Hall of Fame with the quarterbacks that he had to work with is insane, dude. Like, you had Carson Palmer and you had Kurt Warner. And then
brief.
It's McCown, Skelton, Rosen, Kolb,
Skelton beat the Cowboys.
Leinart, Murray, Anderson, Stanton, Gabbert, Bartell. Who is Dick Bartell? I don't even know who that is. He caught a touchdown pass from a guy named Brian St. Pierre, from John Navarre, from Max Hall and Sean King. Like, that is the quarterbacks that Larry Fitzgerald caught a touchdown from. And was still able
That's amazing.
to make the Hall of Fame. Yeah. That is so freaking impressive, dude.
Without any drops.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine how erratic those balls were if
more
it hit his
tackles
hands?
and drops?
Erotic.
I need to pull up the old CA clip where he's giving the Larry Fitzgerald stat of the day, and it is just very, very difficult for him to spit it out. But something about more tackles in his career than drops, because his quarterbacks were just throwing interceptions all the time. He had to play defense for a chunk of his career. And then the Hall of Fame class of the eligible dudes, I think it's Gronk, it's Roethlisberger, it's Adrian Peterson. And if you're just going on sheer talent and not thinking about anything else, I think it's Antonio Brown.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I wonder if they're going to make Big Ben wait.
Because of off-field stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, for sure, that's kind of the hair splitting
kind of
that
the
they have
thing
to
that's
do.
going on right now. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that they're gonna, and it sucks because Gronk's in there, so I don't think you're putting two tight ends, which means Witten probably waits another year. I just hope Woody gets in.
It'll be interesting to see how the national media looks at it. I can tell you from doing a Steelers podcast last year with my buddy, all of Pittsburgh is in denial about how that all went down. They think it was all made up.
Yeah, and then you got former teammates like Joey Porter, who's been outing him on podcasts, and I don't know, around the NFL community, he might not be very well liked, and that's why I wonder if they're going to give him that first ballot nod.
Gronk's first ballot, though. Peterson's first ballot. Brown should be.
Man,
yeah, Brown's not getting in there.
I saw a top 10 plays reel of Adrian Peterson the other day.
You just forget how freaking good he was, man.
Oh, my gosh. What an animal.
Unreal.
The size his size coupled with his burst and speed, like to have the long home run speed at that size where he was sunning defenders physically. And then he was outrunning corners. It felt like his entire career.
It's like a third gear once he got into that third level of defense just to pull away from everybody. And Jeff Heath, that one game against Minnesota. Oh my gosh, that was a bad moment.
That was like the sixth best touchdown run of his career.
That was rough.
When he gets hit by Heath at like the 10-yard line, and then next thing you know, he's
him like a baby,
dancing in the end zone. Yeah, Adrian Peterson, what an absolute monster. Okay, so there's an article in The Athletic right now, behind the scenes for a day with Bears head coach Ben Johnson. Okay, so they spend an entire day of the offseason hanging out with Ben Johnson, and they're writing about it. And one thing stood out to me the most, and we'll get to it, and I hope Shadi has perhaps taken a page out of this book as well and maybe did a similar thing in the offseason. But the mythology starts like this in regards to Ben Johnson. His alarm is set for 4:30 in the morning, but he usually wakes up well before then. Thinking about how his Chicago Bears can redefine greatness.
Then why set an alarm, Coach?
What? Okay.
What
all
a
right.
freaking kiss-ass piece.
I'll get you. I'll get you there, Ben. Fantastic.
When I have my alarm set early and I wake up before it because I have anxiety about it, that drives me crazy.
It does.
You just can't sleep.
Yeah.
You don't get a little excited, though? Like, oh, my gosh, I got another 2.5 hours.
Oh, if
I
it's
can't
like
fall back to sleep.
Oh, you can't?
Oh, really?
Sorry, man.
I took my brother-in-law to the airport yesterday morning, had to be up at 6:30, not that bad.
Yeah.
Woke up at 4:30, just laying there. And then like 30 minutes before my alarm went off, I finally fell back to sleep.
Oh,
just enough to torture me again.
I was about to say, then you wake up freaking exhausted, man. It's crazy. So, of course, you mentioned earlier Ben Johnson wants to be the highest scoring offense in NFL history. And Warren Sharp actually had a little nugget here about that. 22 teams have scored 500 or more points in a season since 2010. 0 of them won a Super Bowl. 0 for 22. Okay? So him wanting to be the highest scoring offense in NFL history, which I believe is the Broncos. I see conflicting reports. Yeah, 35.7 points per game for them, but some say it was like 38 points per game. So either way, what a crazy year that Peyton Manning and what was it, Julius Thomas and Demaryius Thomas. I think Wes Welker was catching balls from Peyton at that point.
Eric Decker.
In a Broncos. Yeah, Eric Decker. I mean, they were absolutely lighting it up. And then what happened? They get to the Super Bowl and they can't do anything versus the Legion of Boom.
Yeah. 07 Patriots, same thing. 98 Vikings, losing the NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
The greatest show on turf, loses to the Patriots.
Yeah, Brady is on the list like so many different times with the Patriots. Even the Bucks of 2020 averaged over 30 points per game. So, but I don't know that is necessarily a good barometer, at least according to history since 2010. If you're the highest scoring team over the course of the last 16 seasons or whatever, it's not really something that ends up in a Super Bowl. But one of the things that he talked about was how his biggest regret, Ben Johnson's biggest regret from last season when it comes to the Bears is the playoff game versus the Rams, where they end up losing that game 20-17, and they go for it in the first quarter. They go for a 4th and 2, I think it was, and they failed to get it, and they were clearly in field goal range at that point. And he was just like, man, I wish I had a better understanding of the pulse of this game and where it was going, because it ended up being a 20-17 game.
So a field goal would have been a big deal.
Field goal would have made a ton of difference in that game. And so basically, he's talking about how he can improve himself and being able to change his mindset and thinking about just the power of Soldier Field in general. That time of year where the weather and all that can be a major advantage for him. And he's Mr. Aggressive guy. We know that going back to his days with Man Campbell in Detroit. He wants to go for it all the time, and he's kind of kicking himself for that game where, dang, a field goal could have made all the difference in the world. But he said in the offseason, Ben Johnson, Bears head coach, he met once a week for breakfast with a guy named Harrison Freed, the team's director of research and analysis. Each meeting, they studied every critical game management decision from week 1 of the season, and it was often about 200 plays, he said, then decided what they would do if faced with the same situations. And so, that is something, respect to Ben Johnson. I'm sure, I would think most of these coaches would do that. Yeah. But I haven't seen anything about, that's definitely something that Shoddy has done. But I hope Shoddy has done that this year or this offseason.
Would you spend time on it, or would you say, just give me what the computer says when I'm on the sideline? Do we need to have a meeting about this? Or can I trust my nerds? Are the nerds good enough at processing this? Do you need a human element?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question because I don't know. Would the analytics tell you something different about that game at Soldier Field when the elements are involved and you're going for it on 4th down, maybe because the numbers say you should, but you're having to make the decision in real time? Well, based on the environment that we're in here and the fact that this is probably going to be more of a low-scoring game, maybe I should just take the points. I don't know if the computers are accounting for the idea of just the specific of that game in that stadium with that weather and the opponent that you're playing. I don't know if it's that detailed or not.
That's when the human element matters. Big time. And I think just the feel for the game and your gut and decision making, that's where you kind of have to. I think all the information's good, but the end of it, I do think the human decision is really what's important.
And I think the thing that a lot of the great coaches have in common is they don't tire of these kind of projects.
Right.
Yeah. Clayton Adams was very, very vocal about a lot of this stuff this offseason.
Yeah, Adam seems like a guy who really likes to get in the weeds on, okay, how can we continue to improve this thing? There was a quote from it where there was a training camp practice and Caleb Williams threw an interception. And so Ben Johnson's in the film room with the guys. What are you looking at over there, Wolchuk?
Keep going. You're good.
He says, quote, I bleeping hate this clip more than anything, all right? I bleeping hate it. It's not what we're about, all right? It's an Essie play. He's not open, all right? It's a bad interception. And what I see bleeping 11 guys moping around. That's what I see. Someone tell me I'm wrong. Anybody in the room? And then he says the one guy that's closest to the football at the end of the play is our 33-year-old guard. There should be 11 guys in the bleeping frame right now. So Caleb Williams throws an interception, and then the offense just kind of mopes and stops. And the only guy who's actually trying to assist on the play in terms of making the tackle is probably the oldest guy on the offense in Joe Tooney. But that's how Ben Johnson will talk to his offense and talk to his quarterback when he screws up in a training camp practice. This dude he's a savage.
Yeah, he's got he definitely has some psychotic tendencies, but I love that. I think you need that as head coach.
You know, one of the things that I didn't know we accounted for in football was quarterback spin rates.
Really?
That's something.
Is it important?
Apparently it is. Hard Knocks, on their latest episode, which I haven't actually watched, but I've seen the clips from it, and there's a 5-minute clip on the internet right now talking about Sam Darnold having the #1 spin rate in the NFL.
Now, what's that allow you to do? Cut through elements?
Yes, a lot of it comes down to
wind would probably be important there.
Yeah, the ability to fight through bad weather and wind and rain and all that kind of stuff, and then just the catchability factor of the ball. But like his spin rate,
it's more catchable when it's spinning like that.
It is.
Okay,
yeah, it is. I mean, think about a duck ball,
tight spiral versus
the tighter the spiral. But I didn't know that Next Gen calculated spin rates for quarterback, and I certainly wouldn't have guessed that Sam Darnold had the best in all of football. It's like 639 is the spin rate. Is that like I guess that's the average amount of spins on his ball when you calculate all the throws that he makes. So they spent like 5 minutes talking about this on the latest Hard Knocks episode, and Sam Darnold's the number one quarterback in spin rate right now, and I guess has been for a while. And when the more you think about it, I guess it makes sense because Sam Darnold, he was one of the top picks. He does have
overall,
the ability, physically. It's all about like the between the ears stuff and when the pocket gets muddy and all that kind of stuff, the decision making and things like that have kind of hindered Sam Darnold. But apparently he's got the best balls. Mike Irvin talks about Troy Aikman. I wonder what his spin rate was. But Sam Darnold has the best spin rate in all of football. I love seeing the clips from the Chargers where Mike McDaniel is just totally aghast and blown away at what Justin Herbert does as a quarterback. I would imagine for Mike McDaniel, it feels like Justin Herbert and Tua. And Tua's the quarterback that he was coaching in Miami for the last few years. They're playing two different sports.
You went from the least toolsy to the most toolsy quarterback in the game.
Yeah. And there's just clip after clip of him being like, holy S, dude.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're able to call this play because it wouldn't even have been a thought of mine whenever I was coaching up Tua.
It's going to be incredible to see Herbert with a coach that wants to run it, can run it, wants to get it out quick. So when he does do the 5 or 7 step drop and really let it go downfield, I don't think the defense is going to be sitting on it like they have for the majority of Herbert's career.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to make the defense defend the whole field and then unleash Herbert's legs and the ham cannon when they least expect it. I think it has the potential to be a great offense.
They got a lot of good talent there now. I mean, I like what they've done remaking that entire tight end room, Gadsden, Njoku. It's all there. No more excuses for Air Bear.
I think Rashawn Slater's already been missing time in training camp.
Well, that's a team that will always be injured.
I know.
Every year.
They're snake.
They're going to be hurt.
We make fun of the Niners, but there must be a substation situation going on in L.A. with the Chargers as well because they can't get out of their own way. But if they can, it should be high flying.
Wouldn't surprise me. Maybe some smog. Maybe the air quality could see smog.
Noticed that when we were driving into L.A.
Very smog.
It's everywhere.
Ridiculous.
Okay, we got to run. Expressway on the other side. G-Bag of the Day and L.A. Live right around the corner. I want to chat with you about when. All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. G-Bag of the Day and LA Live coming up in 6 and 16 minutes, respectively. Top stories, NBA schedule released today. Mike Schmitz, the Mavs GM, is going to join us tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. I would say be ready, Mavs fans. If you're optimistic, you're going to have to earn it because the start to this schedule is crazy. Like, your optimism is going to be tested. Have you seen this? Rockets, Pacers with Halliburton back. Might be one of the top teams in the East again. So that could be 0-2. Maybe you start 1-1. Spurs flipping Heat with Giannis.
Yep.
Flipping back to the Rockets. And then you get a slight respite with the Kings, who could still beat you. Then the dang Spurs. So 0-6 is possible. I wouldn't say likely, but 0-6 start is possible. 1-7 is a realistic possibility as well.
Yeah, they're going to have to play up to some competition. I think the Kings have actually kind of had their number. So that's not an easy one.
Well, I do think just in general, the league, like the talent has been dispersed a little bit more. There's not as many gimmies, especially when you're playing these Eastern Conference teams. The East is so much more impressive now after this offseason, and even a team like Indiana, who hadn't really done anything but just getting guys back from injury, you don't have as many just obvious layup games. And then with the anti-tanking stuff as well, even as the season goes on, you might not get as many of those either. I just think the overall talent disparity across the league is a heck of a lot better. And so night in, night out, each team you see is like, dang, they got somebody.
That's a really good point. Maybe there could be less 60-win teams, less 50-win teams.
I think so.
Definitely more randomness on who's winning the championship these days. And who knows? Like right now, I'm not picking the Mavs to be a playoff team. I'm hoping they can be a play-in team. But wouldn't surprise me if within a couple of years they could get that turned around. One of the main questions I want to ask Mike Schmitz tomorrow is this a team-building preference to just go with basically a ton of forwards? We're going to have a couple of ball handlers and then a bunch of forwards who can dribble, can pass, can shoot, but maybe they're not creators. Like, do you prefer the rebounding and defensive advantage and then the ability to finish over smaller defenders over like traditional creators that you would get from point guard, two guard, and even small forwards? And I wouldn't be surprised if there's teams out there thinking like that. Like, we really only need two real point guards, and then everybody else is going to be bigger, stronger, and faster than their matchup on the court, and we're going to win like that, overwhelm you with size. And maybe that's what the numbers are telling them. So we look forward to that conversation with Mike Schmitz tomorrow. Looking forward to Thursday night preseason football tonight. Number of games are going to be on. But you will not see Cardinals rookie quarterback Carson Beck. He's not going to play in this game against the Raiders. It could have been a possible Beck versus Mendoza rematch from the national championship game because the Raiders
must watch, baby. Let's
the Cardinals.
go.
Apparently, he sustained this rib injury last week in the Hall of Fame game and practiced throughout the week.
Yeah,
but maybe they want to give Minshew more of a run. Source tell ESPN that there is zero long-term worry about Carson Beck's injury, but they are highly concerned about his talent level. That was a joke. Bears will not be undergoing any sort of a name change. There is a rumor. Wolchuk told you about that earlier today in his football fix. There's been some speculation that the Bears might change their name to the Indiana Bears, but if you believe that, you got ball sacked and butt cracked, and you should be better than that.
Yeah, be better.
There's some teams where the city's name is a very important part of their brand. Dallas Cowboys are one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago Bears are another one of them. Barcelona forward Ferran Torres is going to join PSG. That's Paris Saint-Germain after the two clubs reached a deal in principle around $58 million for the transfer. He was open-minded to staying at Barcelona, but he's in the final year of his deal. They were struggling to get a deal done, so they have sold him off to PSG. And Ty Gibbs is going to honor former NASCAR driver Kyle Busch when he competes in an M&M's paint scheme in next month's Cup Series race at Bristol Motor Speedway. Busch died in May at the age of 41 due to severe pneumonia that progressed into sepsis. Been meaning to get my pneumonia shot. You've been hearing those ads? Everybody over 50, you're supposed to get a pneummonia shot.
Is it the pneumococcal that's getting people?
I don't know. I don't know the difference between pneumococcal and regular pneumonia, but I know I got to get that.
Pneumococcal
and the damn
worse.
shingles.
Oh, the shingles, yes.
You don't want to sleep on either of those. You end up with the shingles. They say it's some of the most excruciating pain you can be in for like a couple of months.
I know. It lasts, it seems, for a long freaking time.
And then the pneumonia is no joke. It's one of the main causes of early fatalities.
Yes.
I think I had pneumonia 5 times when I was a kid, so I feel kind of vulnerable to it.
I've had it
if I'm
several
being
times
honest.
too.
But
Yeah, it's not good.
Apparently, you can just go into like a pharmacy and they can knock that thing out for you real quick. You just walk in and ask them for that, and they'll be like,
bump into the Walgreens and get it done.
Yeah. Now we're not worried about pneumonia vaccines, are we? Shingles vaccines, we're good on that. That's not any.
I don't know. Depends on who you talk to.
Adult chicken pox?
I'm sure if you talk to somebody like my wife, they would say, stay the hell away.
Stay away from that one as well. Well, I don't know. I guess I'll have to make a cost-benefit analysis on that. Get back to you guys.
Yeah,
on
do
it.
some research, but that one might be a good one.
Let's get back into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius Alexander, your G-Bag of the day.
My cousin's kids, they have no shot from the doctors.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are feral.
Yeah.
They are raw.
How old are they?
Nobody's above 11 right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
they're young. Plenty of energy. Smart as hell. They got no shots, bro. Feral.
So you got to send them to private school or find a school that doesn't require.
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what's going on over there. I'm out of my business, bro. They're living life. Everybody's happy. Everything's great.
Yeah.
All right, G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan 530, fueled by East Dallas Motor Cars, eastdallasmotorcars.com. Going for 2 today, we go to the Texas Rangers broadcast. Mr. Jared Sandler talking to Mike Bassick, and you're going to hear it all.
Well, I think you told Wyatt a few days prior to that you'd get down on your knees for him that night and hope for some help. Maybe it's time to get down on your knees for Wyatt again.
2-0 count.
I didn't mean like right now.
Well, Jared, you asked for it.
Okay.
You asked for
2-0
it,
count.
Yeah, he's got to give you the count.
Yeah. Shoot, man.
I'm on my way down to the clubhouse.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Don't think anything's happened like that since Darryl Strawberry was with the Mets. You guys don't know those stories?
I'm not familiar with that one.
The urban legend had it. Straw would like pick gals out of the stands, and if he wasn't due up, he'd go back in like the half inning,
Do his business.
Yeah.
Come out and hit a dinger.
The dig out.
He'd send his guys like, yeah, go get that one. Let her know. I'd like to see her in the clubhouse in about 30 minutes.
Gosh.
Have her ready and primed.
Shout out to Big Darryl, bro. Shoot, man.
Big Strawberry.
Shoot. Greedy. All right, let's go to this air traffic controller situation right here. Air traffic controller asked the Delta crew to do him a favor. Do him a little favor.
Delta 1238, you mind doing my coworker a favor?
Not at all. What can we do for you?
Delta 1238, you have a passenger, Bob Ebert, on the flight. Remind him that he left his toupee in the arena. He's a NHL guy.
Okay, Bob Hebert left his toupee in the arena.
That's it. Thank you, Delta 1238.
All right, we'll do it.
Appreciate you.
All right, we'll do it. We'll do it. We got you. Bob?
Yeah, Bob.
Toupee.
That is so freaking embarrassing, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, you would just make something up there, wouldn't you? I left my cell phone.
Yeah, I just became a big razor guy,
I hope they asked first. Is there a Bob Ebert here? Bob Ebert? Oh, yeah, I'm Bob. They said you left your toupee.
Yeah, Bob. He thinks he's won something good.
Must be a different Bob Ebert.
Yeah.
Definitely not me.
Do you have a backup toupee, you think, if you're a toupee guy?
Yeah,
You would think.
You got to have a second one.
Yeah, mad hats, toupees, bandanas, do-rags. You got everything, bro. What? Let's go to SNY TV, home of the Mets. Keith Hernandez on his beef with his youth football coach. He still hasn't forgot.
Coach Bolinas. I'll never forget him. That idiot.
Excuse me?
I was waiting for some kind words. This was his drill. I was quarterback. I dropped back to pass, go sideline. He had the defensive ends coming in on both sides. No one blocking, just coming in. So Buddy Papadakis is around 6'3". He came in and he didn't like me, so he wanted to. And I hit my knuckle on his helmet, and I broke my knuckle.
So it wasn't even a game. It was a practice.
Stupid. You got to block someone.
We're not even talking about a game. We're talking about practice.
Jeez. So he was trying to recreate you in the bubble with guys coming at you, and then you'd have to deliver the ball. Well, Buddy was defensive end. He's just coming in hard.
You got to step up, Keith. You got to step up in the pocket.
It was the stupidest drill. I always thought he was a little bit of a sadist, that Bolinas.
Damn. Is Coach Bolinas still with us?
I have no idea.
You might get a letter.
Yeah, from some family members.
Wow. That is a really dumb drill.
Man, it really is.
I do think Keith was onto something here.
Trying to tear your quarterback up,
Screw
man.
this guy. Yeah. Star of our baseball team. We're getting him hurt here, Coach.
Yeah. Mr. Eric Chiafalo, you were not here yesterday.
No, I was not.
But Jared Sandler, he revealed himself.
Been on a roll lately.
No,
He revealed himself. Yeah, Broadus got him. Broadus hit him with just a regular ass question. It was nothing too amazing, just a regular ass question.
Just the work that is done in the batter's box. No one's been better on this team than Jock this year.
Jared, at 60-60, what is the one thing you feel absolutely good about this baseball team?
Well, I feel good.
Oh no!
I'll say this: I feel good that they're just. You don't really know what you're going to get. Or, you know what, Broadus? I guess I feel good about Jock Peterson.
You don't really know.
Wow, you had to dig deep for that.
It's like a box of chocolates.
Yeah, this season's taking its toll on old Jared.
That's the way it is, man. But you still got Ranger fans that are pissed if you don't believe in them.
I mean, the Jared Sandler I know would erupt if you doubted him calling into the post game when they were 15 games under 500.
He knows what's true.
He's lost his fastball. Feel good that you never know what you're going to get.
That question made his back ache a little bit.
Oh man, anything could happen.
Well,
I feel good about Jock Peterson.
Jock.
There it is.
He's
There's
one.
Why you do that,
Didn't think we were saying that 4 months ago.
Why you do that?
Remembered his bosses are Tolos.
Oh, why you do that, bro?
Yeah. I feel good they got a chance to win the division.
Freaking Beard.
It's a freaking Beard. Yeah. For his sake, he did mention some people after that Jock thing, but it took a second. Yeah. And that second was very entertaining to me. Yesterday's your church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor and politician, Mr. Frederick Douglass Haynes. I got a church combo clip because they're real fast. This pastor right here was really in his pocket. He was giving a passionate speech, sermon, and then just one word can mess everything up. It's crazy.
You'll start to act like Jesus. When we fart? Talk about humility, Lord. Let's scrub that from the recording.
No, it's not. It's here, buddy.
It's not getting scrubbed.
Man.
We're not cleaning that up in post.
One more time, bro.
You'll start to act like Jesus. When we fart?
Fart? You say fart?
You said it so confidently.
Yeah. Fart.
If that's the case, Wolchuk is the most Christ-like person I know.
About time someone noticed.
Oh my gosh. We have a worship leader right here that sang his apology. This man's got some skills.
Come on, across this place, we just pray for you, and I want to just declare that what a powerful name it is again. Just one more time, and then Matt will come and close the service. But just lift your hands, Jesus.
What a powerful name it is.
Hang on, let me pray first, Dan.
Oh, sorry about that.
Oh no!
Always performing, man.
Oh, sorry about that.
That was a good voice on that word.
He was great, bro. He was great. Hold on.
What a powerful name it is.
Hang on, let me pray first, Dan.
Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. All right, man.
It's time to vote here for the G-Bag of the day. We got Sandler with Bassick.
Man.
Say what?
Man, that's good entertainment from Sands. You got Bob Hebert, who left his toupee at the hockey game. A texter wondered, did Bob have a name tag in his wig? How'd you know it was Bob Ebert's? You know,
I think that's his friend, and he was just pulling a prank on him.
Genius.
Yeah, he probably doesn't mean to wear a toupee, nothing like that. We just wanted to make Bob feel goofy.
Hey, Bob. I love it. Fun with PA announcements. You got Keith Hernandez on Coach Bolinas. Jared Sandler left speechless with a Broadus question. I'll give the nominee to Broadus there. Pastor, you will start to act like Jesus when we fart? Or worship leader sings apology. Very difficult. All deserving. I'll go with the second Sandler cut left speechless. Maybe the most predictable vote in G-Bag of the Day history.
Yeah.
Chief?
I'll go with the champ.
Yeah.
Lucian?
The second Sandler.
Alrighty.
Second Sandler, 1 Corinthians.
Wolchuk?
I'm going to go with the first Sandler, the reigning champion.
Okay, we are tied at 2. Jump on to at G-Bag Nation on Twitter.
He's killing it, dude.
Yeah, he's killing it today, bro.
It's Sandler versus Sandler. And whenever we have a tie in the G-Bag of the Day, you will cast the decisive votes. Go to at G-Bag Nation. Follow us all. When you get there, our handles are in the bio. We're going to create an Insta poll, and towards the end of LA Live, we'll announce the winner. And speaking of that, in the Pimp Cup, here's Lucius.
Hey, man, it's a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live, right into the great Rick J.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Yeah.
Everybody get high.
To this day, and I cannot find on YouTube, to this day, one of the greatest things I've ever heard after a football game was Michael Irvin, and it was the Cowboys had just beaten the Packers, and they were getting ready to go play the Steelers in the Super Bowl like 23 years ago, right? And this was when it was Cocaine Mike. This was Mike, right? This ain't the Mike now. This is Mike, right? But it was funny because they're interviewing Troy Aikman, right? He's right here. And Michael Irvin's behind Troy Aikman. He ain't got nothing but a towel on, right? He can ready to go to the Super Bowl now. Mike's got a towel. He's running back and forth, yelling. And it was the greatest I've ever heard, right? All Mike said was, tonight, it's limos, hoes, and Papa Dough.
That's right. Limos, hoes, and Papa Dough.
I had never been to Papa Do's. I had never been to Texas. I didn't know what the Papa Do's was, man. I remember the first time I came to Texas, they said, where you want to go out? Let's hit Papa Do's.
Yeah.
Papa Do's like, where the hoes at?
Yeah.
This a restaurant? Oh, so Mike wanted to eat after the game. Okay.
Yeah, he just wanted to eat, dog. Limos, hoes, and Papa Do's.
Let him eat.
I can smoke a bag of that right there, Mr. Mike Irvin. Hey, this is LA Live for Thursday, August 13th, 2026. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Welcome, everyone! Yeah. Too square. Do you get my point? Shout out to all the total ladies that listen to this here station. And if you have this station in your presets, ladies, I got nothing but love for you. I got nothing but love for you. If this station is anywhere in any of your presets, I got nothing but love for you. You are appreciated. LA Live is brought to you by Metro Flow Plumbing. Oh, ladies, too, this is your night. You can be pretty mean. Ladies can be pretty mean. I was being nosy, which I should not be, by the way, because, you find out some things you don't want to see sometimes when you're being nosy. Mm-hmm. And I seen this convo that the ladies were having on Threads. Oh. How to tell if he has no money. Oh. So I jumped in for the fellas.
Thank you.
I'm here every day. I'm here for the fellas.
Thank you.
And they said, if he's always available, he probably has no money.
Damn. No job.
If he's always available. Now, at the same time, too, if you start dating this girl and you're always working, then she's going to get mad at you for that, too, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be too available. Don't be too busy either.
You got to find a soft spot in there somewhere.
It's a fine line.
Yeah. It's like hitting. If he avoids gift conversations.
Okay.
Conversations about gifts.
Okay.
Then he's just probably broke.
Dang. He's probably just not paying attention.
Start talking about Christmas, and he's like, yeah, but how about Easter, though?
These gals on first dates are like, what's the best gift you've ever given?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know.
Because you don't want to avoid the conversation. Now you just broke.
Yeah.
Instead of not wanting to be manipulated and taken from your money. Mm-hmm. But I get it. I was just being nosy. Nice car but it's always low on gas.
Oh, come on.
Well, he's working hard. He's driving around the Metroplex.
Yeah.
Come on, it's busy.
Yeah, I might be able to fill it up tomorrow since I got a quarter of a tank and I get it in the morning.
Get over it.
Exactly.
Right, watchdog on the gas.
I'm getting you to point A to point B.
Judging me hard off of that, boy. Low effort dates like coffee dates or walks in the park.
Low effort.
Low effort dates means you're broke.
They want a big shebang.
They want a big shebang.
Yeah, with confetti and flowers and
confetti.
$500 dinners.
Yeah, mariachi band.
Like every single time. Give me a break.
Shebang.
So if you're doing any of that, you are broken. The last one right here, this was the last one because it stuck with me. Saying he wants someone to love him for him means he is broke, bruh. Wow.
I feel like that's what rich guys say.
Wow, I want somebody to love me for me. Oh, girl, that is giving broke.
Are they in it for me or my money?
That is giving broke.
I think they could flip any attribute
absolutely.
And turn it into that must mean he's broke.
He wears the same shoes.
Yeah, wears the same shoes. Girls, he is broke. Oh, my gosh. Meanwhile, like the greatest investor of all time still drives like a 90-something Volvo. Just saying.
Very safe vehicle.
That's how you stay rich.
Just saying. Hey, here's Jim Knox. He's asking people to describe your dating life in Rangers terms.
Give us your dating life description in Rangers terms.
I'm a free agent looking for the right person. I've been in a playoff drought for 2 seasons.
I'm in rebuilding mode. They're adding some key pieces to the rotation. Going to make a deep playoff push.
Signed a key player. They got traded away.
2011 Rangers. It was looking good in the beginning. We didn't win it.
Previously won a World Series, looking to compete again.
11 Rangers to the final. Couldn't clinch it.
Playoff drought.
Batting 1,000. The 2010, there was a drought.
2011 World Series. 1 strike away. Couldn't finish the job. Foul ball.
Always at the middle of the pack, now finding my way to get the job done.
No. Shout out to that lady who said she was a key player and got traded away.
That was good, man.
Lost a lot of good men out there.
Bring back Noxie.
Oh,
Knox.
By the way, we're 50-50 here on @GBag Nation.
Ooh, we got a tight one.
With 6 minutes to go. One of the most tightly contested vote-offs in G-Bag of the Day history.
Mating season. We're the females. What was that? That was Chris Arnold right
That's
there.
a Hall of Famer right
We're
there.
the females. Yeah.
He was a Oasis.
I don't know nothing about nothing.
Yeah, I remember her.
I don't know nothing about nothing.
I don't know nothing about nothing.
He's fit.
Oh, I got to get this one in for sure.
Man, they are stretching Kikuchi tonight.
Former NFL player Marcellus Wiley will not face criminal charges from his domestic violence arrest.
Let's go.
If you remember,
City Boys up, baby.
That was with the wife.
Yeah. If you remember, Marcellus was arrested on July 4th on what looks to be a family vacation. To me, he was he was in Florida around all these Disney places. So I think he was like hanging out at Disney. Anyway, Mrs. Wiley told authorities that Marcellus poked her in the cheek and threatened to kill her. Prosecutor said there was insufficient evidence for that. They dropped the charges. We're not going to pursue this.
Happiest place in the world, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the happiest place on earth. And then the very next day, after the charges were dropped against Marcellus Wiley, Anne Marie Wiley called the police again to report maybe a domestic violence restraining order violation. Cops didn't arrest anybody during that situation either. So hold it down, Mr. Wiley. She's coming for you, bro. She is coming for you, bro.
They must have had a prenup.
Yeah.
And she's kicking herself for signing it.
She is gunning for you, player. Hold up. LA Live 105.3 The Fan, ladies' night. From one NFL couple to another, former NFL wide receiver Stedman Bailey and his girlfriend were arrested in Florida on misdemeanor charges. Someone Google up Stedman Bailey and give me some info on this cat right here.
I thought that was Oprah's husband, wasn't it? Stedman Bailey?
Man.
Stedman Bailey.
Stedman is his name. I don't know if his last name is Bailey.
West
but
Virginia
Stedman
Mountaineer.
is his name. And shout out to Stedman. I think he lives in a house in the back of Oprah's house.
Sounds like a good life.
Come on, fam. What?
First team All-American in
Let me know when I'm
2012.
needed.
Pretty good player.
Come on, fam. Yeah, I believe he was shot before, right?
Yeah.
The Stedman Bailey dude?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, according to the arrest report, the couple was allegedly knocking boots, Gina. Knocking the boots, freak maxing at the bowling alley in front of everyone.
Oh, come on.
In front of everybody.
Yeah, it was one of these mall situations that has like a bowling alley arcade.
Yeah.
And they were at the bar part just getting loose right there in front of everybody. These two freaky ass frogs.
Unbelievable.
What were they drinking?
Well, he did survive 2 gunshot wounds to the head. So maybe he just feels
To the head?
To the head. So maybe he's like, you know what, screw it.
Living my life like it's golden. Taking my opportunities. But he found him a rider, though. He found him a rider because she was down with it. Let's go to WPLG Local 10 News in Miami for this here report. And by the way, you know how these reporters do. They like to get punny. They like to get real punny and cute.
Yeah, hey there, guys. This is a talker. Pins, passion, and police. That's what we've
See, we already starting pins, passions, and police.
got going on in this one. Also, a bartender who had to break up a risky romance. Round 1, bowling alley and arcade. A fun place for kids and adults, but what police say was happening here in late July was no family matter. Stedman Bailey, a former NFL player with the St. Louis Rams, and his girlfriend arrested for allegedly having sex inside the bowling alley in plain sight. The girlfriend is Karina Manderson.
By the way, you should look up this Karina Manderson girl, his girlfriend. They look like siblings.
Oh, that's gross.
Oh, they look like siblings.
They're going full Targaryen.
It was a family affair after all.
She's got a daddy's face.
Oh, daddy's face?
It was at this bar with customers around, we're told. According to the police report, Bailey had his pants down, and so did Manderson. And she was leaning over the bar, and Bailey was behind her. Folks at the mall today saying, wow is not a strong enough word.
They should have kept it at home, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, no, that type of stuff shouldn't be done in public, I think. Wow.
We went to Bailey's house to get his side of the story. Gated, no access. At Manderson's house, here's what happened.
Hey, Karina. Hi. I'm Jeff, the Darian from Channel 10. Can we talk to you about what happened at the bowling alley?
No.
The police report says the bartender at the bowling alley noticed what was happening and asked immediately that they stop, and they did. And then cops say they each pulled up their pants and left the area.
Pop, 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 pop. Like sound like an automatic weapon.
Good hip agility.
Pop, 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 like a rabbit. Oh, wow.
Pop, 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 pop. Like sound like an automatic weapon.
Oh, wow. Yeah, these two freaky ass frogs, man. What were they drinking? What makes you say, yo, we dropping it right here?
It's that blue drink that they call an adios